The numbers are 2, 5, 1 and 7 on race 10.
Super fees can leave your balance a bit like this. At Rest, we think it's only fair to help members, like Lisa, keep their balance inflated with fees up to 30% lower than the super industry average.
I need to assemble a team of A+ ball players.
Hold up, Doc. I got it. Ran out of teams to play for?
I'm a savage.
We rapping?
Classy. Ratchet.
What up?
Sassy. What was happening? What was happening?
I got you, Bron.
My money's on the other team.
Space Jam. Advanced screenings from July 8.
Chris, to win over here and make a pretty quick announcement as regards joining this yard for the first time.
Yeah, and certainly looked really fit and straight. There wasn't anything left to work on. Has been obviously running relatively recently over fences for Victor Thompson. Switched to Tristan Davidson, switched to the flat, and he is a winner on the flat in the past. He won off this kind of mark, didn't he, in Ireland? And we just know with the Tristan Davidson stable, the way that they can get horses on a roll that they've picked up from elsewhere. And on occasions in the past, it's been horses that have shown only a really modest level of ability in the past. So this horse still owned by Victor Thompson, now trained by Tristan Davidson, and very strong in the market, which you kind of look for as well with the yard. Quite a lot of the time, the horses that go on and find some improvement upon joining them happen to be very strong in the market at the same time, and he certainly has been. He's been very, very popular, and they couldn't really have found a much weaker contest for him to line up for them on their first start for the stable. Lebeau would be one of the main form rivals, but he's yet to get his head in front in 18 starts, and another one, Belladio, is also to win in 18. So I think they're the next two behind the favourite in the market pretty much, and they're long-standing maidens. At least the favourite De Mazzaro has had his head in front in the past. Violet Sabo is another one that's right there in the market just behind, and she's yet to win in 19 starts. You can take the positive that she ran well at the track last time out in a similar level of race behind Highlight Reel, and Nigel Tinkler's horses are in good form, nicely drawn in stall too, but all three of them are yet to win, having had a good number of goes previously. Coup de Gold is yet to win as well. He ran all right at Cartmel on his most recent start. That was over hurdles, and if he's in that sort of form, it would give him some sort of a shout. He is a previous winner over hurdles. He's a maiden on the flat, but he has at least had his head in front in the past, so you'd put that as a positive mark next to his name. Lady Shanawell, she's got cheek piece on for the first time and he's down in grade a little bit, so you can sort of see it from her point of view as well. But I felt at the start of the day that if De Mazzaro was strong in the market, he might be the way to go in this. I haven't backed him and I'm not going to at the price that he is, but if you have got on at a bigger price, then you're probably on a live one, it would seem, and he's going to be one of the last couple to go forward alongside Buzz Lightyear, I think, who's going to complete the lineup for John Wainwright. So here we are for the first race over a mile and a half today. Race 3 on the card. Here's Malcolm.
They're off over a mile and a half for the Clear Answer Call Centres Handicap Stakes Division 1. De Mazzaro straight to the front, the red and yellow jacket, also prominent Lebeau towards the inside, and up there is Belladio in the cross-belted jacket, also Lady Shanawell. They settle down through the first furlong. Belladio, the black with the red cross-belts, goes to the front, leads up by 3 parts of a length to Lady Shanawell in the royal blue and yellow jacket racing second. Lebeau is close up third in the quarter jacket, black headgear and a noseband. Behind that one, De Mazzaro has settled in fourth position, racing just in advance involvements of Buzz Lightyear, who's racing with Coup de Gold and Violet Zabo. Flower Power towards the back of the field. Miss Mawathik is second last, and Ivor's involvements at the back of the 10 runners, and probably 10 to 12 lengths off the leader, which is Belladio, as they race opposite the grandstands down the far side of the track. Belladio in front then by about 3 parts of a length to Lady Shanoel racing in second. Labayo is close up third as they go inside the final mile. De Mazzaro is next in the field from Coup de Gold, who's centre pack. Then Violet Zabo in the pale blue jacket with the cheek pieces to the inside. Buzz Lightyear is next in the field, followed by Flower Power. Ivor's involvement still well back, so too Miss Mawathik, and they're closing in on the final 6.5 furlongs. No change up front. Belladio and Duran Fentiman in front by 3 parts of a length then as they begin to leave the backstretch behind them. Lady Shanoel close up in second, followed through in third by Labeu, and that's followed through by De Mazzaro, who's on a tight rein in 4th position. Violet Zabo next, right on the inside of Coup de Gold as they continue their journey back down the hill. That little group is followed through by Flower Power, and then Buzz Lightyear racing deep of that one. No move from either Miss Mawathik or Ivor's involvement, still both at the back of the field. Racing back towards the final half mile and approaching the foot of the hill. Belladio's just about made all so far, still there by a half length to Lady Shanoel in second. Right behind those, De Mazzaro starting to pick up, so too on the inside Labeu. Coup de Gold is next from Violet Zabo. Flower Power drawn out for an effort in the centre of the track, but it's Belladio who leads inside the final 2.5. Here's De Mazzaro swinging away down the centre. Lady Shanoel trying to go with it. Coup de Gold, white jacket, purple cap, trying to finish. Flower Power on the extreme right in the 2 shades of blue. Horse in cheek pieces trying to run on. Labeu's got a gap on the fence, but it's De Mazzaro who leads. Back towards the final furlong they come. De Mazzaro, Coup de Gold near side. Violet Zabo starting to pick up. Pale blue jacket over on the far side. They're inside the final furlong now. De Mazzaro all out hold Violet Zabo on the far side. They race up towards the line. Violet Zabo, De Mazzaro near side, tight. Violet Zabo probably just to De Mazzaro in second behind those Coup de Gold, and they were clear of Buzz Lightyear finishing off well.
It's gone up to the judge, but it looked as though Violet Zabo has got off the mark, and they
until race number 6. So number 1, Enjoy the View, as I said, 540. The 2 Godswood, 880. It is 7 roundabout number 4, Captain Morisco, 670 Imitation Game, and number 14, Country Squire. Just because we've got another minute or so here, where's that quartet? 84,000 Rand. I'm going to take a quartet and possibly float 14 Country Squire and 7 Ace of Spades. But wow, this is a competitive race. Need to go quite wide here. Take a chance though, you never know. Trust yourself. Find a horse you like, played each way. In this race over here, race number 6, which is a merit-rated 86 handicap, 1,000 metres. It might just be your day. So number 10, Moringa, is having both shoes tended to down at the start. When they are finished with that, they will start loading them up. There's about a minute left or so. I'm not sure how far they are, but when they said a slight delay, I think they maybe might need to find a shoe or 2. I'll get you up to Alistair, and he'll be calling them home for race number 6 as soon as they've attended to Moringa.
Lengthy, hoping in the region of 5 minutes, because both shoes need to be found. Moringa's cost both front shoes. Easy to have one on hand at the start. You can see one of the handlers looking at about the 500-meter area, another one at the 700-meter area. Mind you, Battle Force had this issue. Hollywood bet Scottsville on the Golden Horse Sprint. Look how that worked out.
Alistair Cohen, do you copy?
Boxes racing and away. Fairly level break. 6 out very wide. Might lead him Knowles Cloppo and does. Knowles Cloppo gets to the first bend, goes on. Leads him here. Knowles Cloppo for Jackie Teal's got a nice lead from in second, Tina's Carol. After Tina's Carol is shamed by Berg, and then comes 5 Swift Success, and 6 the burn at the moment has flown here. Knowles Cloppo's got this lead, and round they go. Knowles Cloppo looking for win number 7, will get it. Second place, Tina's Carol, and 1 will be shamed by Berg.
Hi there. Hello. Down here. It's nice to be back on the road, eh? Hey, quick question. Are you getting your woolies worth on car insurance?
My woolies worth?
Yeah. With Woolworths Drive Less, Pay Less, eligible drivers could save up to $235 per year. And get 10% off their groceries once a month.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Let's do coffee more often. Get a quote online today.
What a day. Time to sweat it out. Gotta sweat it out. Let the pressure out. Push on. Come on. Gotta sweat it out. It's how to get it out. Tomorrow, bring it on. Ion 4 Hydration. Sweat it out with Powerade.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched? Maybe you are. Hackers could steal the personal information on your device or see what you send over Wi-Fi, like your payment details. That's why Norton 360 includes a VPN for online privacy, device security with antivirus and more. Keep prying eyes out. Get Norton 360, available at au.norton.com or at leading retailers.
So far, I just can't see. You're so far away from me. You're so far from me. I'm tired of being in love and being all alone. When you're so far away from me, I'm tired of making out on the telephone, 'cause you're so far away from me. You're so far away from me. You're so far, I just can't see. You're so far away from me. You're so far away from me.
Godswood, Captain Morisco, the first 2 to move into line. Enjoy the View and Marengo now being led forward. Impressive Duchess. Enjoy the View, it wasn't his turn yet. Lord Grantham. Up comes Successful Secret. Now Enjoy the View. Up comes Ace of Spades. Ice Eater. City by the Sea. Saviour, Imitation Game, Winter Watch, and Country Squire are the ones that hang back. Working with Ice Eater. He's ready. Up comes Saviour. Saviour's in. Winter Watch. Country Squire. With Imitation Game. Imitation Game comes in. All in. And they sent on their way. Enjoy the View just took a backward step at the start. One of the back markers early on, along with Ace of Spades. Lord Grantham was out nicely. Impressive Duchess towards the inside is right there. Marengo shows some pace. Then comes Ace of Spades, who's now racing among the leaders. Ice Eater, Saviour, they towards the outside. Successful Secret, Win to Watch are further back. Country Squire just about 3 lengths off the leader with Godswood. Then comes Captain Morisco. They followed further back by Imitation Game, Enjoy the View. And then comes City by the Sea, who's one of the back markers. They head through the final 400. An Impressive Duchess over towards the far side with Ace of Spades. Then comes Ice Eater, Saviour, Imitation Game are together. Godswood Orange Cap is trying to get into the hunt. Successful Secret was next best. Impressive Duchess still being held together. Second place Successful Secret. Then comes Saviour, Marengo in the middle, and Country Squire turned it on in style. Country Squire starts to quicken away, and Country Squire wins. Second goes the way of Impressive Duchess. Successful Secret. Then came Win to Watch.
He's having his first handicap. He's back up in trip to 7 here, and I thought he was mighty impressive in a maiden at Musselburgh last time over 1 mile and 1 furlong.
He was, having finished 4th at 100 to 1 in a big field Redcar maiden last month. He very much built on that. Turning around the form with the horse that finished directly in front of him at Redcar, that horse being Lillicoy. Absolutely toyed with that rival to win by a wide margin at Musselburgh. It came over at 9 furlongs and on soft ground, and for all that he couldn't have been any more impressive, I'm not sure what that form was worth. It doesn't look a particularly strong piece of form, but he was in a league of his own on that occasion. He's very much a promising horse, making just his 4th race course appearance and his handicap debut here off 84. If he's up to defying that mark, he's going to have to prove himself back at 7 furlongs and on the quickest ground that he's encountered so far. But what we saw last time, he's very much a promising sort.
All 4 runners then in the paddock ahead of this handicap over 7 furlongs. An extra 9 yards added today because of slight rail movement.
Whittle the Woods is 10 to 11 to make it 3 from 6 in a short career, but win on turf for the first time and winning a handicap for the first time. Just a quartet assembled, all 4 declared and all 4 running. 11 to 4 is the price about Bravado. Royal Advice at 5 to 1, Harswell Duke at 7 to 1. But Michael Dodds, who won this race a few years ago with Byron's Choice, bids to win it again with Whittle the Woods, who is 5 to 6.
It's a tale of 2 horses in the betting this. Ed and I were just talking on TV Extra. Whittle the Woods now odds on, available at about 3 to 1 last night, and now the outsider of 4 on 7 to 1, Harswell Duke. He was favourite last night and this morning.
Yeah, very much the definition of flip-flopping, I think, Gordon. Whittle the Woods shaped well in 2 handicap starts, step up to 7 for the first time, really should suit him here. Easy to see why he's been backed. Didn't expect to see him odds on right enough, and in stark contrast, Harswell Duke, a huge drifter now, continues to slide 15 to 2. Very promising horse, just the 3 runs on under his belt. Won a novice event at Musselburgh last time by a wide margin, but it came over 2 furlongs further than he runs over here on much slower ground, and the horses he beat haven't really done an awful lot for the form since then. So he very much faces a different test here, making his handicap debut off a mark of 84.
And briefly, we're expecting Bravado to lead?
I think so. Didn't look an obvious amount of early pace, and Harswell Duke could go forward, but I wonder if Bravado might be able to dictate terms here. If he is able to do that, a horse who has run mostly at 6 furlongs, but did prove he stayed 7 in second at Chester the time before. That run at Newmarket really catches the eye, doesn't it? A close-up 6 behind Creative Force significantly, and Rohan. I can't think there'll be too many horses running today that ran in a race that featured 3 subsequent Royal Ascot winners.
Just come back to the previous race, a serious leg injury sustained by Nutwood Boy. We're awaiting news on that. And Paddy Mathers, who had that nasty spill, he's currently getting checked over by the jockeys, so fingers crossed that Paddy's okay, and we'll bring you the news on Nutwood Boy as soon as we have concrete evidence of what's happened. Track's been checked over incidentally, and there is no suspicious areas on the track. 8 to 1 now, Harswell Duke, as Royal Advice rears up and gets rid of Callum Rodriguez down at the start. Just the 2 left to load. Bravado on the right and Callum's now jumped back aboard Royal Advice with all those winning runs at Newcastle, of course, on the Tapita surface. And there he goes again. Doesn't look that happy.
No, we had enough drama before the start of our last race, Gordon. We could do without some more of it here. A horse who should really know better after 9 runs. So Bravado coming forward.
Yeah, Bravado's coming forward. We'll wait and see if Royal Advice gets another chance. In case there's any late drama, let's go back up to Darren.
Well, Bravado is in. Royal Advice is not in. Now they're going to attempt to load Royal Advice without Callum Rodriguez, the jockey. He's in the starting stalls waiting. So twice Royal Advice has unseated Callum down at the start. So Royal Advice to be installed without the jockey. At the 7 furlong start, Royal Advice has been in good form this year. 3 wins on the board. Going forward into stall number 4, and that has worked a treat. The horse is in. Callum getting back aboard. All 4 are in. They're off for the book now for Ladies' Night Handicap. And away smartly is Harswell Duke with Bravado up along the outside. And the gap opening up at a very early stage to the other 2, Royal Advice and Whittle the Woods, going down the far side. It is Harswell Duke who makes the running, has a lead of around a length over Bravado Blue Jacket, gap then of 2 lengths to Royal Advice as it's on the inside of Whittle the Woods, and they're now 5 furlongs from home. Harswell Duke, Danny Tudhope with a half-length advantage. Ben Curtis has got Bravado to the outside, and the other 2 stride for stride, with Royal Advice running the rail, and the keen-going Whittle the Woods for Paul Mulrennan. Red colours to the outside, hasn't really settled as they head now to the final half mile and the turn into the straight. Harswell Duke, Bravado, Royal Advice and Whittle the Woods. They turn to face the final 3 furlongs with Harswell Duke closest to the running rail. Bravado is alongside. Here comes Whittle the Woods now on the extreme left. Meanwhile, Royal Advice is being pushed along, gets tapped for a bit of toe as they head to the final quarter of a mile, and Ben Curtis has sent Bravado on. It's Bravado chased by Whittle the Woods and long-time pace setter Harswell Duke. Royal Advice is back in 4th place, a furlong and a half to go, and Bravado the one to catch. Bravado has gone about 3 lengths clear of Harswell Duke, is on the inside of Whittle the Woods, and well inside the final furlong. It's Bravado running on nicely for the Mark Johnston yard. Ben Curtis in the saddle. Bravado wins. Harswell Duke 2nd, Whittle the Woods 3rd, and 4th Royal Advice.
Yeah, they've come home in race card order. Bravado, Harswell Duke, Whittle the Woods and Royal Advice. Bravado, he went quick, didn't he, Danny, on Danny Tudhope and Harswell Duke, so Ben Curtis decided just to track the leader, and he couldn't have gone that quick because Harswell Duke has finished in 2nd place, but Bravado coming back after being gelded, after finishing last of 11 at Goodwood last time. He goes into the winner's enclosure here this afternoon for the 2nd time in tough. Harswell Duke has finished in 2nd. Little Wee Woods did pull quite hard under Paul Mulrennan, actually hung right at Ascot last time, and it's Royal Advice that's finished 4th.
Yes, and a horse who clearly has bounced back from that gelding operation. It's only a month ago since he last run gone, so he must be a tough and hardy horse to have had that particular delicate operation and be back on a racetrack. And once he took it up, Ben Curtis, his horse has run right to the line. No surprise, I think, that Danny Tudhope keen to get out on Harswell Duke, down in trip. He hadn't front run before, he had run prominently, but back significantly in trip and on quicker ground. No surprise that he wanted to make every yard here. Ben Curtis had a willing partner in behind him, just happy to settle and to track that speed. And he's turned out to be in the perfect position. Had the class angle coming in here and has proved more than capable of conceding £7 and upwards all round. More of him later. The point to note now was Whittle Woods, who was keen. And as you can see, Paul Mulrennan didn't have an easy job of steering Whittle the Woods, who was that subject of that significant gamble in the hours and minutes in the lead up to the race. I think he's a horse who's still very much on potential of a decent mark, Gordon. I think 7 furlongs on a straight track good pace to aim at, I think he might be a different proposition. I don't think things have worked out ideally for him here on this first try at 7.
All previous runs been at 6, and this was just his third run on turf. Whittle the Woods even in the Armstrong colours. Raw advice, troublesome to load at the start. Was eventually loaded minus Callum Rodriguez. Has finished in 4th place, but Bravado took it up coming to the 2-pole and went away to win. Well, not by a wide margin. I'm hearing 2.5 lengths, but value for that and probably a bit more.
Yeah, I think so, Gordon. It's the quickest ground he's won, but
So Alan Brister's interesting, actually. I watched her run last year. She's a good-looking filly, this one, Alan Brister. Just seeing how she's really impressive horse on her slower paces. There'd be money for Juno-esque, though, who loves it here at Brighton. Juno-esque. It's got some very good form. Sir Mark Prescott, there, trains Alan Brister, so you know that she's going to improve as a 3-year-old. I think she's going to be too good for Juno-esque. But Juno-esque, the older horse, has got form here. Won at Nottingham last time on the 10th of June. Looking for a quick follow-up here. She has won here before at Brighton. The last time, though, was August 2019. She won here in 2018 as well, Juno-esque, and June 2018. 4 times she's won here. But she's exposed, isn't she, Juno-esque? That's the only thing. She's normally ridden fairly prominently. Illabella Factory, we should mention as well. Nice horse. Saw him win at Kempton on the all-weather a couple of seasons back. He's off a much higher mark these days. Memory Hill went to post early. He wouldn't be without a chance. He was 3rd last time out. He's left Robert Stevens. He's not really bred to be a stayer by Zebedee, but gets the stamina from the distaff side, the dam side. Illabella Fact, I thought, would run well without winning, perhaps. Lorca's the one I don't know much about, really. He didn't look the easiest mover to the start, to be honest. He was visored at Windsor, didn't seem to...
4. Hare's coming round and racing away now. 1 step well, but 4's also got some early up. 2 and 3 and 5 and 6 all chase up the gallop as they got to the opening bend. 5 was pretty much nudged out wide and now tracking back to the rear of the field. 4 leading down the backside over 3 and 1, then 6, 2 and 5. It's the 4 Drum Do It Bolt with 3 trying to get through toward the rail. Wasn't a great deal of room there. 4 still holding sway at the 3rd bend. 4 from 3 is trying to come again. Then 5, 2, 6 and 1. It's 4 who's out in front though. Drum Do It Bolt for the upset. 4 the winner, beat the 3 Ballon Temple Bob. That's very tight for 3rd, 1, 2 and 5 for all involved there. 4 the winner, Drum Do It Bolt at 14 to 1 the winner.
Runners are loading up. Illabella Fat, the first one. If you are still placing a bet, you haven't got too long as they're going in. 2 places here for place pots and each way bets. 2 in, 3 to go. 2 non-runners here. 1 Summer Valley and 7 Herway. Favourite Alan Brister in white colours. Juno-esque. Coming forward now to complete the line. All in. 5 runners already, and they're off. They've jumped away then for the thanks to our wonderful NHS staff handicap stakes. Alan Brister is towards the right as we look, stepping up in distance today. Luke Morris just glancing across to see who wants to make the running. And it's Lorca who's going to oblige under David Probert in the light blue to go on. So Lorca going quite keenly, wearing the visor and the noseband, leads by a couple of lengths to the previous course winner, Juno-esque, who's racing in 2nd in blue and yellow. Won recently at Nottingham. Behind those is Illabella Fact to the outside, the red cap. And then comes Alan Brister, who's in the white with the green hoops of Kirsten Rousing, the owner. Under Luke Morris, and the back marker of the 5 is the grey Memory Hill. They race across the far side of the track. Racing downhill now. And the leader is Lorca for the Andrew Balding team as they head across Wilson Avenue. Lorca in front to Juno-esque in 2nd. Alan Brister is tracking Lorca. Going into 3rd now, past Illabella Fact, who's wider out the green colours, and just chased along by Kieran O'Neill is Memory Hill, but now in touch. Illabella Fact there, a little bit unbalanced slightly around that turn. And up front it is Lorca who's pressing on still by a couple of lengths. Is Juno-esque in second place, the favourite Alan Brister in third. Just nudged along by Luke Morris. Behind those on the outside is Illabella Fact, and then comes the grey Memory Hill. They descend the hill into the home straight. It's still Lorca in front. It's going to head towards the stand side rails, David Probert. Leads by a length and a half. Juno-esque is giving chase for George Buckle, the yellow cap. Alan Brister's flat to the boards. Back in third place under Luke Morris. Head to one side slightly, not really handling the track at the moment as they race down now for the final couple of furlongs, and the leader is still Lorca. Lorca in front towards the stand side, now tackled by Juno-esque, but Lorca's not stopping at the head of affairs. Juno-esque is trying hard to close. Lorca and Juno-esque is gradually closing down Lorca. Half a furlong to go. Lorca and Juno-esque, not much in this. Juno-esque and Lorca, it's going to get close. It's Lorca in front for David Probert. Lorca wins for Andrew Balding and Highclere. After a sustained tussle with Juno-esque, she saw her off. Back in third, that was Alan Brister. And then came Memory Hill and Illabella Fact.
Go on and make the running. Been in decent enough form recently. Didn't quite fire at Chelmsford last time out, but a couple of placed efforts prior to that would give him some sort of a chance. It's just whether or not he's going to get home over what is a stiff mile and a half here at Beverley. And the final one we'll look at is number 2, who's just down the bottom of the paddock. That is Edgar Allan Poe, who represents that form line that we've discussed a couple of times already. Harvey Basterman stable in winning form here with Highlight Reel last week. Looked to be so once again. Dropped a long way in the weights, this horse. Back to form last time out. Always thought of him as a horse that wanted softer ground, but his last 2 wins have been on a quick surface, so it's obviously not too much of a problem for him, and he's well drawn in stall 3. That is number 2, Edgar Allan Poe.
72, the price of Captain St Lucifer out from 11 to 4. Same price for Edgar Allan Poe. Jean Mary 4 to 1. Tarnhelm at 13 to 2. 17 to 2. O'Reilly's Pass. Archive 10s 11 to 1 and bigger the others. This is your first tip, Dave, but I just wanted to backtrack to that interview with Freddie Drabble over Violet Szabo, who, I mean, they're not racing for the most extreme amount of money today or the most prestigious prizes, but just to see what it meant sort of brought home as to just how this sport and the animals involved can transcend things. And they'd have been trying to get a win into this horse for 2 years, and it's just quite appropriate that the week that Violet Szabo would have turned 100, the win comes along.
Yeah, we've certainly learnt something. He just seemed a thoroughly nice man. And
emotion was
it's obviously-
palpable.
It was obviously very poignant to him, the 100th birthday of a woman who, well, she was a spy who got shot by the Germans, so she gave her life for freedom. So yeah, it was quite something.
Really
you
was.
could see it with him. But yeah, and Faye McManaman, they had a good jockey ride, a good informed jockey riding it as well. But yeah, he referenced the duck. There's no shortage of duck eggs in this race. If you look at the form figures of these horses, I've gone for Captain St. Lucifer. He's run 3 good races, and then I definitely think it was a jockey error. I'm not knocking it, it just wasn't absolutely brilliant ride, Nicky Mackay. If he does too much, again, it'll be disappointing. But Edgar Allan Poe I've got as a soft ground horse nowadays. And Jean Mary was interesting. I'm not surprised there's money on it, but I just can't read too much into the form. I don't think it counts for much. So Captain St. Lucifer, hopefully for me to make all.
Okay, we'll hand over to Chris. Chris, you know the power of racehorse ownership and just what it can do for all involved, the team of the Horse Watchers, and that previous interview you did there with Freddie Drabble, well, it just brought it home a bit, didn't it?
It certainly did. It takes a real love of the sport and of the horse that you've got to persevere at the kind of level that they're persevering at with Violet Saba for as long as that. I mean, she'd started to show a little bit of encouragement recently, but really her career had been, as Nev said, much more duck eggs than any meaningful bits of form, but they've managed to find a race to get a win into her, and it meant an awful lot, as you saw there, to Freddie, and the timing of it, as we said in that interview, was really pretty much perfect. Couldn't have been any better, and as you say, it was clearly quite emotional, and it meant an awful lot, and that's exactly what it's all about. You know, you wouldn't be doing it at this sort of level for the money, would you? And that was tremendous to see with the connections of Violet Saba. On to Division 2 of this 0 to 52, over 1.5 miles. And the horse at the top of the market, Captain St. Lucifer, I think the question with him is whether or not he wants this sort of trip, really. He's run over 10 furlongs largely to this point of his career. He has tried a little bit further. He ran over 1 3/4 miles at Southwell, didn't get home on that occasion, and he tried 1.5 miles at Wolverhampton and didn't seem to get home either. So his best form has been when running over 10 furlongs, often travelling well. If he can stretch out, then he's probably in the sort of form that gives him a good chance of winning this. I thought that Jean Mary looked of some interest. She hasn't shown a great deal, but it's certainly been better the last twice from her. She was over 2 miles on soft ground at Catterick last time out, never get into the race from a hold-up position. The run before that at Market Race.
And off they go then. It's Sunderland 2 jumped away well and has already now got his head in front of 1. Then we got the White Jacket of 3, but 2 will lean towards that bend. 2 now's got a length and a half advantage. Day of Judgment from the White Jacket of 3. Eden Lock, not many got into this, but 2 kicks away and wins it well. 2 takes it, tight second, 3 and 4. So Day of Judgment, good price. Mentioned it might go quite well at good price, has gone and taken it. I think actually, yeah, 2, 3, 4, wasn't it? So we've got the first 2 there. That's maybe
in the hope that maybe sat a little bit handier today. She hasn't had too many chances, and the last 2 runs have come with a little bit more encouragement in my eyes, and perhaps she can get competitive today for Brian Ellison. Last one's going in. Here's Malcolm.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yandahim, last one in. Megan Nichols, that's it. They're all in, set to go. Oh, they're off. Over 1.5 miles once again for Division 2 of the Clear Answer Call Centres Handicap Stakes. Captain St. Vincent away well, St. Lucifer I should say, away well to the far side. Strict Order prominent, so too towards the near side Jean Mary. Edgar Allan Poe tucks in behind them, followed by Magfour and then Archive. Tarnhelm sits back with O'Reilly's Pass, and Yandahim is the overall back marker, and Megan Nichols would have that one about 8 to 10 off the leaders as they take the turn towards the far side of the track. Captain St. Lucifer, the dark jacket with a silver star, horse and white cheek pieces, in front by 2 lengths to Jean Mary in the green jacket with the brown braces racing second. Further length and a half to Edgar Allan Poe in the royal blue with the yellow crossbelt sitting in 3rd position, and then the yellow jacket of Strict Order who's next. Archive centre back in red and black in front of Magfour, and then O'Reilly's Pass in the noseband. Tarnhelm is Heems at the back of the field, and now 15 off the leader as they continue down the far side of the track. Captain St. Lucifer then and Nicky Mackay in front by 2.5 to Jean Mary and Harry Russell racing in second. A gap of 3 more to Edgar Allan Poe racing in third. They're going back inside the final 7 furlongs. Behind those, Strict Order is back in 4th position. That one's tracked through towards the inside by Archive as they head towards the end of the back stretch. Archive racing in company with Mag 4. Then O'Reilly's past red and white stripes with the noseband. Red and white without the noseband is Tarn Helm, and the back marker continues to be Yanda Heem. So swinging right-handed down the hill they come back towards the final 5 furlongs, and Captain St. Lucifer has it by 2.5 to Jean Mary racing in second. A similar margin back to Edgar Allan Poe racing third, and Strict Order is back in 4th. There's very little change in the order so far. Archive in 5th position as they race to the foot of the hill, followed by the black and white colours of Mag 4. O'Reilly's past still well back, so too Tarn Helm, and Yandahim is still in rear of the 9-runner field as they reach the foot of the hill. Back towards the final 3 furlongs then. Captain St. Lucifer trying to see them off from the front. The lead is down to 3 parts of a length. Edgar Allan Poe is picking up between horses. Jean Mary is right there. Strict Order down the centre trying to make a line of 4. Archive behind those from Mag 4, then O'Reilly's past. Tarn Helm still well back. Yandahim's going for a daring run up the rail. Back towards the final furlong and a half they come, and it's still Captain St. Lucifer and Edgar Allan Poe having a bit of a set 2 lengths back to Archive. Near side running on from the back is Tarn Helm. They go inside the final furlong now, and it's Edgar Allan Poe who hits the front. Tarn Helm coming well with Archive racing up towards the line. Edgar Allan Poe will go on to score. Tight behind, Archive went past with Tarn Helm and O'Reilly's pass, who finished well.
It's tight for the Miners, but we know what's won it, and that is Edgar Allan Poe under Sam James for Harvey Basterman by about a length. Looks as though number 3, Archive, has finished in 2nd spot. 3rd will be Tarn Helm.
On the tote, 392.10 number 5 Greens, 925 ran number 4 Anne Boleyn, 572.10 number 6 May Queen, 532.40 number 9 Bella Black, and 12 Oaks at number 12 is showing up at 750 and R1.90. Not long until they do start loading here for race number 7. This fillies and mares 93 divided handicap over 1200 metres. So without further ado, I'll get you up to Alistair Cohen.
So time to load race number 7. Leading up to Lynn, Pool Party, Kayla's Champ. May Queen will be one of the next, along with All of Me. Greens. Southern Charm, 12 Oaks, Bella Black. Snow Symphony will be one of the last, along with Anne Boleyn. Anne Boleyn stepping up. Up she comes. Handlers win that battle. Snow Symphony, the last one. 1,200 metres to cover. Gates are open. And they fired away. 12 Oaks just needs some riding in the early stages. Kayla's Champ also a little sluggish to begin. May Queen, All of Me jumped out nicely, and Berlin, blue and white is just off them. Then Tillin, yellow cap over towards the inside, Pool Party. They followed by 12 Oaks. Bella Black just getting bounced around. She's a bit headstrong as Bella Black. Greens in the all blue. Towards the extreme outside is Kayla's Champ. Then comes Southern Charm and finally Snow Symphony. They head through the 700-meter area. May Queen, a clear leader by 2. Second place is All of Me, the all red. Over towards the inside, Tillin in touching distance. And Berlin was next best, and Greens racing about 3 lengths off the leader, racing with Kayla's Champ. Bella Black in between runners. Further back then to Pool Party, 12 Oaks, Southern Charm next best, and Snow Symphony still needs to make up all the ground. Past the 400, it's May Queen in the lead over All of Me in the all red, who travels well. Further back to Bella Black, over towards their insiders to Lynn and Pool Party with Greens and Kayla's Champ next best. 200 meters out, and All of Me draws level with May Queen, who tries to battle back, but All of Me has got the advantage. Second place May Queen, then comes Kayla's Champ, but All of Me wins and wins going away. Second to May Queen, third Kayla's Champ, and then came 12 Oaks. "11 wins for All of Me." Quietly did that in all sorts of senses, but she's done it in style. Career earnings past 700,000 Rand. Ryan Munger and Corne Spies team up in the colours of Corne Spies Racing Pty Limited. Bred by the Boerland stud, this daughter of VAR. How well has she done? She's also been very well placed as well, mind you. Number 2, All of Me, is the winner by 2. Second, number 6, May Queen. I thought admirable in defeat, but found All of Me too good today. Third, we'll go to number 1, Kayla's Champ. Then came 12 Oaks, Bella Black, Snow Symphony, Pool Party, Tillin, Greens, Anne Berlin, and Southern Charm. So All of Me will do the job here. She always travelled well. She always raced just behind May Queen, and she pounced, and despite May Queen's best efforts, All of Me quickens away to take out race number 7. Val Trainers 1-2 in the 7th race on the card. All of Me, now an 11-time winner. Plenty that don't win one race, so how well has All of Me done?
Good one here by number 2, All of Me. She's just a winning machine. 11 wins now. Ryan Munger, Corne Spies, well done to Corne Spies Racing. And Boerland Stud beats number 6, May Queen, into second. Third to the 1, Kayla's Champ. And fourth there was number 12, 12 Oaks. 2, 6, 1 and 12. That's how they've run. Race number 7.
The first one we can pick up, Ed, is number 6, A by Gum. Ran a bit better in the cheek pieces at Nottingham last time. Same mark here today, and chucked in on his best form.
Yeah, it could be. He has been chucked in for a while, though. It's 17 races since he last won, but I thought he was a bit unlucky in the run when only marginally behind Never Dark at Musselburgh. And then he was sent off favourite on the back of that to make amends at Nottingham last week in the first time cheek pieces, where he was ridden more aggressively there, and I think he just did a shade too much on the front end. He was picked up close home by a couple of coldly ridden Paul Midgley runners. He's got the same headgear retained here, and I would suspect that David Allen, who was on board at Nottingham last time, might just try to ride him a little bit more conservatively here. If he does off this mark, he might be a tough horse to overhaul.
Number 2, Never Dark, used to be trained by Andrew Balding, changed hands for 27,000 guineas at Newmarket last October, and ran a big race for New Connections at Musselburgh earlier this month.
Yeah, he was gelded prior to that encouraging start for Ian Jardine at Musselburgh earlier this month, where he travelled strongly in behind the front runner Militia, but did run, I think, a little bit with the choke out, and that left him vulnerable to the late thrust of Victory Angel. Even so, it was a good performance, and as good a performance as perhaps he's produced on the figures during his career. He's entitled to sharpen up a tad for what was his first start since last September, and it'll be interesting to see if he can build on that from the same mark and on ground that is only marginally quicker here than last time out. Ian Jardine on the score sheet already this afternoon, and also had a horse run well after a layoff in our first race.
Number 3, Soul Seeker, ran well despite a moderate draw at York last time, and is a horse that's already won a couple of races earlier this spring at Pontefract and Hamilton Park.
Yeah, that horse was Mr. Wagyu. That was the first time that Soul Seeker had been back on decent ground following his quick fire double at Pontefract and then Hamilton at the end of April and the beginning of May. His disappointing runs after, or below par runs after that, came on much slower ground, and it was 6 furlongs at York last time, where he wasn't drawn the best but didn't fare badly at all in finishing a 6, beating less than 4 lengths in an ultra competitive 19 runner handicap on the Nave Smile. He's back down in grade here under his optimum conditions of 5 furlongs on decent ground. I expect to see him produce a better performance again.
Be Proud has got 4 wins to his career, but he's a 21 race turf maiden. This is number 5. Admittedly, though, he has gone close last time at Musselburgh and earlier on this spring over 7 furlongs here at Ayr.
Yeah, it's a horse we know generally as a 5 furlong horse, a hold-up horse on to Peter, but he's been reinvented as a 7 furlong horse on turf during this spring and early summer. He's twice gone close to breaking that duck on turf. He was run up to Hong Kong Harry over course and distance in April, and then last time out at Musselburgh he was given the kid glove treatment by Kevin Scott to try to nudge and coax him to victory, and despite looking like he had got the better of Munterdab, he somehow found a way to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory in the final strides. He's back down to 5 furlongs here, and he does have the cheek pieces on, and surprisingly for a horse who's been beaten so many times from a nose to a neck, this is the first time he's sported any sort of headgear. Be interested to see if that has a positive effect, especially in a race that could be run to suit with the likes of Sun and Sani and E-By Gum in the lineup.
And finally, you mentioned Sun and Sani, number 4, a winner in Ireland, and the only win in the UK since coming over was at Wolverhampton in November when scrambling home by a short head off the same mark as today.
Yeah, first time he's run back off that mark of 78 here. Last time we saw him, he's a quick horse, Sun and Sani, and we saw that in the way that he managed to lead trailblazing types like Ornate and Recon Mission in the Epsom Dash on his last start. He perhaps did a shade too much there because he was swallowed up at the furlong pole and beat only 4 of the 16 runners, but he did shape like a horse who could do some damage off this mark again if that was a sign of him running into form once more. He's back into calmer waters here, and although, as you said, that sole turf win in Ireland did come on ground with some dig in it, he has shown that he's fully effective on quicker ground like today's. He could be interesting here.
As we drop in trip then, that's the horses in the paddock ahead of this 5 furlong handicap.
Betting would have it this way as well. Soul Seeker, Danny Tudhope, David O'Mara, 11-4 now, 5-2. E-By Gum is 3-1 for Tim Easterby. He's had that winner over at Beverley today. 130 Be Proud with the first time cheap pieces on. Looks to make it make it a first success on the turf. Sun and Sani 11-2, Never Dark 17-2, 20-1 Tomerley. Bring into calculations, I understand that number 9 Ardbryn is carrying £2 overweight in the 9 horse there, who's 16s out to 22s, and 40-1 about Sound of Iona. They go without horse number 1, Black Friday, which leaves a field of 8, Gordon.
Thanks, Nick. Just going back to our second race, unfortunately, Nutwood Boy had to be put down after a serious leg injury sustained in a halfway incident in that 6 furlong 2-year-old contest. And Paddy Mathers did have a visit horses arriving there down at the start. You can see Paul Rennan has just jumped off Be Proud. Talking about Be Proud on TV Extra, weren't we, Ed, about things need to fall maybe right for this horse to win on turf at the 22nd time of asking. He's got cheek pieces on, and there is plenty of winning form in the all-weather.
Yeah, there is. All of his wins have come at 5 furlongs onto Peter, and he's been running well over 7 furlongs in his 3 starts on turf this spring and early summer. Only just pipped by a progressive horse in Hong Kong Harry here in April, and then last time at Musselburgh he was knotted on the line by Munterdab. It looked like he'd had plenty of opportunity to put that race to bed and somehow found a way to lose that race, but he was well clear of the remainder, so he's certainly been in good form. The interest angle, as you say, Gordon, back to 5 furlongs here for the first time on turf this year, and also with those cheap pieces on for a horse who doesn't necessarily find winning easy, and the fact he's had something like, is it 70 odd starts? He's got headgear on for the first time here, and in a race that could set up quite well for him with the likes of Sun and Sani, if that horse goes hard from the front again like he did in the Epsom Dash last time, then Be Proud could get a lovely toe into the race.
E-By Gum has been on a decent mark, a tempting mark for some time, as Ed highlighted on the piece we just done there from the paddock. If you go back to 2018, he won 5 races at 5 furlongs, and pretty much all of them did it the hard way from the front.
Yes, he did. He was rated in the high 80s in his prime as a result of that extraordinary winning sequence. But as you say, it's now 17 races, nearly 3 years since he's got his head in front, but he has shaped well on the last 2 occasions. He just found himself caught a bit of a pocket last time, Musselburgh 2 runs ago, when not far behind Never Dark, and then last time at Nottingham, where he was sent off favourite, he was fired out of the stalls by David Allen, set a really good pace, and I think he just went slightly too briskly early on, because the 2 horses that picked him up close home were ridden second last and last, so he maybe just did a touch too much out in front. But he could get a lead here from the likes of Sun and Sani. He's on a mark he can definitely win off, Gordon, and he's been running better than the bare form suggests on his last 2 starts, so wouldn't surprise if he came good here.
Looks as if Sound of Iona is going to be one of the last forward for this 5 furlong dash as we go back up to Darren for race 4.
The Enjoy afternoon tea at Western House Hotel handicap, all in. And they're off. Racing over 5 furlongs. Never Dark bounced well from the gate. So did Sun and Sani. Tamili Black Jacket to the near side. Soul Seekers just in behind the leaders. Ard Bryn, the Irish Raiders, over on the far side in the red sleeves. E-Bar Gum is hunting up the pace setters. Be Proud is second last, and Sound of Iona is the back marker. The one with dash is Sun and Sani. Leads by 1.5 lengths to Never Dark in the blue. Then E-Bar Gum, Soul Seeker and Tamili. Being pushed along to the right, Ard Bryn, Be Proud and Sound of Iona, the last 2. And they're making the run now to the final quarter of a mile. Sun and Sani held together in front, leads by just over a length. Never Dark is trying hard to challenge. E-Bar Gum, Soul Seeker all in there pitching, and Be Proud is coming there behind runners as they run down towards the last furlong. It's Soul Seeker has got the lead. Be Proud looking for a gap now. It's Soul Seeker, Be Proud being produced. Never Dark over on the far side has every chance. Be Proud being produced at the right time. Perfectly executed. Be Proud the winner. Soul Seeker second, Never Dark third, and Sun and Sani.
An absolute peach of a ride there by Paul Mulrennan on Be Proud. Cheek pieces on for the first time. He got a toe into the race, a perfect toe into the race with the pace set by Sun and Sani. There was a wall of horses in front of him, 3 of them, but there wasn't many gaps. And a gap did appear in the closing stages, and he's poked his head in front right on the line. Soul Seeker just nabbed close home with that 3rd place. Great ride there from Paul Brennan for Jim Golding.
Yeah, cool as you like. Superbly judged by Paul Moran. Of course, was left in the shadows at Royal Ascot last week by some of his northern contemporaries, but he's just given a perfect illustration here of what a top class jockey he is, Paul Moran. And you can see Sun and Sani, as we thought would put the pace to the race, and it was just a case of whether the gaps would open up for him. He can be a little bit of a hostage to fortune, this horse, because of his deliberate late style, but once he was able to squeeze past the weakening Sun and Sani, he's got up to win by half a length under a superbly judged ride from Paul Mulrennan to nail Soul Seeker, who looked like he'd got first run on him.
Yeah, you can see here it dropped right out by Paul today. Stable companion Sound of Iona is out the back as well. Racing wide on the right of shot there. That's Ard Bryn, but the pace being set by Sun and Sani, been tracked through there in the blue jacket. That's Never Dark. Others that are prominent include E-By Gum as well. That's a disappointing run, incidentally, from E-By Gum today, wasn't it?
Yeah, everything looked in place for him to go well today, but he hasn't found winning very easy in recent months and years, and that winning drought it now extends to 18 races in the best part of 3 years. I don't think Never Dark has really built on that Musselburgh reappearance at all. Soul Seeker, you can see these are very much his ideal conditions. 5 furlongs on quick ground. He's run really well, hasn't he, building on that decent effort at York last time over 6, but you could see Paul Mulrennan was just waiting for an out on Be Proud, and back down to 5 furlongs for the first time this season on turf with that fast pace to aim at. That's what he needs, Gordon, doesn't he? He needs that good pace to aim at. He's a smooth travelling horse. You can see, the eye was drawn to him.
I just thought at one stage he was going to be trapped behind the 3 horses there.
Yeah, possibly. We'll get a good idea from here how tight it got, but he just had to wait on Sun and Sani weakening back. You can see there's no room at the inn there, but once Sun and Sani just weakens out of it, the gap opens in time. And to be fair to the horse, in those first time cheek pieces, when Paul's gone for him, he's really found for him, hasn't he?
He's brushed through between Soul Seeker and indeed the weakening horse, the pace-setting Sun and Sani. So he's gone between Sun and Sani. A by Gum has flattened out at this stage as well.
Yeah, he has. I think, to be fair to Never Dark has actually probably run better than I initially gave him credit for. Be interested to see if Ian Jardine can get a win out of him at some point. And Sun and Sani, I dare say there's going to be a race to be won with him, Gordon. He just wants to be, I think, a really, really quick track.
I just caught the end of what happened with poor old Violet Barton. She got a really nasty incident there. The horse basically was a bit unruly. She couldn't hold it and went past the start into some barriers and threw Violet Barton off. And she's getting medical attention. I think the doctor's gone out to see her. Hope she's all right. I think the horse is fine. She might just be shaken. Hopefully, anyway. The horse is in the background. I can see him. He's just walking around okay. So Dream Point has been held. He's just behind the start. One of the handlers has got hold of Dream Point. Hope that Violet Barton's okay. The other runners have made it to the start. Looks like the market's been reformed now, so we have a new market on this race as follows. Mrs. Meader, 2-1 favourite. Lady Isabel, 9-4. Hidden Pearl, 100-30. Be Fair at 9-2. And it's 25-1 bar those. The new market is up. Yeah, new market here now. I'm going to go with Mrs. Meader as my fancy for this race, though. Ross Burkitt, he won this race twice, and old Roy Rocket himself, you know. The horse this race is named after, so...
On about the 3, Ballinakill Kyler. Racing post-track and 2... set to go. 3:18. And away in racing they go. One started well, Catfish. One leading from 2 and 4 on the run toward the opening bend. Then 5, 6 and 3. One led them round, got a couple of lengths on the 2 in second. 4 and 5 are trading blows for third. Then the 6 and the 3 as they travel through halfway. Catfish from Racket Hall Orcat. 1 from 2. 4 now looking to get motoring. Is up there challenging for second. 5 also on the improve, but 1 still leading. It's Catfish. Off that final bend, it's won by a good few lengths. Stretching away. Catfish the winner. 1 has taken it. 6 is going to be up for second. It's a further for third. 4 and 2. Catfish a winning favourite. In Monmore's 3:18, the 2-1 favourite, the red jacket winner.
In racing history. Runners about to go behind then for the Roy Rocket Amateur Jockeys Handicap Stakes. Runners are loading up quickly now. Last couple then about to go in. Down there at the 1.5-mile start. Last one coming in. Stall 10 being filled now. Jumping Jack, all in. And they're off. And racing for the Roy Rockets Amateur Riders Handicap Stakes, named in memory of the great course specialist here at Brighton. They're racing over 1.5 miles. One of the first to show up towards the inside is Alketios. Now that one just drops in behind. It's UAE Soldier in the cheek pieces up there with Lady Isabel, the white and maroon stars. Alketios is next with Be Fair, the red, yellow and blue colours. Behind those on the inside is Grandscape. under Sophie Smith in the dark blue. Mrs. Meader in a pink jacket is next, looking for her first success. And then comes Hidden Pearl for trainer John Berry in the blue colours, further back in the field. They had a Jumping Jack in the yellow and black, also cheek-pieced, and Mrs. Meader held up at the back as they race across the far side. So UAE Soldier and Megan Trainor by ahead to Simon Walker on Lady Isabel, who's now getting a view of the front. Back in third is Al Ketios, further back to find Be Fair, who's towards the inside. And then behind Be Fair, we have Grand Scape in the dark blue from Hidden Pearl in the blue jacket, ahead of Jumping Jack and Mrs. Meader, being weighted with by Ross Burkitt, who won this race twice on the mighty Roy Rocket himself in the past. Just towards the back at the moment on Mrs. Meader. Lady Isabel leading, though, in the white and maroon, horse with the noseband. Is out in front at this stage. Towards the stand side is Al Ketios trying to close as they head across Wilson Avenue. Behind them is Grand Scape, and then comes Be Fair with Hidden Pearl getting a little bit closer now. Mrs. Meader towards the right, and then comes Jumping Jack, and UAE Soldier has just dropped back to the rear of the field as Lady Isabel it is who's going to lead them down the hill. They emerge in view of the stands and they head towards the final half mile in the Roy Rocket Amateur Jockeys Handicap. So it's Lady Isabel who's trying to stretch on here. Mrs. Meader is the one who's giving chase now into second place. Behind them is Be Fair as they race down the hill. Lady Isabel by a couple of lengths. Mrs. Meader and Be Fair are giving chase. Hidden Pearl back in fourth. Al Ketios against the rails is fifth. And then comes Grand Scape. But up front it is still Lady Isabel, chased by market rival Mrs. Meader. Behind them in third is Be Fair as they race down for the final quarter mile. Simon Walker and Lady Isabel has a lead of a length. Mrs. Meader now giving chase for Ross Burkitt in second. And then comes Be Fair, who's more towards the centre of the track, but it's Lady Isabel who still has the lead, hard up against the near side rails. Be Fair trying to close her down in the centre. Mrs. Meader has not picked up, and Lady Isabel just keeps on finding in front, and she's clear now, and she'll make most of the running to win for Joe Parr and Simon Walker. Lady Isabel given a great cheer by the crowds. She wins the Roy Rocket Amateur Jockeys Handicap. Second was Be Fair, third Mrs. Meader, and fourth for John Berry was Hidden Pearl.
In the year, that is number 6, Where's Jeff, and just got a couple left to see. Hiss, we may as well go forward a couple to number 1, Just Hiss. That's the other Timmy's to be runner in the race. They used to be Clan generally well represented in this. Just Hiss is on a fair enough mark. He's got winning form here in the past as well, and ran a good race behind Cockalorum, an in-form Cockalorum last time out at Redcar. Fairly well positioned that day, but could be once again. And Charlie Adwyer, who's picked up a spare in the last. World Cup winning jockey Conor Adwyer is in the saddle for Timmy's to be here on the top weight. And the only one we haven't seen is Music Seeker, so we can go back a couple down to the bottom of the paddock and we'll pick up Music Seeker. It was number 5 for Declan Carroll. Declan in winning form at the weekend at Redcar. Music Seeker, who's likely to go forward in the early stages of this race. Ideally, I think wants a little bit softer ground than he's got here, but he is well handicapped, and for all he needs to step up on what he's done on 2 starts so far this term, at some point he might just start to click. And front runner at a track that suits those tactics, you probably wouldn't strike a line through him completely, but it takes a little bit of a leap of faith based on recent performances, and given the number of in-form horses that he takes on, you could make the argument that he's on a more attractive mark than a few of his rivals, but I still think that you'd want to have seen a little bit more on recent starts.
So Chris's thoughts of the horses in the paddock, and we've got about 5 minutes or so till the off. Majolat is 9-4, Regal Mirage 9-2 as well about both Where's Jeff and Puckle 9-1, Just Hiss, Ziham 14s, Music Seeker 14, 16-1 now. Ventura Gold, who was backed in earlier, but that hasn't been replicated in the moments before the off. So all 8 run. Can I just get a quick word on that horse? Is that all right, Ventura Gold? Because I know that we talked about it at the start of the show, but the move that was by Sam Boswell earlier, it hasn't been replicated in the last hour or two.
It's gone absolutely into reverse. It's bigger price than it was when it started, certainly on exchanges. I've got the horse running well over this trip. I think his winning form is showed, but I think he's been third twice over this trip, and I thought he was a finisher who's going to benefit from a fast pace and maybe come into the race and nick a place given that the Mackie effect has been positive largely on these horses that he's got from Steve Gollings. But it doesn't look as though today's the day on that, and it's the form horses who are the horses that have been showing form this season who are definitely crowding the front of the market, particularly Majorart.
Yeah, well, exactly, and how the pace plays out with the likes of Majorart in there. We can see the performance where Majorart, for the first start for Rebecca Menzies, was runner-up at Haydock in, well, less than 2 weeks ago now, to Côte d'Azur, who was back into the winner's enclosure. You can see there the big white face switched to the outside. Côte d'Azur back to the winner's enclosure for the first time in pretty much 3 years. A horse with loads of back class who'd finished placed in a case.
And away they go. All four. Noir Zuna again has blown the start, surrendered a good few lengths and is devoid of early pace. It's 5 though, heads in towards that first bend with a fractional lead, just in advance of 1. 6 a length behind. Then we got to 3 and 2 and travel together. 4 now trying to split them. Noir Zuna. It's 1 in and Nisb on the inside of 5. So Moonbeg Messi just about eclipsing the 5 dog Scarlet's Girl until a couple of the joint favourites leading at 3. It's finishing strongly. Tycoon Claire over the top, and Tycoon Claire's going to take it from 5. And they get a bit unlucky, the 4 dog Noir's Una. Right, your next race for you then, that's going to be the 3:44, and that'll be coming up then from Sunday. Preceding that, we got the Vals 3:40.
Work and produce a good run last time. I'm slightly surprised why Jeff is so prominent in the market. I thought he might be running at Carlisle tomorrow, but he's gone here, but he just ran so badly, admittedly in heavy ground last time.
And it'd be remiss not to bring in Tim East, who's obviously had the winner already so far, and Regal Mirage, when he saves his best, it is for the 10 furlongs at Beverley invariably.
Yeah, absolutely. And the stable have struck, but just his showed he was no back number last time out, and he's well handicapped on old form. He is one I think that might go somewhere from the front.
Okay, twice a winner already this month was Puckle. We'll get the thoughts of that horse with Chris Dixon, Joe Fanning, and of course Mark Johnson in winning action up at Ayr already, and as mentioned, Puckle is looking for a 3rd win within the calendar month.
Yeah, and we'll start with a look at Puckle in action, finishing 3rd at Carlisle behind Betty Grable, switches towards this stand side on this occasion, and another really good, honest run from Puckle, really, who just so likeable because she doesn't put a foot wrong. She seems to always give her running. She's won a couple of times this year. I suspect that she's not especially well handicapped, but her consistency and her honesty puts her in the mix time and again. Now, she would need to probably better this form a little bit in order to go on and win, and I think she's got to the point now where she's probably fairly vulnerable for win purposes at this kind of level. She's been running in a slightly lower grade, hasn't she? The wins came in a 60 and a 65 at Nottingham and Ponty. That was a 0-70. She's into a 0-80. So she is going into slightly deeper races, but you just got to love her given how consistent and tough she seems to be. The cheap pieces did bring out a little bit more from her on her last couple of starts. You can also have a look at Regal Mirage, and whereas Puckle is going up in class a little bit, Regal Mirage is probably coming down a notch here. A similar level of race that he ran in last time out. It was a 0-80 as well, but it was a big field 0-80, 12 runners at York, and a really competitive looking heat going into it. And again, he's just been a very consistent horse. He probably needed his reappearance run at Redcar, and then he won around here, and then he's held his form with placed efforts since, including this 3rd behind Civil Law of Brian Ellison's at York, and Hauser Black, who finished in 2nd, having made the run in there. I thought that was a really solid effort. Sandret, who finished in 5th, had some decent form in there. So again, that was a really good run from Regal Mirage, and this is probably slightly less competitive, and he does love this track. 4 wins he's got here in the past. Did think it was a really open and competitive looking race. I thought Majolart, after that 2nd at Haydock last time out, only the 2nd start for this yard, might still have a little bit of upside. He's not had as much racing as a number of these. He's only 12 starts into his career. And Where's Jeff? I think you'd forgive him last time out. He won well enough the time before, and wouldn't be ruling him out. He's rated higher in the past. Open look to the feature then, due off any moment now. Here's Malcolm.
Thanks, Chris. Just Music Seeker. Music Seeker goes in, completes the lineup. That's it. They're ready, set, They're off, racing over a mile and 2 furlongs for the Brantingham Handicap Stakes. Where's Jeff is away fast. Puckle got a decent start, so did Just Hiss towards the inside. And also racing prominently out wide is Magellard, followed through by Music Seeker as they continue through the first furlong or so. Ventura Gold has settled towards the back of the field in company with Zaham, and Regal Mirage is also towards the back. Inside the final mile they go, then Where's Jeff, the red and white jacket, in front by about 3 parts of a length to Puckle in the dark jacket, horse in white cheek pieces, and 3 deep of those the silver and purple of Magellard, horse in a noseband. A couple of lengths to Just Hiss in the green with the blue cap, followed through centre pack by Music Seeker in blue and yellow. A little gap in behind that one to Zaham, who's sitting towards the back of the field. Also well back at this stage is Ventura Gold. Regal Mirage has made a couple of places. They're racing towards the end of the backstretch and starting the right-handed turn down the hill, and it's Magellard and Oliver Stammers who've gone on here by a length and a half to Where's Jeff racing second. Puckle is close up third from Just Hiss in fourth. Behind those in fifth position, Music Seeker, then the improving Regal Mirage. Behind those towards the back of the field, Ventura Gold, and Zaham is still well back in last position, about 8 lengths off the leaders. Down towards the foot of the hill they come. They've got 3.5 furlongs to go from here, turning towards the home straight. And up front, Magellard still there by a half length to Puckle racing second. Right behind those in third is Where's Jeff. Just Hiss is next from Regal Mirage as they take the rising ground. Back towards the final 2.5 furlongs they come. Magellard trying to get away off the front. Puckle in the centre. Where's Jeff? Regal Mirage continues to pick up. Just Hiss is behind those. Zaham trying to get going from the back, then Ventura Gold. Back towards the final furlong and a half they come. Magellard still there, tackled by Where's Jeff. Behind those Regal Mirage. Just Hiss towards the inside rail. They go back inside the final half furlong now. Where's Jeff to the outside. Regal Mirage trying to finish on the inside. Magellard is kept going between horses. It's Where's Jeff in front as they race up towards the line, and Where's Jeff will go on to land the spoils. Tight behind Magellard went past with Regal Mirage. They were in front of Just Hiss.
Where's Jeff back on better ground, back in the winner's enclosure for Mick and David East to be Joanna Mason in the saddle, and another winner for her. She's having a tremendous season, real grafter, and that hard work is paying off all of the time. It was tight for second spot with Magellard and Regal Mirage filling the places. Magellard in second, Regal Mirage in third, but Where's Jeff the winner at 9-2 under Joanna Mason, and I suspect he'd just put it down to the ground last time out, and he does like it around here at Beverley. That's the second time that he's won here. He was never too far away, in an ideal position really under Joanna Mason. Pulled out to strike on the outside of Magellard, who was really gutsy and battled back to make sure that Where's Jeff had to pull out all the stops really, and Regal Mirage, who eventually got rolling up that far rail, was perhaps a little bit short of room. We'll see it properly on the head on, but he keeps on for another very solid effort in third. He's really consistent. A number of these horses have just been running well, and they're probably as a bunch not that well treated. The winner was probably the exception in that, because he'd got winning form off higher in the past, and I suppose you could say that the runner-up Magellard might just be going the right way, having not been long with this yard. Here we'll see the head-on, see whether Mirage was especially short of room or not. It got a little bit tight, but it didn't really affect his position at all, did it? I wouldn't say that he's been unfortunate and should have been a great deal closer. But the winner, Where's Jeff, just got a clear shot at things down the outside at this point. Regal Mirage switches towards the inside and the far rail. Didn't make any sort of a difference, but it's Where's Jeff, best handicapped horse in the race, as it turned out, coming home in front to take what was a pretty interesting race really, Nick. I know they're a fairly averagely handicapped bunch, but they're solid, consistent horses, and he's well on top of them and late on.
6,650 rand with 105 live tickets. Most of those tickets on number 7, Lucy in the Sky. And Jackpot 2 is worth 231 rand 50. Let's go to Lyle for his final preview.
Race number 8 is the Fillies Mare 76 divided handicap over 1,200 metres. And we're finding ourselves another competitive little race here. Number 8, up close and personal. The tongue tie is on. Take out 17 and 18, so 16 runners on the way down to the start. There's our jackpot quick mix 3. Vol 8, Air 5, Brighton 6, and Beverly 7. 16:40, 1 hour long it lasts, and you have 5 minutes to get those bets on. Right, race number 8. Firstly, I'd like to say my first selection is number 4, Bat Out of Hell, and I'll tell you why. Bat Out of Hell holds Lucy in the Sky on the last run. Lucy in the Sky is running so well and holds a few, so if Bat Out of Hell arrives here in good form after this rest, that for me is the one to beat at 10.50 and £2.80. Chase Majan for the Sham stable. They've had a winner today off a longer rest than this one, but she does come off a 117-day rest. I wrote there in my notes, big runner if ready. She does have ability. That last run when she beat Lucy in the Sky, Lucy in the Sky's won twice, Golden Spoons won twice, Bedouin Brides won, Fascinados won, and Sudden Breaks won. And when she ran second to Future Lady, there have been 5 winners from that form line. So she's having her first run out of the maidens here this afternoon. Obviously not going to be easy, and she's back from a rest, but I'm going to make her my narrow first selection in race number 8 at R10 and £2.90. Over the page, number 10, Feather the Nest at 16.23 Rand 10. Here's my value bet. Gavin Lorena for St. John Grey, daughter of Bezran. She's running well. She's 1 for 1 with Gavin. She only got 2 points for that win last time, and I think she just could be present here. I remember that interview last week or so when I chatted to St. John. He said she's got to be ridden exactly perfect. She's got to be ridden a certain way, and Gavin got it spot on last time. She got a very short run in, and Gavin will obviously know that now, and not that he didn't know it last time, but on that last run she won in a good time of 69.76. She could be some really good value at 16.20 and 3.10. And then of course number 7, Lucy in the Sky, your current favourite, Warren Kennedy for Brett Webber. She's running oh so well. Since leaving the maiden, she's run third to Into the Future. She beat the Villa Grand. Glotoria she had behind her, and last time out when she ran second to Certifiable, she had Feather the Nest behind her. So obviously running well, got the champ aboard. Number 7, Lucy in the Sky, worthy horse here in the final race. And then number 2, Persica. This one's Samanga Kamala for St. John Grey, back from a 61-day rest. I think she also has to be ridden in a certain way, but Samanga retains the ride here. Merit ratings come down, dropping in class, and could be competitive. That run last time out behind Anne Boleyn has produced Kayla's Champion Greens from that form line. The third behind Mind Reader. Mind Reader is a decent sort.
Stella Zizu, 4 South Lodge Kane, 5 Burgess Jessica, 6 is Supreme Krug, A6 the grade, race 7, 338 Monmore. Monmore they're off, and they head away, and 1 stepped out lively, 1 leading up from the 5 and the 4, then 3 ahead of 6 and 2. Racing around the opening couple of bends, and it's the 1 Lily's Pearl who gets away. Make it about 3 lengths over to 3, Stella Zizo in second, 5 lengths away to the 4, South Lodge Kane, then 2, 5 and 6. Here's the penultimate bend. 1's going to lead him back towards home, but 3 is very much on its coattails now. It's 1 from 3. 3 trying to nip up the inside. 1 trying to hold sway. 1 and 3. 3 and 1. 3 and 1 in a photo finish at the line. 4 back in third. Stella Zizu, Lily's Pearl have put it up to the judge at Monmore. 3 and 1. Photo finish.
My value bet's going to be number 10, Feather the Nest. Here's Alistair for the final time this afternoon.
Thanks very much, Lal. They're down at the start. They'll be called to load shortly. Racing tomorrow is at Kenilworth. Wednesday meeting. In a bit of rain over the last 24 hours down in Cape Town, but Kenilworth is like a sponge. Obviously, you don't want too much more. Back here on Thursday. Racing on Friday is at Fairview. Regular slot for the listed East Cape Breeder Stakes. More feature racing coming from Fairview. Saturday doubleheader. The first of the meetings gets underway at Turfentine, and then there's a fantastic feature race card at Kenilworth with 6 features on the 8 race card. Sunday, the KZN Breeders' Day down at Hollywood Bets Greyville. Next Monday, staying at Greyville. That'll kick off Vodacom Durban July week. I haven't seen any adverts, but generally Monday is the day that tote betting opens for the Vodacom Durban July, but I'm under correction. Like I said, not seen any adverts this year. Neither have I seen a Pick 6 ad. And back here next Tuesday. That's how the next 7 days shape up, and they are loading. Nearly half the field in as Feather the Nest joins the lineup. Bat out of Hull. McCallie needs to load. And Java House has come through the front of the stall, wriggled out of the front of the stall. How'd she do that? Escape artist Java House. And she wriggled out of stall gate 1 and then just stood there and said, right, come and get me and put me back. So Bat out of Hull, Java House and McCallie need to load. As up close and personal loaded. Java House back in. They just about set for a start. Gates open and they fired away. Persica Dwelt was about 2 lengths slow. Space Race was out nasty. Big City Girl right there in the early stages. Green Hill, McCallie towards the extreme outside. Then up the middle of the courses from here to eternity. Miss Costa Rica as they split into 2. Up close and personal leads the inside group. Lady Nicker is behind her. Then Bat out of Hell, Java House, Persica. Feather the Nest, green with the white rings, but the red cap is stuck in the middle of the course. Lucy in the Sky is just off them. Further back then to Golden Spiral. Capitiana next best, and See You Tiger is one of the back markers. 600 meters left to go towards the inside. Up close and personal, Lady Nicker, then Java House and Bat out of Hull towards the outside, Green Hill right there, then Space Race, Capitiana, Big City Girl out after those. Further back from here to eternity, Golden Spiral next best, and Lucy in the Sky is in the middle of the course, now with 300 meters left to go, and Capitiana towards the outside, tightened up with Bat out of Hull, Lucy in the Sky in the middle from here to eternity, Java House, Persica trying to come out of the pack into the closing stages, Lucy in the Sky, Capitiana towards the outside, mowing her down. Line comes, Capitiana beats Lucy in the Sky. Third from here to eternity. Fourth is very close. Big City Girl and Bat out of Hull are involved. So Capitiana wins. Craig Zaki and Lucky Hudalakis, not for the first time today. First one was for David Shaw, this one for brother of David, Tommy Shaw. The good brother. Bred by the Himalayan stud and the daughter of Captain of All Winds. Now a 4-time winner from 22 starts. She'll just get the better of Lucy in the Sky. Capitiana the winner. Second, Lucy in the Sky. Couple of lengths away to From Here to Eternity, who was third.
And on ratings, well, if you look at the betting, she will emulate her dam, who won it back in 2008, Gordon.
You could say she's bred to win this race. Keep Busy. Her dam Look Busy set the track record, which still stands here at Ayr, when blitzing home as a 3-year-old back in 2008, stopping the clock at 55.68 seconds. She went on to win the Group 2 Temple Stakes at Haydock Park the next year, so Keep Busy here trying to do what her mum did 13 years ago.
Exactly, and you have to say she's got a pretty good chance of emulating her mother as well, hasn't she? Because Look Busy comes here with much the best form on offer, a horse who's proven herself at the highest level. Gordon, runner-up to Glass Slippers in a Group 1 at Ireland last summer, 5th in the Abbey, 5th in the King's Stand just 7 days ago. So she stands out on form, head and shoulders above her rivals here, Gordon. If you hard backing her, and clearly there have been plenty of people wanting to get stuck in at odds on, she's now as short as 8 to 15. The two sort of imponderables you've got are how much of an effect does the race in the King's Stand have on her here? Quick turnaround, only 7 days since she was last seen on the opening day of Royal Ascot, and also the drying ground here. She's probably at her best on a bit slower ground. She does seem to act on this kind of ground absolutely fine, and if she passes both of those that test and comes through those two imponderables with sort of flying colours, if you like, then clearly the others are all going to have to raise their game to a level that they've not reached before.
Anything likely to emerge from the handicap ranks? I'm talking Iva Bat to maybe Blackberry, Stars in the Night.
Yeah, Iva Bat was good last time in Ireland. Very much a progressive profile for her, but she again is going to have to take her game to a new level. Did like her attitude she showed in winning last time. For the others from the handicap rank, Stars of the Night, her 3 wins this year have all come on the all-weather. So how much of that improvement can be attributed to artificial surfaces, we don't yet know, but she's clearly very much a horse on the upgrade. And Blackberry does have plenty to find on the figures, but she does go well on top of the ground, and a strongly run 5 furlongs will probably suit her as well. They all do have to step up, Gordon. If there is a horse that's going to possibly take advantage if Keep Busy does disappoint, my money would be on Wise Words here. She's been aimed at the race by James Tate. Good run at Bath on her reappearance and goes well fresh. She's come here on the back of a short break.
I think Macri, Stars in the Night and Blackberry are the 3 that are still out of line, so shouldn't take too much longer. It looks as if Macri's coming forward now, so we're down to the final couple by the look of it. Let's go back up to Darren then for a race that will be all over, Dazzler, in less than a minute.
Yeah, interesting what you were saying about how fast this 5 furlongs is at air. So last of the runners going in, Stars in the Night and Blackberry for this, the Irish Stallion Farms EBF Landerburns Filly Stakes, listed race over 5 furlongs. Blackberry goes in, all in. They're off. McCree began well. Midwinster is prominent over towards the far side. Stars in the Night. Near side, Free Love in the orange jacket. Blackberry's red colours is showing up there. Dicky Doodah and Keep Busy are behind the leading wall of runners. Queen's Order to the near side and off the pace at the moment. Wise Words in company with Ivor Bat. It's McCree, Midwinster, Blackberry 1, 2 and 3. Free Love is handy. Dicky Doodah, green and white jacket just in behind them. Keep Busy in the black and white colours behind the leading wave of runners. Stars in the Night is over to the right, being pushed along. Off the pace at present, Ivor Bat being followed by Wise Words. Inside the final 2, McCree's running a big race. Dicky Doodah now to make a big effort. Now in the clear is Keep Busy. They run down towards the last furlong, and here comes Keep Busy down the centre of the course. Midwinster's got every chance. Stars in the Night far side, Dicky Doodah, and it's Keep Busy and Dicky Doodah. Midwinster running on. Keep Busy though is in front, shows her quality. Keep Busy wins the Landerburns. Tight places, Dicky Doodah, Midwinster and Wise Words.
Keep Busy then did exactly what her mum did back in 2008 by winning the Land of Burns Stakes here. I'm hearing it's Dicky Doodah that's got second place, which means it's close for third between number 4 Midwinster and number 7 Wise Words, who didn't have the best of runs through. But Keep Busy just tracking the leaders, sent on inside the final furlong by Jason Hart, and goes on to win the listed Land of Burns Stakes for trainer John Quinn.
Yeah, Wise Words, I think, with a clear run, may well have got up for third place, but I don't think she'd have been lay a glove on Keep Busy, who at this stage looked like she might be have a bit of a fight on her hands, but ultimately her class has come to the fore. She's got the split here between Macri and Midwinster and responded really well to a typically all-action Jason Hart drive to get the better of Dicky Doodah. It took a while for Wise Words to get a gap and a way through, but she's run okay. Dicky Doodah has turned around that form with her from Bath, but there was this has gone to the class mare in the race, and she adds her name to a race that's got a pretty illustrious roll of honour.
You can see the ones that are held up in the early stages. Ivor Bat's held up in the yellow jacket, and also yellow jacket just in front of Ivor Bat. The eventual fourth, as it's been called, Wise Words. It's McCree that set the pace. Midwinster's not far off it either. Racing on the right of shot, that's Stars in the Night, who was bidding for a four-timer. Our previous 3 wins, of course, coming in handicap company.
Yeah, we can see Look Busy in the black and white strike cap. Jason Hart starting to get to work. I thought David Allen was always pretty happy with how his filly Wise Words was going, but you can see he's come through to track Macri at this point, and he's had to angle out again to try to find a run. He's eventually got one there, but I think things just tighten up for a little bit here. But by this stage, Look Busy has hit the front, and she has gone on. So Keep Busy, I should say, has hit the front. And
what a shade causally, really.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, and as we discussed beforehand, Gordon, she had by far the best form in the book. She's proved herself without winning at group level. She's won a listed races before. She's run with immense credit in races like the Flying Five, like the Abbey, like the King Stand just week. And although that was a race run at a searing pace last week, she's bounced back, bust up to the far end of the other end of the country from Royal Ascot, and she's been turned out in impeccable form by her trainer John Quinn, and provides another big race success for the Quinn Hart partnership, which has been such an effective link up for both parties.
Jason Harris first row Ascot winner last week, of course.
Exactly, yeah. So they've been having a grand time of things, and she's a smashing filly, isn't he? Who no doubt will be plying her trade with this fixture under belt back in group company between now and the end of the season.
Dickie Dooda's got second. She was off the bridle by halfway.
Yeah, time she could easily improve with a bit of time, you know, back on the turf as well. I think she's interesting. Golden Love. Zayzoon at 13-2 was the black and white hoops. Zayzoon went to post as well in the black and white hoops for West Buckland, Bloodstock, Alex Dunn and Danny Muscat, red sleeves and cap for Zayzoon. I didn't mention that one going down. There's a 7-1 chance. Bayamon Bell also 7-1. And money for Zayzoon, in fact, now into sixes. Ocean Wild at 10s. Global Acclamation 12-1. 14-1 bar those. So my shortlist is getting a bigger here. I think I'm going to land on a couple in the end. I'm going to go Golden Love as the main selection. I thought she went really well going down. I'm surprised that she's not shown any ability so far. But there's a little bit of money for Zayzoon. Just wonder how interesting this is. A horse who was actually bred by the Aga Khamas and originally trained over in France. Hasn't won for a long time. But there were signs, you know, that Chepstow run last time, he showed a little bit more. I think he might be getting closer to winning again. Camacho Man I wasn't sure about. He was the favourite I didn't like. So I thought Zayzoon and Golden Love, if we had those two on our side, we might have it covered. We shall see. They're at the start. Runners have made their way to the start. There is Lady Monica. Lady Monica is going to go in first. She was taken steadily to post, but she's the first one into the stalls. So any final bets for our sixth race? Lady Monica's gone in early here. She was down to go to post quite late, I think, but she's gone in first. Amazon Princess, I've not mentioned much of. Tony Newcomb, he's here today. I saw him in the saddling boxes. He's got the rank outsider here. Sheila O'Shea's also a big old price. I did like my two still. Zayzoon I thought might run better than I saw recently. He's only won once though. It's a concern, isn't it? And Golden Love's the one I've landed on as well. Quite like hers going down. Loading now. Got a few in. Sheila O'Shea. Golden Love has attracted some late support now. 9-2 Golden Love. Joint favourite with Lady Monica. 5-1 Zayzoon has been backed. Camacho Man 5-1. Bayamon Bell 15-2. Not without support either. Bayamon Bell. Golden Love still to go in. Golden Love coming forward now. I think she's one of the last in here. Golden Love completes the line. We're ready. They're off. This is the first division of the Download the At the Races app handicap stakes. Slow to leave the stalls was Sure We Can. One that broke well was Zayzoon, red sleeves and cap, and also Amazon Princess is up there too in the red and white diamonds. Just off them is Lady Monica in third, the blue colours with a noseband. Then comes Camacho Man in black and yellow, a bit wider out. Dark blue of Global Acclamation is more towards the rails. And then Sheila O'Shea has got the noseband and the hood on. Be followed then through by Sure We Can. Wider out the two-tone blue of Ocean Wild. Back against the pegs is further back in the field Bayamon Bell, black and yellow. Then comes Golden Love, who's quite far back at this stage, the black and white halves. And last of all, and chased along too, is Favoured Destiny as they descend the hill past halfway. So up front then in the centre, it's still Zayzoon and Danny Muscat leading up here by a length to Amazon Princess racing in second. Behind those, ridden along now is Lady Monica. Towards the extreme left is Camacho Man, starts to get a little bit closer. Racing down then for the final 2 furlongs. Camacho Man coming stand side to try and challenge Lady Monica. Meanwhile, far side, Bayamon Bell is picking up 2. Lady Monica, Camacho Man, and then comes Global Acclamation. Golden Love from the back towards the far side is running on, but Lady Monica's in front, she's away. Lady Monica, Camacho Man giving chase towards the stand side. Running on still is Golden Love. Lady Monica's all out here. She needs the line. Here's Golden Love. Lady Monica and Golden Love. It got very close between those two. Camacho Man was third, and then behind those with Global Acclamation. This will go to the judge between Lady Monica and Golden Love.
One mile 6 will suit, but she's interesting to me. I think she is progressive.
Okay. Charlie Appleby's got Wild Beauty, who has got a lovely pedigree, and she won nicely last time, having shown a bit of promise first time up. She stepped forward from that. You think she'll take all the beating in that race? I thought that she might be vulnerable. I thought there were a couple against her that might be of interest.
I thought River Pride was the most interesting, and again, there's encouragement in the family for soft ground, and she's getting weight, so I thought she was the most. I thought there was a number of quite interesting also pedigree. Corda, who's a Sir Percy full sister to a mile and a half with a good family as well. I mean, I'm not going to go. We'll talk about all later, but I think there's 2 or 3 newcomers who are of interest. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to talk about throughout the night. Not only the races that we've got here, we actually start off with an Arab race in just about 20 minutes or so. So any Arab horse racing fans can tune into Extra for that. And then, of course, the card picks up with some interesting racing throughout the evening. And, of course, we'll be also getting Steve's view on 5 days at Cheltenham. I've been waiting to ask Steve what he thinks of that. We'll find the appropriate moment. I'm sure we'll find the appropriate moment to bring that subject up. But in the meantime, from Steve and I, for the moment here at Newbury, which, as we've heard from Nick Lightfoot, it's going to be on soft ground. This meeting will be run. We're going to head back to Nick Lightfoot and then start building up to our racing here in Berkshire.
Yeah, we look forward to it. 4:25, that purebred Arabian race, 10 furlongs condition stakes, Shadwell with 7 of the 9. Hopefully, we'll bring you that live on the channel. The first race, though, for the thoroughbreds is an apprentice handicap, 5 o'clock, and then we run through till 8:05, the last of 7 thoroughbred races. These are the nons. Brought you them earlier, and I think they're just about the same. Lady Reset in the 5 o'clock. Isomel won't be running in the 5:30, won't be making the debut. Moon Island in the 6 o'clock. 3 of them in the 7 o'clock. Cirrus, Arsonist and Twilight Song. And Mr. Tyrrell is out of the penultimate contest. Right, it's time to go to Beverley. Their 4:05 is just a few moments away, and here's Chris in the paddock.
Race 6 here at Beverley, the Racing TV Extra on racingtv.com handicap. We're over 10 furlongs here for a 0 to 60 confined to the 3-year-olds. We'll start with a look at number 10, Ventura Kingdom, who might just be suited by coming back down in distance here. Didn't seem to quite get home over a mile and 3/4 at Redcar, having raced freely behind an in-form King Victor last time out. Was beaten 10 lengths, but as I say, stamina I think was an issue, and this trip probably going to be more feasible. So certainly one to stick onto the shortlist, I think, is number 10, Ventura Kingdom, for Mark Johnston and Joe Fanning. If we go right down the bottom of the paddock, number 11, the fairly small chestnut son of New Bay, Johnny Boom, We'll get him as he comes towards us. I think he's a well-handicapped horse, Johnny Boom. Whether or not he wants this trip, I think that is a worry. It's a doubt, I think. Not really bred to get quite this far, but I do think he's well-handicapped. He was beaten by two horses that were on good marks in Celestial Queen and Cosmos Raj at Redcar when he was last seen. If he stays the trip, I think he's dangerous, but particularly on a stiff track like this, I think it's something that he has to go on and prove. He's followed by number 9, the Fast Lion. The Fast Lion, who was with David O'Mara last season, now with Ruth Carr, hasn't really fired so far this term. Number 5 follows him. That is Wild City Diva, daughter of Cityscape for Tim Easterby. Already on the score sheet this afternoon, the Easterby team. And this filly was on the score sheet at Ripon a couple of starts ago. I think she enjoyed the conditions that day, and it's quicker ground today. I think that is something that might be her undoing. I think the progeny of Cityscape seem to like easy ground. I think they've been quite popular with the jumps yards as well, the Cityscapes. I was chatting to Brian Ellison the other week, and I know that he likes them from a dual purpose point of view. Go back over the far side. Number 7 just stood down the bottom at the moment. That is David O'Mara's runner, Valley of Flowers, daughter of Slade Power. Shane Gray takes the ride. Yard have been hitting the crossbar again this afternoon. 3 seconds up at air already. And Valley of Flowers, who was third on the reappearance run at Pontefract, a well enough held third, but that was a solid enough start to the season. Didn't quite build on that at Hamilton last time out. Comes back up in trip a bit today. That could suit. You would imagine a fairly forward-going ride, as is often the case with her. And Shane Gray will have the full length of the back straight to try and get across into a good early position. The other one that we could do with seeing is number 13, Lady Ziana, really. We'll have a look around the paddock to see if we can find Lady Ziana. Here we go, coming towards us now with the hood on. That's Lady Ziana, who started last season with Richard Farr. He didn't really show a great deal in truth, but best run so far was that second place finish at Nottingham last time out, behind a horse of Clive Cox's called Tragoni, who was quite well bred to be better than the mark of 54, I think it was, that Tragoni won off that day. And Lady Ziana probably bumped into one to some degree, so similar effort might well be enough. That's a number of the key ones then for race 6, which is up next here at Beverley. Draw off at 4:05.
And those present today at Beverley really enjoyed a fine afternoon. Glorious scene there. Out of Sight is 9-4 favourite for this race. Johnny Boom at 3-1, 11-2 Ventura Kingdom. Lady Ziana is 8-1, 12-1 Time for a Good 'Un. Valley of Flowers at 14-1. Wild City Diva 16-1. That's the same as Belvedere Blast and Oh So Quiet 28-1 and bigger the others. I have to say that I was quite pleased to hear Chris's assessment about Lady Ziana's performance at Nottingham last week. I was there, and I know she had a bit of a soft lead, but she had to be worn down by one who I thought would be an improver at the trip, that in the form of Tregony, who was well bred. I've had a few quid on her, Lady Ziana. Where would you sit with that one?
Well, it's not a matter of where I sit with it, Nick. Lady Ziana's a big drifter despite that run and despite 2 non-runners, so the form was there to be seen, or what the semblance of form. Out of Sight is shortened up, but just in proportionate to the second and the third favourite coming out. But the two that have been backed are Johnny Boom, certainly for Richard Farr, despite a short absence. And there's a little bit of money.
Where's the bunny? Here he comes, and off. Still in trap order as they cut the corner. It's one with a good lead here from the blue jacket of 2. 4 and 3 now move together, so the 4 dogs made a bit of ground. Indeed, he's now actually usurp the 3 dog and trying to make a ground on the inside of 1 and 2. 2 now pushes his way to the front, then just in advance of 4, and then we got 1, the scratcher and a trap. 6 trying to run on with 5, but 2 leads. 4 now taking aim. It's 2 digging deep with 4. 6 trying to shoot up on the inside. 3 we go. 6 has come from a long, about to take it. Hot iron. What a hot performance that was to win that 4:04. Blistering home to win it. 6 takes it from maybe 4 ahead of 2. So next race for them, bit of a break. That will be Sunderland's 4:23.
Going to be suited by going back up in trip here, judged by the way that he shaped last time out at Carlisle. Ghostly, who's the absentee from this race would have been one of the main dangers to him, and I actually just preferred Ghostly coming into the racing this morning, but Ghostly out of the way, and that does make the task that little bit better, I think, for Out of Sight. Johnny Boom, as I mentioned in the paddock, I think there's a stamina doubt, whereas Ventura Kingdom, I think, will be well suited by coming back down in distance. Of the bigger prices, Valley of Flowers probably made the most appeal. Despite the wide draw, it's not too much of a problem, the draw, when you're over this trip. You've got a long way to get into a position. But here's Malcolm to call them.
Thank you, Chris. I think we're set here. They're ready. And they're off, racing over 1 mile and 2 furlongs for the Racing TV Extra on racingtv.com handicap stakes. Lady Ziana's away well towards the near side. Ventura Kingdom's got a good sit in the pale blue jacket right behind them. The red headgear of Time for a Good One's away well. So too Valley of Flowers in black and green, who's racing a little bit deeper. They settle down through the first furlong and a half then. Lady Ziana towards the inside, the red and white corded jacket. Out wide Valley of Flowers. Tucked in behind them Ventura Kingdom from Time for a Good One. The big white face of Wild City Diva just behind the pace, a little bit deeper out of sight, the maroon with the white stars and armlets. Johnny Boom is centre pack, followed by Belvedere Blast. Towards the rear of the field is Oh So Quiet. Creative Mojo is another one towards the back of the pack as they continue towards the end of the back stretch. The overall back marker is the Fast Lion, and James Sullivan's got him about 12 to 15 off the leader, which is Lady Ziana and Paul Hannigan, as they take the turn away from the back stretch. On the descent then, Lady Ziana in front by about a neck. To Valley of Flowers racing in second, a length and a half back to Ventura Kingdom, tight on the inside fence. Out of sight, ranging up wide of that one, followed through by Time for a Good One as they continue their progress down the hill. They're about to swing right-handed back towards us. Wild City Diva makes up a little bit of ground towards the outside of runners. Tucked in centre pack, Johnny Boom is next, followed by Belvedere Blast and Oh So Quiet. Still well back at this stage, Creative Moto, and so too the Fast Lion. Up the hill they come, back towards the final 2.5. Lady Ziana still there. Valley of Flowers trying to work his way up sides. 3 deep of those out of sight kept going. Ventura Kingdom behind those, followed through by Wild City Diva with the white face. Then Belvedere Blast and Johnny Boom in the star jackets picking up late. Back towards the final furlong and a half they go. Lady Ziana towards the inside, out of sight. Johnny Boom's trying to go right over the top towards the near side. Ventura Kingdom is next. Johnny Boom has come lashing through towards the near side. Lady Ziana trying to respond, so too out of sight, but Johnny Boom's in the clear, and Johnny Boom will go on to win. It's a double for Tony Hamilton. Tight behind, Lady Ziana went past with out of sight in front of Ventura Kingdom.
Johnny Boom with a first career success off a pretty low handicap mark, and a handicap mark that he is a good deal better than. Absolutely bolted up. I was fairly sure he was on a good mark, unconvinced that he would want this trip. Well, he's relished the trip and found some improvement. It's tight for second between Lady Ziana and Out of Sight. Top and tail of the weights, those two. And towards the foot of the weights, Johnny Boom is the one that's won. Mid-pack at this point, travelling well under Tony Hamilton, who's had a double on the card. He was aboard Hugo Gregory a little bit earlier on. Switches out to the centre of the track and has really powered home to see off Out of Sight, who has just been confirmed in second spot and remains in good form, if not especially well treated. And Lady Ziana, who's managed to match that form from Nottingham last time out. Better from Ventura Kingdom, who has seemed better suited by the drop back in trip here. But the winner was always travelling best, and the races are a lot less messy once that cutaway is in place here at Beverley. They just kind of fan out more, and you don't get as many hard luck stories once you get into the straight, and you've got a couple of furlongs to try and negotiate a passage through. You're obviously still going to get hard luck stories, but not to the same extent as when that's not in. And the winner has been able to get a clear passage through and win like a very well handicapped horse, Nick. He's only on a lowly mark to start off, but he's clearly well ahead of it.
Absolutely miles ahead of it. We've got shots there of Lady Ziana, but of 48, given the fact that the horse has only had 2 starts now on turf, going up to 10 furlongs for the first time, once organised, picked up beautifully, and probably Dave was just remarking there in the studio as well, the way that the horse has acted on the turf, maybe on the ground, the course as well. There might be reason to believe that on a slightly different surface, different track as well, you can see the horse to an even better light.
I don't think there's any doubt the horse is improving, and I think going downhill on fastish ground at Beverley wouldn't be ideal, but certainly coming up the hill is a different story. Another winning ride from Tony Hamilton and another extremely well-timed ride. It's probably on a seriously well-handicapped well-handicapped horse relative to most in this race, and there's probably not many of them that are improving. But Johnny Boom, 2-month gap, extremely well backed, best backed horse in the race despite not going off favourite. And yeah, he's certainly got a future, and it'll go up a bit. So it's a Tuesday, so you'd be surprised if he wasn't out before next Friday.
2:05.63 the time. We'll take it back to the very beginning, and a horse who's due to go up a couple of pounds. They were looking to take advantage of this. Lady Ziana, who'd run well over Nottingham from the front last time, had that inside draw and took advantage of it to get to the front, as you would imagine they would do, given that inside draw and the propensity to go forward like last time. She's run well.
She has run well. She's still there at the end. Well, I'm not absolutely certain Out of Sight has ran as well, because I thought Dylan Hogan was looking through his legs and really thinking he'd got it all covered about 2 furlongs out. I'm not certain, but from memory, I think he had it. I think he thought he had it covered. The winner is in seventh place. Yeah, seventh place on the inside, so he's got a good position. There's a few of these who haven't got much in the way of ability who are behind him, and a few are getting ridden along quite early in the race. So it quickly becomes clear that several of them aren't really up to winning a race. I just want to watch this Out of Sight, see whether I'm being a little bit harsh on it or not. But yeah, your horse.
Personal view was, when we see it in the closing stages, you're going to see that the winner had to switch outside of Out of Sight, who hit his top speed, but it just couldn't match. Well, nothing couldn't match the winner.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't spotted. I was watching the favourite here, and I thought it looks short, and I'm sure a lot of in-running backers were feeling the same. It looks all over, but you can just see there Tony Hamilton is stalking and got everything covered. He certainly wasn't overconfident, the jockey on Out of Sight. Just wonder whether it's found as much as he thought it might, but it's still a maiden after 6 runs, so it's run okay, but it had no chance with this.
This is the telling moment, and I'm just watching the feet, the way that he was going through the ground as well, and once organised, obviously a horse at the relatively early stages of his career, and the fact that this was just the second time on turf, he's unproven, unexposed on anything slower than this. He's won very handsomely.
He's won effortlessly, really, and nothing really has come from them. They're not very good, but he's beaten the right horse in Out of Sight. And yeah, he's definitely got a future, and the future is above 0 to 48, or whatever this was. Well, running off 48, 0 to 60s. He's better than that, I think.
Everyone there enjoying their afternoon at Beverley. Johnny Boom, the latest winner there, as we head back to air and rejoin Gordon.
A handicap now over 1.5 miles, our longest race of the day, Ed, and we start with number 3, Stonific, who's gone up £1 for scrambling home by a short head at Ripon last time.
Yes, he did. That was a return to the winner's enclosure for Stonific, who was twice a winner over 2 miles at Beverley last July, and then, as I say, came back from a few slightly lesser efforts to score narrowly over that same trip at Ripon 3 weeks ago, where I think he did well to pick off the long-time leader as his rider that day, Sean Kieran, found himself caught in a pocket for a good furlong or so at just the wrong time. He can mark up that performance a little bit, and as a result, the £1 rise here, I think, is not going to be necessarily a problem to Stonific's chances of winning. What I do wonder about is whether this is going to be enough of a test for him in a race lacking pace, down in trip. I'm not quite sure whether this might all play to his strengths, Stonific.
Number 1, Wise Eagle, has been a revelation for Adam Nichol. His mark since winning at Newcastle in March has gone from 67 to 80 today, and he's also won a jumper's bumper at Newcastle for good measure.
Yeah, he has. He was bought for just 7,000 guineas out of Tom Clover's yard last autumn, and he's won 4 of his 5 starts on the flat, plus that jumper's bumper, as you say, Gordon. He's been a real advertisement for the training talents of his rookie trainer Adam Nicol. His sole disappointment came when down the field in a decent race at York on soft ground on his penultimate start, but he quickly put that behind him to win narrowly in a 4-runner affair at Musselburgh over a 1.6 miles early this month when he had Jack Yates last of 4. He's up a pound. How much manoeuvrability he has off this mark of 80 remains to be seen, but the ground is ideal for him here. But again, he's a horse that generally comes from off the pace, and with no obvious front runner in this field, this has the potential to turn into a tactical affair.
Green Gauge, number 4, has almost been to Tristan Davidson what Wise Eagle has been to Adam Nicol. She's been in tremendous form, and even a step into Class 4 company at York last time, an honourable third, but before that a hat-trick of wins, including course and distance success here at Ayr.
Yeah, those wins coming at Redcar and then twice here, as you're saying, the last of those coming over course and distance on similar ground to today's. It was no surprise that she was capable of doing something like that, because she returned to turf off a 15-pound lower mark than her all-weather rating, and she's duly capitalised on that. The turf mark has now caught up with the all-weather one, but she ran another perfectly sound race in an apprentices heat at York last time, where she was beaten about a length into third, but she found herself poorly positioned as things turned out in what was a modestly run race. She's only up another pound for that, but she does give the impression that while she's in this kind of rich vein of form, that there may well still be some scope in her mark. Like one or two of these we've already mentioned, Gordon, whether the potential tactical scenario of this race will suit her ideally is open to some doubt, but she was ridden more prominently for the first of her 2 wins this season over 10 furlongs, and now that connections know that she stays this far, Jason Hart might be inclined to ride her a bit further forward and keep her a bit close to the pace in case this does get tactical.
Number 6 New Society is an Irish rider trained by Keith Watson. He's got winning form in a maiden hurdle at Fairyhouse back in April. He won quite nicely, snugly, I thought, at Fairyhouse 2 runs ago, and I'm guessing the run at Gore Park, the disappointing one just 3 days later, came too soon?
Yeah, you would have to imagine that, Gordon. As you say, won well at Fairyhouse, showed a good attitude that day, and had won at Fairyhouse over hurdles before that as well. If that run did come too quickly last time, then it might be a little bit of a concern that New Society has turned out again only 8 days later here. What we do know about him is that he's ideally suited by this trip on decent ground, and he's certainly a well-handicapped horse on some of his old form for James Bethel when he was rated in the mid-1980s. And another potential positive is he does tend to be ridden more handily than some of the other market principles here, and that may prove to be no bad thing, as I say, if there is a lack of pace here, which there may well could be with no obvious out front running the line.
6, second last time out, and an A4. And away and racing we go. Well, 1 got off to a good break, also Fire's right there with the speed. 2, 3, 4 and 6 need to do more as they come and hit the first bend. It's 5 up on the inside with 5. Just in behind races 3, they're being followed by 4, 6 and 2. Down the back they come then. It's 1 going on, 5 on the outer, 3 up on the inner. 4 and 6 are stalking patiently. 2's getting outpaced now. Coming around the final bend, then the leading group of 5 are covered by just a few lengths as they come into the straight. Then 3 the far side, 6 down the near side, and 6 is doing enough to take it. 6 wins, beats 3 in second, and a tight run thing for third, 1 and 2.
One of those significantly, Gordon, came over this trip, which I think went some way to disproving any stamina doubts for her. I think that's significant here because this is a race that didn't have any obvious front runner when I went through it, and therefore there's the potential for this to become tactical. But now that her trainer Tristan Davison and the man on board there, Jason Hart, know that she stays this trip, I would suspect that Jason might ride a little bit further forward. That's how she was ridden when she won at Redcar and here over 10 furlongs. I think Jason will be alive to that fact that this could become tactical, and as a result he might ride a bit further forward. I think if that's the case, I think she's she's got every chance of regaining the winning thread, particularly based on that last run at York, where it was a creditable third despite being held up in a race that was tactical and proved poorly positioned as a result.
We didn't see number 7 Airport in the paddock, but he's already had a busy season, a busy year. This will be Airport's 8th run of the year, a longer distance here, but if you look at some of the siblings, including Sir Chauvelin and Yukon Glen, it shouldn't be a problem.
No, it shouldn't be. It's an intriguing angle into this horse. A horse has been in good form, remained in good form since winning over a mile and 1 at Musselburgh. Last time out was no match for the banging form Tricor. No disgrace on that, because that horse has subsequently gone on to complete a 4-timer. But although he has looked at his best at up to 9 furlongs, his half-brothers Yukon Glen and Sir Chauvelin both excelled or took their form to a new level when they went up to middle distances and beyond. So although his run style hasn't screamed a horse that's crying out to go up in trip, that pedigree of those two siblings in particular suggest that he may well improve for it.
And take away the blip at York 2 runs back, Wise Eagle's had some year, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Proved a real bargain buy for his trainer Adam Nichol. A good winner at Musselburgh, where I don't think the track played to his strengths as a hold-up horse. That scenario could unfold here if it gets tactical. It might not suit him ideally, but he's been on a real upward curve.
Wise Eagle's going to be last in as we go back up to Darren for the longest race on the card.
Wise Eagles going in now. 1 mile and 5 furlongs in front of this field. And they're off. Full circuit of the track in front of them, breaking the line Air Poet to the far side. Right there is Jack Yates with Green Gage on the outside. New Society is also handy as they go into that first turn. After the front quartet comes Four Kingdoms with Wise Eagle running up along the running rail. Stunific is held up with Three Castles, and at the back Clearance. This is the Ayrshire Cancer Support Handicap, racing for the Winton Cup. Going towards the back straight is Jack Yates, who makes the running, with Green Gage running to the outer in second place. The front two being trapped by Air Poet in third. New Society is in fourth. They're now entering the back straight. In fifth place is Wise Eagle, who's being chased by Four Kingdoms and Three Castles. And then the last two, Stunific and the back marker Clearance. That's the running order down the far side. Jack Yates it is by about a length. The prolific winning mare Green Gage in second place in the white and red colours are being tracked by Air Poet. Then the blue jacket and New Society. Wise Eagle midfield from Four Kingdoms and Three Castles in the maroon and white. Stunific sits second last, and Clearance is the back marker, and they have less than a mile to travel. A good 10 lengths covering this field, and it's still Jack Yates who takes them along. Has this advantage of no more than a length to Green Gage, a length to Air Poet in third. New Society is in fourth. Wise Eagle and Billy Garrity on the fence from Four Kingdoms. Three Castles tracks those. Stunific is still racing towards the back end of the field with Clearance at the back. Jack Yates and Paula Muir advantage over Green Gage and Jason Hart. Another length to Air Poet, who's stepping up in distance. New Society for Ireland to the outside for Ben Curtis in the blue silks. Then Wise Eagle, Four Kingdoms, Three Castles. And they're running now inside the final 5 furlongs. The last two are Stunific and Clearance. Making the run to the final half mile and the turn in. And it's Jack Yates by about a half length to Green Gage, a length to Air Poet. 3 parts of a length to the outside. New Society followed by Wise Eagle. Four Kingdoms, Three Castles tracks those. And then comes a Stunific in the maroon diamond jacket, and Clearance is still the back marker. 3 furlongs left to go, and they're coming on down the straight. It's Jack Yates and Green Gage. Green Gage right alongside Jack Yates. Those two are being followed closely by New Society. Yellow cap of Four Kingdoms being produced to the outside. Wise Eagles angling for a run in the red colours. Air Poet continues to stalk the leaders. They're inside the final quarter of a mile, and it is Green Gage over towards the inside running rail. Air Poet coming with a run. Wise Eagle, Four Kingdoms, New Society. Green Gage is the leader though. Well inside the final furlong, it's the mare Green Gage by about a length to Wise Eagle. Green Gage, the winning machine, wins again. Green Gage, the winner. Second place Wise Eagle. Tight of the places with Air Poet and Four Kingdoms involved.
She's prolific at air. She's 3 from 5 there. She's 4 from her last 5. Green Gauge wins and wins again. Jason Hart wins another at air, having taken out the feature race. We head now to Newbury for the purebred Arabian race. And
State, 11 to 1 bar those. I'm with Jaffa the Gaffer here. David Probert on board. Read a winner earlier, did he, for his governor, Andrew Balding. I think he can get another one here with Jaffa the Gaffer. Didn't run that well last time out, but he ran all right. He went 4th here a couple of runs ago. Didn't seem to like Windsor last time. He was with Adam West. Second run for Gary Moore. 3-card trick I've been seeing, I've been watching him on the all-weather. He ran at Chelmsford recently. Tends to get behind horses, 3-card trick, though that's his problem. I think David Probert will ride this horse quite aggressively, Jaffa the Gaffer. I think he'll ping him out, and he'll get that near side rails, and he'll make all the running. Bebop Alula. Bill Turner's had a winner today already, isn't he? Going well. Bill Turner. Bebop Alula is his runner here. Purbeck Hills. John Gallagher's runner was a winner when last seen. He won here 29 days ago. So it's got that course-winning form, Purbeck Hills. Sovereign State, he looked quite well, actually, going to post for Tony Newcombe, who's here today. Kieran O'Neill, very good rider, is on board that one. Jaffa the Gaffer, though, the 2 to 1 favourite. Going to go with him. David Probert knows secrets that he's probably one of my favourite jockeys, if not my favourite jockey at the moment on the flat. I think he's excellent, Probert. And I think he'll get this horse home in front for us here, Jaffa the Gaffer. Another possible front run in the race is Soaring Spirits. That's Dean Ivory's runner. Saw that one go to post steadily. But Jaffa the Gaffer, look, he's run well here before. He's a horse who doesn't have much in terms of winning form. This is quite a moderate race, really, isn't it? This looks the weaker division of this handicap today. So the runners are getting to the start then. 3 places for each way bets here. Jaffa the Gaffer remains the favourite for Division 2 of this download the At the Races app handicap. 2 to 1. Jaffa the Gaffer. 3-card trick 11 to 2. Purbeck Hills 11 to 2. 15 to 2. Bebop Alula. Now 15 to 8 again. Jaffa the Gaffer. Runners are at the start. So runners at the start then. Jaffa the Gaffer is actually ended up tomorrow at Kempton as well in the 5:40. See if he runs there as well. I guess it depends how he gets on today. He's never won a race, but he is the favourite here. There's a lot of money for Jaffa the Gaffer, I can tell you. A real tidal wave of money for Jaffa the Gaffer. 5 to 4. He was 2 to 1 a minute ago. A big move on the favourite here. 11 to 2, 3-card trick. 7 to 1 Purbeck Hills. 8 to 1 bar. But Jaffa the Gaffer has been hammered in the betting ring down there. Runners are loading. Purbeck Hills will make it 4 in. Three-card trick will be next in the pink. Eastern Star. Sovereign State, one of the last in here. Last one in, ready, all in. They're off. Very slowly away was Eastern Star. Eastern Star missed the break for the Download the At the Races app Handicap Division 2. And now Eastern Star, having missed the kick, is racing prominently up front, has made up that lost ground. Purbeck Hills is the one who doesn't really want to race today, I'm afraid. And Purbeck Hills is a long way behind the others, crossing Wilson Avenue. It's up on the outside. Eastern Star is now chasing Mr. Moneypenny up front in the spotted colours. Mr. Moneypenny leading Eastern Star. Behind those, we have in third place Porter in the Jungle. Then comes three-card trick Bebop Alula in the yellow. Jaffa the Gaffer, the favourites, back in about fifth place to the outside, the orange colours. And then behind those is Here Comes Archie. Then Soaring Spirits is well back, along with Sovereign State as they make the home turn. The Eastern Star in the centre. Towards the left, Jaffa the Gaffer is making up a bit of ground now to try and move into a challenging position. Porter in the Jungle is right there. Far side, Mr. Moneypenny's under pressure as they stretch across the track with just over 2 to go. Jaffa the Gaffer, David Probert is towards the near side rails trying to get into it. Still there in the centre is Porter in the Jungle, and also their three-card trick is making up some ground as well. Porter in the Jungle has a narrow lead to Eastern Star. Jaffa the Gaffer under pressure towards the stand side. Then three-card trick and Bebop Alula. But up front, it's Porter in the Jungle in front for Dara Keenan. Jaffa the Gaffer is giving chase but can't get there. And it's Porter in the Jungle for Robin Brisland and Dara Keenan who wins. Second, Eastern Star. Third, Jaffa the Gaffer. And fourth, three-card trick.
Spend my time at work. My job is very boring. I'm an office clerk. The only thing that helps me pass the time away is knowing I'll be back at Echo Beach someday.
Race 7 at Beverley is the 440 More Flat Racing and Racing TV Median Auction Maiden Stakes, and it's run over the extended mile. Just Jacob for William Haggis and Kieran Fallon. William Haggis actually won this race a few years ago with a 10s on shot. This one's 5 to 4. Tommaso at 2 to 1. Rakisa at 6 to 1. Just for Yous at 17 to 2. No Flies on Me 14 to 1. And Poppy Royale at 80 to 1. Number runner is number 4. 6 run, and here they are.
Penultimate race of the afternoon at Beverley, the More Flat Racing on Racing TV Median Auction Maiden Contest. We are over a mile and half a furlong here, and we'll start with a look at number 7. This is the one of two fillies in the race Rakisa for Jed O'Keefe, who went with lots of promise on debut, finishing third at Newcastle. That was behind Noble Tasman, who has since gone on, Tasman Bay even, was behind Tasman Bay, who has since gone on to finish second at Royal Ascot in group company for Sir Mark Todd. And that was a really promising start. Been off the track since that run in late March, which you might see as a little bit of a concern, but just based on the level of form shown that day, I think is an intriguing runner. And for all that she will ultimately want a little bit further, I think you've got to put her fairly high on the shortlist. That is number 7, Rakisa. She's followed around by the top one, Just for Yous for Archie Watson. Joanna Mason looking for a double on the day. Promising enough start at Wolverhampton. I thought that was a weak enough race, really, but it wasn't a bad start. Didn't build on that last time out, when a bit disappointing at Nottingham. That is Just for Yous, number 1. Number 5 is next. That is Tommaso for the Steph Canary team. Tommaso, who's shown promise on both starts so far, including when third at Wetherby last time out, and might just be suited by going up in trip for the first time this afternoon. Number 6 has just got in front of us, so we'll pick up her. That's the other filly in the field, so we'll swing to our left and find number 6 is the first of those over on that far side of the paddock now. No Flies on Me. It's by Bow Creek, a side that we don't see too much of in this country. Finished third last time out. That was at Musselburgh. Well beaten, 11 lengths off the winner that day. That was in different ground to this. The winner of that race, Harswell Duke, has been beaten up at Ayr already this afternoon, incidentally by a Mark Johnston trained horse. That's number 6. Number 2, Just Jacob for William Haggis. Is the next horse that we can have a look at. Standout run so far came at Nottingham. That was behind King of Clubs, and that run would definitely give Just Jacob a real chance, but a beaten favourite next time, and just tempers enthusiasm a little bit, particularly as that standout run came on a softer surface. Number 3 is just down the bottom of the paddock. We'll have a look at him as well. Poppy Royal. His Damn No Poppy was at her best on soft ground. She was a 10-time winner for Tim Easterby, so he knows the family well. I suspect that we'll see better once he is into handicaps, and that is all of them because Ronno is a non-runner. So we're left with 6, and you've seen them all in the paddock ahead of the 440.
Just Jacob is 6-5. Tommaso at 2-1, 7-1 now, and on the drift from Rakisa. Just for Yous is 8-1, having been 17-2 and back to that 8-1 price again. No Flies on Me at 14-1, 80-1 about Poppy Royale, but it's William Haggis's horse at the top of the market. That being Just Jacob, who is out of a mile 4 winner. They upped the horse to a mile 4 last time at Leicester, but was very keen.
That was it. I mean, it was a 4 furlong step up in trip, but the horse pulled too much, so they've dropped him straight back down. I don't know whether that's because there aren't that many maiden races, but if he reproduces Nottingham and effort where he was second to King of Clubs, who beat him quite convincingly, but then went on to be a good second at Sandown for a mark of 85. I think he'd be odds on if he hadn't run again since. If we put it all down to the trip and his exuberance, then he's still entitled to be favourite because they're not much on what they've shown so far. Tommaso might be suited by the stiffer finish and slightly extended trip here at Beverley. And we've heard Chris's view on Rakisa, but it's not shared by the market, who's got that horse being very weak for Jed O'Keefe, despite undoubted promise really in the race at Newcastle.
And beautiful shot there once again. In contrast, just before we go back to Chris, to Just Jacob, Tommaso, who's shown a reasonable level so far in the colours of the late Jeff Turnbull, of course, owned with his wife Sandra. Tommaso goes up in trip from the 7 furlongs of the 2 starts so far.
Yeah, they're coming back down in distance with Just Jacob then, who's definitely setting the standard on form behind King Clubs at Nottingham, King of Clubs at Nottingham. That run would definitely make Just Jacob the one to beat. The Leicester run, you could just attribute it to the trip. It still just looked a little bit short of pace, or was it application? I'm not 100% sure really, but even though the trip probably did stretch him and he was a little bit keen, still wouldn't want to take...
Happy Hares on the spin here. And away we go. Well, 4 has fallen out of the lids. 6 has got off to a great break. 5's right there with the speed as well. Just in behind races 3. They're being followed by 1, 2 and 4 as they come around the bend. 3 takes them along then from 5 up on the outside. A bit of a gap back then to 6. They're being followed by 1, 4 and 2. The blue jacket needs to do more. They come down the back then. 3 being pestered by 5. 6 not out of it. 4 and 1 need to try and close. 2 can't quicken. Coming into the straight is 3 the far side with 5 down the near side racing up towards the line. This is going to be a tight run thing. 5's getting on top to land it. 5 wins, beats 3. 6 back in third. 5-3-6. 5-3-6.
particularly well, and they've taken a little mix. Me less keen on her than maybe I would have been if you'd have seen some market support. That would have been adding to a little bit of enthusiasm for her from a form point of view. Just For You's was a breeze up by 42,000 and has a fairly precocious pedigree, so you would assume has had an issue or two to have not made the track until April of this year. It was a promising enough start in what wasn't a great race, and then a little bit disappointing, having had an easy enough time of things out in front last time out, so with a little bit to prove on the back of that, but in a top stable. So a few of these with maybe a bit of potential to improve. Let's see who can find that progress to get their head in front for the first time with Malcolm.
Chris, No Flies on Me completes the lineup. That's it. They're all in. They're off, racing over 1.5 mile furlong for more flat racing on Racing TV, Median Auction, Maiden Stakes. No Flies on Me, quick to begin. The Royal Blue Jacket with the green epaulets. So too is Just For You, who races towards the inside. Red jacket, white chevron, blue armlets. Deeper on the track, Tommaso in the blue and pink. The pale jacket of Just Jacob just behind the pace. So too Rakisa in the dark blue and yellow. And a little gap to Poppy Royale in the pink with the blue hoop sleeves at the rear of the six-runner field. Racing to the end of the backstretch inside the final six and starting the descent. So we've got a new leader. It's Just For You who's come through for Joanna Mason, leading up by a half length to No Flies on Me and Joe Fanning racing second. Rakisa's right in the pocket behind the front two. So too is Just Jacob as they continue their journey down the hill. Three deep of those is Tommaso, and a little gap to Poppy Royale at the back of the field. Only 5 lengths off the leaders. They're pretty closely grouped as they head back towards the final half mile. So past halfway, Just For You's on the inside rail, a little bit wider. No Flies on Me. Widest of all is Tommaso. Just Jacob's pale colours just behind the pace with Rakisa, and Poppy Royale now shaken up at the back of the field. Uphill to home from here, 2.5 furlongs out, and Just For You's still there by a half length, trying to kick off the front here. In second, No Flies on Me. Tommaso down the centre. Just Jacob being asked to pick up, so too Rakisa as they go past the cutaway. Poppy Royale is next. 1.5 furlongs to go. Just For You's still there. 3 parts of a length to the good over No Flies on Me. Just Jacob under pressure. Rakisa trying to stay on towards the far side. Tommaso's trying to pick up as well. Still Just For You's as they come back inside the final half furlong. Just For You's is clearing away here and is going to scorch up towards the line. Just For You's will give Joanna Mason a double. Back in second is Just Jacob. Third went to Rakisa and fourth was Tommaso.
Double on the day for Joanna Mason, second rider to get a double up on the card this afternoon. Just For You's following on from where's Jeff's victory earlier on, and has made most to score decisively here for Archie Watson. Third time of asking, right back to that debut form. And he's won that well from Just Jacob in second and Rakisa in third. That's an encouraging second start from Rakisa, who's going to improve when upped in trip a little bit, you would think. But the winner, well ridden from the front by Joanna Mason, has judged it nicely, kicked at the right point, and has kept on pulling out that little bit more. He was behind Just Jacob in that race won by King of Clubs at Nottingham, and he was disappointing really that day. His debut form was much more like it, and he's bounced back to that form this afternoon, enjoying the quick ground. It might just have been that the easier conditions at Nottingham weren't for him. In second, Just Jacob, no obvious excuse really, probably at his level, and they can find a race for him perhaps, but he's not going to be one of the better ones in that yard, but we knew that already going into today. Even if you gave him an excuse on the trip last time out, he's not really bettered that previous form, probably gone backwards from that form that is his standout run at Nottingham. And Rakisa, as I said, I think they'll be happy enough that probably just lacks the pace for this trip, but has run well enough and kept on under Jack Garrity. So it's a double on the day for Joanna Mason and Archie Watson, the winning trainer, Nick.
Yeah, same colours as well as Jenny Surprise, who gave Brodie Hampson an all-connected, of course, that hugely emotional day back in 2016 when winning the Royal Artillery Gold Cup back at Sandown, and in those very same colours as well. So congratulations to all involved, including Mrs Hampson, the owner, and the horses galloped to victory in no uncertain circumstances, announcing the dominance upon the race. Quite a taking performance to win our penultimate race at Beverley. Very quick words. You've got your tip in the next, Dave.
Last chance saloon, but Well, it's more than halved in price, Glenny, for 7-1 generally. Last night it's 3-1 Coke joint favourite at the moment. It just needs Paul Mulrennan to work the magic that he did on, what was it? Be Proud. This one hasn't ever won a race. Be Proud is winning its first turf race, but Glenny for a 0 from 12. But if it can just stay a little bit nearer earlier on and be produced late, I think there's a win in it somewhere.
OK, just for you, clock the time of 1:47.23. One to come from Beverley. Well done to all involved, but it'll be air next.
It's a handicap over 6 furlongs to finish. A tremendous card here at Ayr today. And here is number 4, Symbol of Hope, in the paddock. Led briefly approaching the final furlong before finishing second at Doncaster over this trip last time, Ed.
Yeah, he's a 5-race maiden, but did have Tamaska behind at Doncaster 9 days ago when, as you say, Gordon was runner-up in a 3-year-old only handicap to an impressive winner who came with a sweeping run to perhaps just catch Danny Tudhope on the back foot for a strider to at a crucial point. But that was just this horse's second start in a handicap, and he went through the race like a horse who could leave that form behind once things click. He runs off the same mark here, but he now has a hood fitted for the first time by his trainer Tim Easterby. He's got a leading chance here, dropping in grade and taking on a number of largely exposed rivals.
We come next to number 9, Cool Dandy. She's been in good form, this 3-year-old for Graham Lee and Dalglish. Particularly at Carlisle, she won towards the end of May, and she was a good third in the middle of this month.
Yeah, a filly who looked distinctly moderate in 6 runs at 2, and again on her seasonal return at Ripon last month, but maybe she was just simply in need of that run following 6 months off, because something has really clicked, or did really click next time out at Carlisle, where she was under pressure a fair way out, but responded really well to Joe Fanning's urgings and was well on top of the line. And she then backed it up with a creditable effort over the same course and distance last time out, when she was a similar distance in front of the horse that she beat into second place the time before. She's done all of her best work in the final furlongs, on a stiff track in those races, so she now needs to prove she can be as effective on a flatter, sharper track like this and on the fastest ground she's tackled so far.
Number 2, Equiday, is a known and prolific winner on the all-weather. 5 times a winner on the all-weather for Ian Jardine, who's already had a strike this afternoon in the 2-year-old contest. Andrew Mullen is on board, and Equiday finished in 3rd place at Hamilton Park in early June.
Yes, a horse who is perhaps running back into some kind of form. Just the one win from 22 runs on turf, although that win did come here over 7 furlongs on good ground last August. He's been running okay, perhaps no better than that since his last win on the fibre sand in February, but he does drop down back into Class 6 company in a handicap here for the first time since that win, which came off a £1 higher mark. So Equiday is interesting on that basis, and with Ian Jardine's horses now running better than they were earlier in the campaign. But whether this horse is going to be able to capitalise on that drop in grade and win for the first time at 6 furlongs will depend on how easy I think he can get to the front from stall 9 here. There doesn't look to be any other obvious front runner in the lineup, and those last 2 turf efforts over this trip at Haydock and then Hamilton have been respectable, so he's certainly not dismissed here despite his poor strike rate on turf.
We saw Symbol of Hope in the paddock a few moments ago, and Tamaska is the one we can focus on now. And Tamaska was actually a length and 3/4 behind Symbol of Hope when they were 2nd and 3rd at Doncaster last time. Earlier on in the spring, though, Tamaska did back-to-back wins, including here over course and distance.
Yeah, that's right. That came when fitted in first-time cheek pieces, and Tamaska was only denied the hat-trick at Thirsk by the fast finish of a horse under the favoured stands rail. The winner was a 40-1 shot that night, but he underscored the form by going in again next time out. Those 3 runs all came with Danny Tudhope in the plate, obviously with Danny riding for his retained owner. David Nolan took over for that clash with Symbol of Hope at Doncaster, which was a respectable run to be 3rd there, although I'm not quite sure Tamaska was at his very best for whatever reason. He does have a couple of lengths to find with that rival here, a rival who perhaps has a bit more to give from his current mark, but Tamaska, I would say, certainly has each way claims once again, with Billy Garrity booked to claim £3.
The horses in the paddock then, ahead of the final race of the day here at Ayr, over 6 furlongs. And remember, for the straight courses, the stalls are in the centre of the track.
Symbol of Hope is 5-2. Glenifer is now 11-4. Fine favouritism there. Tamaska at 130. 15-2 Equiday, breaking records at 11-1. 12-1 Called Dandy. The Mackham Torpedo at 14-1. Grandad's Best Girl is 50-1. And Leash at 100-1 is the outsider. And it's now 11-4 joint favourites. And Gordy, on the Racing TV website, Dave Nevison putting up Glenifer, who has been backed, and Jim Goldie and Paul Mulrennan both look for another on the afternoon.
Well, they'll be banking on that horse in short in the Johnny Delta colours, Nick, doing the business at the 13th time of asking. Glenifer, 4 runs without success on the old weather, 8 on turf, including a 7th of 17 at Redcar last time over this sort of trip. Earlier on in the season, so finished third at Ayr over course and distance, Ed.
Yeah, that was behind Pearl of Qatar, and I thought that was probably a pretty decent run at Hamilton on his penultimate start. Glenifer, when he was 4th to Gunnerside, despite not getting the clearest of runs. He's a horse, Glenifer, who has always threatened to win a race. It's perhaps a little bit of surprise that after 12 goes so far, he's not yet managed to hit the target, but he's he's in a race here that doesn't have an awful lot of depth. His obvious rivals are one or two perhaps of the less exposed 3-year-olds here, but he's always shaped like a horse that would have the ability to win a moderate race, and certainly this race would qualify as moderate.
Yeah, one of his runs at Hamilton Park when he wasn't beaten very far in 4th place, it was over 5 furlongs that day. He just never got the breaks. Earlier on we saw the gap come for Paul Mulrennan. Well, in that particular contest, Glenifer just had all dressed up with nowhere to go.
Yeah, he's got Paul Mulrennan back in the plate today. It was, I think, an amateur riders race that he was beaten in last time at Redcar. The horse looks absolutely magnificent, superbly turned out by Jim Goldie and his team, and we've already seen Paul Mulrennan to tremendous effect on one Jim Goldie trained sprinter this afternoon. What are the chances we may well see him to good effect on another one here? Certainly there's a number of people think they will, because he's been pretty steadily backed throughout the course of the day, no doubt on the basis that Nevo's tipped him.
Yeah, and I wonder what Jim's instructions to Paul will be, because when we spoke to Paul after he'd won on Be Proud under a canny ride, he said Jim told me to ride him cold. So he says Jim always has a plan, so I wonder what the plan is for Glenifer, apart from win but not too far.
The plan will be to have a wander up to those bookmakers after the race and collect, but certainly I said the ability has always been there for this horse to win a race. It may well be that today will be that day.
What about the two that we discussed when we saw them in the paddock, Tamaska and Symbol of Hope? Or it should be Symbol of Hope and Tamaska, because they were 2nd and 3rd at Doncaster last time. Is he Symbol of Hope? Danny Tudd up on board. They've reached for the hood today.
Yeah, that's potentially quite interesting. He was, I think Danny was just perhaps mugged a little bit, for want of a better word. I think it was Andrea Senior that rode the winner at Doncaster, really got his ride motoring from in behind, and he came with a sweeping run that perhaps just caught Danny slightly unawares. And although I don't think Symbol of Hope would have won, I think it was certainly a decisive move from Andrea on that occasion. But that's a couple of decent runs in handicaps from, or certainly a good run on his second start in a handicap from Symbol of Hope there. I would expect, being a more lightly raced horse than Tamaska, that off the same marks here, that he would be likely to confirm that form. And I have to say, you think the application of that headgear may well prove a positive for Symbol of Hope. So I think probably deserves to be favourite on the back of that run. He's certainly one of the less exposed runners in this race, and you'd be surprised if there wasn't a win in his locker somewhere.
A little bit of a class drop as well for Equiday, a prolific all-weather winner, got winning form on turf, got new owners. Ian Jardine was telling us after he'd won the 2-year-old race, and he says Equiday is as consistent as they come, so he's a proper fun horse, and the way the Jardine stable is going at the moment, you wouldn't discount Equiday winning again on turf.
Yeah, they're in good form again now. His strike rate is a pretty modest one on turf, just 1 from 27, but it did come here. All of his wins have come at either 7 furlongs and 1 at a mile. I think his suitability to this trip, he's a horse that likes to go hard from the front. I think he should be able to get there this time with no obvious front runner in opposition. So it wouldn't be the biggest surprise with the Jardine horses going well if he plays a part here. Off a mark now of 64, which is a pound lower than for his last win, which came at Southern in February.
We're down to the final couple by the look of it. Leisha's one of them, and the other one is Tamaska. So there's only a couple, it looks like, left to load for the last. It's back to Darren for race 7.
Thanks, Bruni. So last of them going forward for the weddings at Western House Hotel handicap over 6 furlongs. Cool Dandy is still to go as Tamaska goes into stall 4. So just Cool Dandy to go in now. The 6 furlong start. Cool Dandy is in, all in. They're off. And Symbol of Hope jumped well. Cool Dandy well to the 4. Grandad's Best Girl down the centre. To the near side is Equiday. To the right, the Macam Torpedo. Breaking Records is also on the pace. Looking towards the back end of the field, Glenifer's off the pace with Leisha now. So going through the first furlong and a half, and it is Grandad's Best Girl and Breaking Records with the Macam Torpedo, Cool Dandy and Symbol of Hope there, followed by Equiday. Further back to Glenifer. Tamaska trying to step forward, and Leisha is the back marker. So it is Grandad's Best Girl and Breaking Records is right alongside. A length and a half away in the grey jacket, Symbol of Hope. Equiday, Leisha. To the right, the Macam Torpedo. Pale Blue Tamaska now starting to make progress. And Glenifer is switching behind the leaders. Here comes Paul Mulrennan aboard Glenifer. A furlong and a half left to go. Grandad's Best Girl, Glenifer, near side, Symbol of Hope. Equiday, Red Sleeves closest to the running rail. They enter the final furlong. It's Equiday, Symbol of Hope down the centre of the course. Glenifer coming on really well inside the last 100 yards. It's Glenifer now from Equiday, Symbol of Hope. It's Glenifer for Jim Goldie and Paul Mulrennan. Glenifer is the winner. It's tight places, Equiday, Symbol of Hope, and they're followed home by Tamaska. Glenifer gets off the mark.
Another for Jim Goldie, another for Paul Mulrennan, and Glenifer is off the mark at the 13th lifetime attempt. Cut through them, not played as late as Be Proud was earlier. And Dave Neverson, your winning selection on the day. Well, it is a winning one.
I was always confident, to be honest, the way it was. I said on the blog that it was Paul Rennan and the 6 furlong that were the key, and he's got his eye in with Be Proud and rode exactly a similar race on a not anywhere near as good a horse, but yeah, I don't think it was ever. I don't think it was ever in doubt.
What price did the horse? What was that?
7 to 1.
7 to 1.
Yeah.
Goes off 11-4 joint fav and wins the last on what's been a great day at Ayr. Newbury, first thoroughbred race of the day is the Bet Victor Apprentice Handicap. It's run over a mile 3. We've got soft ground there. Sun's up, guns up, 7 to 2. Polar Cloud at 4 to 1. Military Decoration, 15 to 2. Carp Kid, 8 to 1. 11 to 1. And bigger the rest, 14 run. And here's Rishi.
Yes, taking a look at Suns Up, Guns Up alongside Steve Mellish, a gelding who's put together a couple of good runs at Windsor recently, and the run at Sandown wasn't too bad in between, Steve. The concern perhaps might be the ground today for Suns Up, Guns Up. What are your thoughts?
I thought the run at Sandown on soft ground was okay. I thought it was a better race than this. I'd be of the view that she probably handles it, or he probably has it, I beg your pardon. I'm interested in watching the jockey a bit as well. I saw him ride a couple of races at Newmarket last week and he came second overall. I thought he looked quite good for a claim. I'm not sure he's had a winner in Britain yet, I'm not sure. But I think he looked quite good to me anyway.
High praise indeed.
No, not at all, but we'll see.
Okay, so we've had a talk about Suns Up, Guns Up, and can understand why there's a lot of interest in this runner. Let's pick out a couple that we liked. I know we both had a squeak for Tralee Hills from Simon Hodgson's stable. We talked about the trainer had a lovely winner at Goodwood a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. And this horse definitely has the form to win the race, and I was encouraged by the comeback run.
I'm in agreement. Look, he's the sort of horse, if you look at his career overall, it's not going to be a total surprise if he bottoms. He's done that a few times. But he likes soft ground. He gets the trip well, no question. He can go for... He can go for an inexperienced jockey, and I thought the last run there was enough encouragement to suggest his form isn't way off. At a double figure price, I could just make a case for, but as I say, the horse has got more than one way of running.
Polar Cloud should be worthy of a mention here, who won nicely at Newcastle in April. I guess the question mark is the green stuff.
Yeah, it's green stuff and particularly soft ground. Experience. Had one go on turf and ran, just no more than okay, and now he's tasting soft ground for the first time. Now maybe that's really what he wants. I've no idea. I thought he'd guesswork really. So he's very prominent in the market, so presumably Connection think this is what he wants. Maybe he does. I don't know.
I explained to a friend of mine that most of what we do is guesswork.
That's true.
Anything else you want to mention?
I thought Military Decoration had a chance. I know both wins have been on the all-weather, but I didn't think it was a bad run at Sandown with cutting the ground, and I thought he had some sort of a squeak.
Carp Kid, I thought the ground in his favour, and that should help him. He made all to win at Lingfield, and that was on good to firm ground.
Yeah, and best form previously was cutting the ground, as you touched on, and he's one of the more consistent horses in the race, isn't he, really?
Yeah. One who's still to load up, as we see Tex Australia go forward, is number 1, Frozen Waters, who I think 2 starts ago, I'd be quite encouraged about his chance, but last time was a bit disappointing.
Well, it was never a factor at Goodwood. In the end, he didn't get beat that far, but that doesn't tell the whole story. He never really threatened. He has got some form on with cutting the ground if you're going to be look on the positives.
Okay, Lexington Law is just about to go forward. I think there are still a couple more left out. Polar Cloud just going in. So I think it's fair to say Tralee Hills without a great deal of confidence.
Yeah, it'd be a wild stab, wouldn't it?
A wild guess. A wild stab for the opening race here. Tralee Hills just going forward. Let's head up to the commentary box where the excellent John Hunt awaits.
Rishi, good evening to you and Steve and everybody at home. Out the back, we're waiting for Corazonada. Most in. Corazonada to come forward into stall 4. Matteo Pina aboard. He was one of a couple who half planted himself down the walkway coming out as well. Frozen Waters was another one, and Frozen Waters has gone in fine. So hopefully this filly, Corazonada, will follow suit. She's got to go into stall number 4. As the sun comes out on our evening here, we're waiting now for Corazonada. She's just digging her heels in a little bit. So that's prompted a slight change of tactics as the blindfold has been put on. And now she's just given a quick turn, and hopefully the plan will be that she'll step forward, although she looks wise to that at the moment. And now the handlers get her moving forward. And Corazonada heading in now towards stall number 4. And eventually she's walked in just fine, and we're good to go. They're off and racing. Opening race of the night. Frozen Waters, the one who was really slowly away. A little bit funny going to post, and took his time to bounce out of the gates, unlike a few of the others who now go bounding on. Montakem is one of the first ones to show. Also Military Decoration up on the outside. These two settle down just ahead of Tex Australia, who's just in behind those. And then to the inside running rail, Selecto. Polar Cloud close up. That's the grey head showing up in 5th place. A little bit keen, but getting plenty of cover now. Nawar is towards the inside running rail. And then Algaya out slightly wider in company with Corazonada. She's settled in mid-division. Making the turn then out of the back. Tralee Hills further back on the outside, with Suns Up, Guns Up racing just ahead of Tralee Hills, and also Carp Kid in that little group too. Further back then races Lexington Law in company with First Charge. Frozen Waters is still detached in last place after that dreadfully slow start. But it's Montakem being pressurized now for the lead by Military Decoration on the outside, and the two of them rather set each other alight. They've gone 2.5 clear of Polar Cloud, who will make the turn back into the home straight, a narrow third ahead of Selecto in 4th. Nawar in 5th. They've got pretty well strung out down the side of the course, with Tex Australia in 6th place, Carp Kid 7th, still going sweetly. 8th place for Corazonada on the outside of 9th position, Suns Up, Guns Up, who hasn't been popped to serious question yet, but now now, just now starting to go through the gears. Tralee Hills needs a lot of running from there. Likewise, Algier on the outside and also Lexington Law. Two of them are tailed off virtually, First Charge and Frozen Waters. Taking over the lead is Military Decoration with the narrow lead from Nawar, who now presses on the far side. Montakem looks to have burned himself out as now Tralee Hills picks up quite nicely, and Suns Up, Guns Up is staying on with promise as well. Orange Jacket next to Carp Kid, who's another one staying on. The horse who won at Lingfield 3 weeks ago. Nawar leads narrowly, but Tralee Hills very quickly bounces on the outside. Military Decorations now back in third position, and it's Tralee Hills who's out in front from Nawar. The two of them have established a clear lead as they bound up towards the line. Tralee Hills for William Carver wins our opening race. He was eased down from Nawar, and the two of them were some 7 lengths clear of Military Decoration back in third.
Tralee Hills wins for Simon Hodgson and William Carver and Steve Mellish here on Racing TV. Nawar back in second. Military Decoration, another shot from Steve, back in third. And you heard from John Hunt about the horses being strung out. There was an injection of pace. I think when the leader got tackled for that lead, Montakem got hassled a little bit, and then suddenly there was an injection of pace, Steve, and it got everyone strung out.
It very much did. I mean, Nawar wasn't that far away and did well to hang on as long as he did, but you feel that they did.
Load now, Shani. Shani's the last one. Ready to go. And they're off. A little bit slow was the well-backed Soldier's Son and also Tiger Bay, not that quickly into stride. So the big two in the market both rather missed the kick as they race for the first furlong or so. Breaking well with Shani in the red and yellow colours. Holbash is up there as well, red and white towards the inside. Perfect Symphony, the cheek pieces. And then comes Pusey Street Boy from Navajo Dawn, dark green and yellow. Tiger Bay's getting closer now, blue and white around the outer. Then comes Soldier's Son, who's caught behind runners, and the back marker by some way is No Offence, a little bit outpaced the grey as they race towards the home turn. Tiger Bay is going to be towards the extreme left, making up some ground too for Grace McEntee to come and take over now. So it's Tiger Bay from in second place Navajo Dawn. Behind them under pressure is Soldier's Son. Holbash far side. Shani's dropped away. And then Perfect Symphony as they head down inside the two. Tiger Bay in the blue and white colours has struck the front. He's going great guns, Tiger Bay. He opens up. Here he goes, a couple clear. Two in second place under pressure is Navajo Dawn. Far side Perfect Symphony, but Tiger Bay is away. 150 yards to go, and Tiger Bay is asserting he's going further clear. Another winner for Grace McEntee. Tiger Bay wins easily for Conrad Allen. Holbash was second, close for third, maybe Navajo Dawn over Perfect Symphony in fourth place.
Streetlights shining through the window. 20 years and not a thing right. Now is not the time for looking back. I know something sad is on the stereo. Makes it hard for me to let go. Now it's time for me to move on. I know we could have been something beautiful. We should have loved like there was nothing else, and pulled the darkness
race afternoon here at Ayr for the Land of Burns Filly Stakes, a listed contest, and Ed, a very worthy winner in Keep Busy, following the hoof prints of her mother.
Yeah, very much so, and adding her name to a race that has got a pretty illustrious roll of honour. She did it in good fashion, backing up just 7 days after that decent effort in the King's Stand at Royal Ascot, and it's a race that, you know, it's a listed race. There's not necessarily always as big a jump from listed to Group 1 level, and we've seen that with some of the winners of this. Marsha went on from here to win the Nunthorpe, I think that same year. The Abbey. Margot did won the Nunthorpe the same year after she won here, and Juwala, who was beaten here, went on to win the Nunthorpe that same year. So I dare say
and
that
this filly's running the Abbey.
She has, and she's proved herself at Group 1 level, so I dare say she'll be stepping back up into Group company for the rest of the season. It wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility that she could well win a Group 2 or even a Group 1 if things drop right. She was good today, she's tough, she's hardy, she's a really likeable mare.
And a good result for the racecourse as well, because the top rated filly wins the race as well, so
From the second top rated filly, it didn't have the deepest look to it, but so the right fillies came to the fore.
Speaking of fillies and mares, Green Gauge, another winner here at Ayr, and what a year she's been having. Tristan Davidson led her up, and that completed a double for Jason Hart.
Yeah, Jason's got on well with the girls this afternoon, hasn't he? Yeah, Keep Busy and then Green Gauge in a race where the two horses that have been in really rich winning form this year, Green Gauge and Free Eagle, they dominated that race inside the final furlong or two, and Green Gauge, who's been gradually working her way up from a low mark on turf, but I think although that mark has caught up to her all-weather one, the way she has been running, there may well still be a bit more to come from her. She's versatile in terms of trip, and you have to say Tristan Davidson's done a grand job with her.
And it wouldn't be an Ayr meeting, particularly in the flat at this time of year, without a Jim Goldie winner or two, and he did have a double, both ridden by Paul Mulrennan. Glenifer winning the last race to win his first ever race at the 13th attempt, and what a ride earlier on Paul had on Be Proud. Never ridden the horse before, and he got his first turf win under Paul at the 22nd attempt.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a good ride from Paul. If you can watch back all the racing this week, you probably won't see a better one. That ultra cool, the kind of ride that only perhaps an experienced jockey like Paul Mulrennan can pull off, because it takes an awful lot. It takes the proverbial balls of steel to pull off a ride like that, but he had a horse fast-paced to aim at, angled out when he got the gaps, and they didn't come straight away, but the horse quickened up well to win. It was a joy to watch that race.
As always, Ed, a pleasure.
Thanks,
from
Gordon.
Ed and myself here at Ayr. Enjoy the rest of the week on Racing TV.
Thank you very much indeed to Gordon and Ed for their work up at Ayr. That was a very good card to enjoy, some very good finishes and a bit of quality as well in the Landerburn Filly Stakes. Listed, of course, you can watch that back on Racing Replay a little bit later. There's one to come from Beverley on what's been a beautiful afternoon up there, which is the Go Racing in Yorkshire Future Stars Apprentice Handicap. He's run over 5 furlongs, 5:15 the off time. The jockey change is Ella McCain, who is on the sidelines, subbed for Charlie O'Dwyer, who I understand from Fossos was shipped off at one point, but that was just a very minor incident, and is back aboard and going down to post A-OK. Marv is 9 to 4, 130 Show Yourself. Fossos, the aforementioned, is 130. She's a Diva at 11 to 2, 14 to 1 Blissful Song, Amazing Anna at 16 to 1, Lady of Desire 22, Crystal Maze, and Molly's Brother is 41. All 9 run. Dave, you of course had that winner with Glenifer over at Ayr. What's going to win the Apprentice Handicap, the last at Beverley?
Well, Steve Mosher just put one up as well, and Chris was strong on She's a Diva, who's the weakest of the 4 at the front of the betting, but Nigel Tinkler's stable is certainly in good form. He's picked up an interesting spare, Charlie Dwyer. He was claiming 7 against fully fledged jockeys, so I don't know how many he's won and whether he's got a claim in this race or not. But certainly, Fossos, well, it's a useful 5. Fossos is certainly running well, but I thought Marv just had the edge in terms of recent form. It was Pontefract. I know it's left-hander, but it's a stiff uphill finish, so maybe he'll be suited by the stiff 5 furlongs at Beverley. There'll be a few in contention for the lead here. Hopefully they won't go off too quick, but I thought Marv had a favourite's chance in this, if you like.
And Marv is your market leader from Fossos. Show Yourself from the James Tate Yard. Stefano Churchy aboard. She's a Diva next in for Nigel Tinkler, who's had a good spell since Thursday, to say the least. 4 winners, including one today. Violet Sabo, who I think actually from the post-race interview, Chris, not necessarily from performance on the track, but from the post-race interview, might just be the takeaway from Beverley today.
Yeah, very much so. Certainly delighted connections and rewarded for their perseverance, and a really special day for them. And Nigel Tinkler had a double at Redcar on Saturday, the final leg of it in the final race, and he looks to do the same thing here at Beverley, as he's already had that one winner, and he's got 2 shots with this final race. Molly's brother and She's a Diva, and as Nev said there, She's a Diva, the horse that I'm quite keen on. The only horse really that I fancies from a punting point of view today, She's a Diva. Last time out is the worry, I suppose, but maybe the ground wasn't ideal, and more to the point, just reared a little bit coming out the gates, never got into the right sort of position, and on the back foot at Musselburgh, it's a tough place to come from, and I think you probably just kind of have to forget about that run, really. She was strong in the market going into that on the back of what had been a really good run at Redcar when she was drawn in stall 15, and the first 3 home came from 3 of the 4 lowest stalls, and it's been a feature of the whole year really on the straight track at Redcar. In the big fields you've wanted to be drawn low, and she did very well to finish where she did from stall 15 up the centre of the track, so I think she shaped nicely that day. Her previous runs, the third at Wolverhampton, would certainly give her a chance as well. Now the key is going to be whether she can get away better. If she can, and she breaks in the fashion that she did at Wolverhampton, for example, then she could be in a lovely spot from stall 1, an advantageous low draw, probably just tracking the pace, but with that cutaway in there, maybe a chance just to nip through or get a gap at that point. So she was the one that I liked. At the top of the market, we've got the likes of Fossos, who is the mount of Charlie O'Dwyer, arriving here on the back of a good second at Catterick. Charlie, I think, was initially down to ride this horse, and then Ella McCain was on. She was stood down earlier on today, and Charlie O'Dwyer now gets back on. And in-form horse, whose form at Thirsk a couple of starts ago, I think, is a pretty solid bit of form. Portlet Bay had been a winner previously. Tamaska has been in good form. Solid low-level handicap, sprint handicap form, that. And Fossos with a claim off his back today certainly comes into consideration. And as Nev said there, Marv is probably a worthy favourite for Lawrence Mullaney and Ollie Stammers on the back of that good run at Pontefract. That was over 6 furlongs. His winning form has been over 6. I think he'll be absolutely fine over the shorter distance of 5. He ran here a couple of starts ago when he finished in 7th spot, but he was drawn wide on that particular occasion. In fairness, the horse that won it, Sound Reason, was also drawn wide. It was also on softer ground than he maybe wants. But Marv behind Mr. Wagyu, a thriving Mr. Wagyu, who's won again since last time out. If he's in that form, then he's not going to be too far away, you wouldn't think. Show Yourself is pretty consistent. She's coming back down in distance today. A stiff track will probably suit her over this trip. I think that she's probably better over 6, but a stiff 5 should be fine. Blissful Song didn't fire at Thirsk last time out, but earlier form, including when ahead of Marv here at Beverley, would give her a little bit of a chance. Now, she was a winner at Southwell earlier on in the year, and she's one of 2 for Ollie Pears, who's also got down the bottom Crystal Maze. Lady of Desire was second at Wolverhampton back in April. That form didn't really work out, and then was below that form from a wide draw at Carlisle last time out, so just with a little bit to prove on the back of that. There's 1 or 2 in a similar boat on that front. As I said, I thought that She's a Diva. The key will be the start. If she breaks and gets into a handy position, I don't think she'll be very far away at all, so fingers crossed for her. She was the only one that I liked from a punting point of view today. Hopefully she can go well. Good luck whatever you've backed in the last. Let's get up for the call for the final time, with thanks to Malcolm Tomlinson.
Thank you very much. Last one in is Show Yourself. That's it, they're all in. We're set to race. They're off, racing over 5 furlongs. Fossos almost squeezed out at the start there. Good start by Lady of Desire. Also away well is Show Yourself. They settle down through the first furlong in the go. Racing in Yorkshire Future Stars Apprentice Handicap. Show Yourself, the red and white jacket. Lady of Desire, the dark blue and yellow. Deeper out, Amazing Anna in the star jacket. Widest of all down the centre, Blissful Song in black and yellow. She's a Diva to the inside in black and pale blue. Racing centre pack at this stage is behind that one, Fossos. And then towards the back, Crystal Maze. ways. Also well back at this stage towards the rear of the field is Molly's brother, and so too Marv, who's well back towards the final two, and inside it they go. Show Yourself in front. Lady of Desire gives chase with She's a Diva. Near side Blissful Song from Amazing Anna. Marv still well back with Crystal Maze, then Fossos. Inside the final furlong they go. Show Yourself in front leads by a couple. Giving chase still in second is Lady of Desire. They're racing up towards the line. Show Yourself's going to go the post in the finale for Stefano Churchy. Going on to score, Show Yourself. It's tight behind. She's a Diva went past with Lady of Desire, and pretty tight behind that as well.
They were bunched up in behind, but the winner, Show Yourself, has shown them a clean pair of heels and bolted up under top weight under Stefano Churchy. Daylight in second spot, and Show Yourself is off the mark here. Looks like She's a Diva has just got second from Lady of Desire in third. Amazing Anna was probably the fourth horse home. But no doubt about the winner, Show Yourself at 3-1 down in trip, and from stall 2 was quick into stride, across onto the rail. Once the cutaway was there, edged across onto the rail as well, and has just had too much pace and class for them from every stage of this race. At every single point of it, she was going better, doing it more easily, going quicker than the rest of them, and she's hit the line strongly enough as well. In behind there, bunched up and getting a little bit tired really as she hits the line with even more in the tank. So really easy success to close things out with Show Yourself. You can see she's got the inside, and as soon as the cutaway comes, Stefano Churchy brings her across to the rail again. At that point, She's a Diva and Andrew Breslin were looking to get some sort of a gap. I think it would have closed up anyway, but she wasn't quick enough to take it, even if it had have been there that little bit longer. She sticks on late on, and they won't be disappointed with that. It is a good run in behind, but no match for the winner, who's been pretty consistent over six.
It's all downhill from now on. Days will be getting a bit shorter. Soon be Christmas and all that. Ridgemount Meg, 6-4 favourite for Chantal McNicholas. See the sun is shining there in Sunderland. Does be a little bit breezy there, isn't it? See one or two of the dog handlers there. Hair just up, blowing away quite vigorously. See though the sun is shining, might be a little bit cooler in the northeast. I think weather perhaps maybe turning for the better early next week by the looks of things. Might be getting back to normal summer weather in the low to mid-20s. Right, even numbers now going in. Like I say, we'll have a bit of a break after this. We'll be heading off to Newton Abbott after that. They're 5-4-5. Just as any late movement in the market, there isn't really. Trap 3 still the 6-4 favourite. Just maybe go with this main market rival here, Trap 6 Barnett Jackie. All right, lost up the set then. Sunderland's 5-22. Hair running. Off they go then at Sunderland, and 4 has jumped away well. That's a fractional lead from 6. Looking for the other main marker of a Trap 3 Ridgemount. McGoy got squeezed up there, has now dropped towards out of the field for a great opportunity for 6. Barntown Jackie now trying to stretch her legs and stretch the advantage. 1 just shades 4 for second spot. Then we got 2. 3 trying to latch yourself onto the main body of the field. But 5 then to find this lead is 6. Not quite yet put this race to bed. 2 Meadows down. Megan put in a late bid. 6 is all out and will just score from 2. Bit of a blanket finish for third. 1 and 5 involved in that.
Right.
I agree with you, and also the second, Power of Beauty, who tanked into it. It's a full brother to a German Guineas winner out of a very good filly, Beauty filly, who's produced some very nice horses so far. And I mean, the in-running market had it that horse was the likeliest winner. I mean, it told a couple of stories. Mr. Colville, who finished third, was odds on at a point, but Power of Beauty traded at, I've got it down here, 108 for 700 quid or so.
Yeah, well, I long since gave up trying to make sense of that market. I like to think I can read some races, but my fingers aren't quick enough and haven't been for years on that.
Excellent stuff. What's coming up for you?
Well, Saturday for the Irish Derby, but I'm now going to visit my parents up north and listen to the England game if I don't fall asleep at the wheel. No, I mean, that could make me fall asleep at the wheel if it's anything like the Scotland game. So yeah, looking forward to that.
Chris Dixon, we'll go to you for your final thoughts on the day. That's it from me and Dave. Plenty coming your way from Newbury.
Yeah, cheers Nick, cheers Nev. Nev sounds well pumped for the England game, doesn't he, tonight? He's certainly building up a ton of enthusiasm for that one. Card here at Beverley this afternoon, 8 races we had, and we kicked off with the 2-year-olds, the 1 2-year-old race that we had on the card, and it was a win for Dark Moon Rising, another one for the Kevin Ryan stable. Shane Gray was in the saddle and really green in the early part of the race. Kevin said that he was amazed how green this horse was at York on debut. He expected him to be much more dialed in this afternoon, but once again there was greenness there. He didn't really pick up the bridle in the early part of the race, but that helped him come home strong late on, and the stronger travelling Power of Beauty was eventually picked off inside the final furlong on this stiff track. I think that Power of Beauty is probably going to be capable of going close next time he runs, while as Dark Moon Rising keeps on learning, you would expect that there will be a little bit more progress to come from him, and the fact that Kevin Ryan started him out at York, probably a little bit of a clue to the regard in which he's held as well. Tim Easterby, we spoke to him after Hugo Gregory won the second race on the card. That was under Tony Hamilton, first leg of a double for Tony. Tim was really pleased with the ride that Tony had given this horse from a wide draw in 11 to get him into a handy spot. They didn't go much of a gallop. There were several of them that were a little bit keen in behind. Proud Archie, who finished in second, coming from a long way back. He doesn't look too far away from being a horse that he's ready to strike, so keep an eye on him. But Hugo Gregory switching regime at home for Tim Easterby, moved him from the hill gallop to the lower gallop, he said. They've got different setups at his base there, and that seems to have done the trick, freshened up Hugo Gregory, and he was back in the winner's enclosure this afternoon at Beverley. The next race on the card, well, that was the victory for Violet Szabo at the 20th time of asking for the informed Nigel Tinkler team. Really good interview that we had with the winning owner after that one. They were obviously delighted with the victory of their filly. It's taken a little while to get her head in front, but on a card that they also had sponsored a race as well, she was able to win, as I say, at the 20th time of asking. Then it was a victory for Edgar Allan Poe. It was his 50th run and I think his 7th win for Harvey Basterman. Back-to-back Beverley winners for him. He had Highlight Reel obviously win over a similar sort of trip last week, and Edgar Allan Poe, second last time out, gets his head in front before Where's Jeff gained a second success at this track in our feature handicap and instigated a double on the card for Joanna Mason, for Grandad Mick Easterby, and of course David Easterby, who's now a joint licence holder as well. The 6th race on the card, that went the way of Johnny Boom. The lads in the studio there just saying that they were impressed by him. He looks to be starting out off a really attractive handicap mark, and you'd think that he might just be one to follow at a similar level. Just for Yous then brought up the double for the Joanna Mason second winner of the afternoon, with Archie Watson the winning trainer there, and Show Yourself took the final race, the Apprentice Riders Handicap. So it's been an enjoyable afternoon on the Westwood. Riding On's going the way of Joanna Mason and indeed Tony Hamilton. Hopefully you've enjoyed all of the coverage. It's time to head back to the studio where there's plenty more to come from Newbury, and a good evening to Anthony Dunkley.
Good evening, Chris. Hello, everybody. Yes, as Chris says, 6 more races to come from Newbury. The afternoon action done and dusted. But not just that, we'll also be speaking to Nathan Horrocks about his new film, The Fall. That'll be coming up in a little bit. We'll also be revisiting parts of The Verdict recorded by Angus McNay, especially about one horse he's particularly excited about. But time is of the essence. We've got to get straight back to Newbury, and there's already been an incident about our next race. In shot, number 10, that is Bash Straight. And Bash Straight was not happy about George Bass, ironically, jumping on her back. And she's a little bit tetchy, a little bit difficult ahead of her debut. She had to be drawn ahead of her intended first start at Chepstow as well. So hopefully all will be well with her. She's 28-1. The Pump Technology and Jonathan Portman fillies restricted novice stakes over 6 furlongs. Nazanin, your 6-4 favourite. 9-4 Peggotty. Next second, 9-1. 11-1 About Desert. If You Can Dream, 16-1 with Baby Bay. Day Sleeper, 22-1. A Daydream Believer, 22-1. Bass Straight, 28s and Drifting. 28s About Celavia. Banfrey Santa Luis, your 50-1 drifting second outsider with Deadly Weapon rounding them off at 80-1. Number 2 is out, 12 go to post, and I can say a very good evening to Rishi Prasad and Steve Mellish. Hi guys.
Hi Dunkus, always good to hear you, pal, and well done with the pronunciation of horse 4. And it's been a bit of a battle on a couple of occasions that I've tried it myself. But we're trying to find horse 12 if we can, Peggotty, ahead of this upcoming race here at Newbury. Steve, you were at Salisbury when she made her debut.
And you got the pronunciation spot on her, incidentally. Yeah, she did somewhat. I mean, second win, the horse who won that day, presently was well beaten at Ascot last week, but I still think the form, there was a number of horses who went into that race with reasonable form. I don't think it was a bad maiden. Time wasn't too bad either. And she shaped encouragingly. She was keeping on the finish, got beat 3 lengths into 5th. Now, it's different ground, different conditions, but she has got that valuable experience over her main market rivals.
I think that's Bass Strait, who's also in shot, who's arriving down to the start, which is promising because she was playing up in the paddock. She threw George Bass off twice, and of course she was withdrawn from her intended debut at Chepstow recently. So at least for the moment, she looks as if she's behaving herself with a little bit more ease for her handlers on the way down to the start. Let's pick out some of the horses that shone in the paddock for you, Steve. I think we both agree that Next Second was one that was a positive in appearance.
Yeah, definitely. I think she was a positive. We've already touched on that. Yeah, nothing original here. Nazanin was a nice time. I didn't mind If You Can Dream in the paddock. Different sort of size, the other, bit lengthier and bit more size maybe than the other one we're talking about. But I thought she was okay, and she ran with some promise on her debut on fast ground.
There was also some misbehaviour from horse 4, Banfrey Santa Luis, just before heading down to post, and then she was taken away, and I think tack adjusted before Connections allowed her to go down to the start now under Liam Canary, and she looks a little bit more tractable.
She does.
And we'll join up with the rest. Any thoughts on her pedigree?
I mean, Claim certainly is a decent size. Half distance, 3 winners, various distances, up to an extended 7. He's mainly speedy on the dame side. Mainly speedy in general, the pedigree, in fact.
Yeah, she's a half sister to Tinto, who has got speed and won at Newmarket.
Absolutely.
Over 6. And the stable have had a 2-year-old winner as well. So positives for Banfrey Santa Luis.
I think what has been much more difficult in last 2 or 3 seasons, I used to be very, very confident about where you wanted to be on the straight course at Newbury. I think that's changed. I think I'm not really sure. I suspect they'll run up the middle here, I guess. But there used to be in the market, you definitely in conditions like today when there's been rain, you'd want to be the far side of the middle was definitely the place to be. Whether that will manifest itself tonight and whether that's still there, I've got my doubts anyway.
Yeah, there are a couple of times where being on the stand side was obviously not the place to be, yet it still seemed to be where 1 or 2 were.
I remember doing a thing with you at Nottingham about it. We would run a whole afternoon of going through about 15 2-year-old races, you remember? And Graham Gibbons got very upset.
Graham Gibbons was very upset.
Very, very upset. Yes.
But those days are gone now.
No.
But we were
there. He might still be upset. We were there.
We were there. I wanted to mention Baby Bay to you, Steve.
Right.
For Jonathan Portman, who ran at Goodwood 11 days ago. I thought there was a bit of promise in the run.
Yeah, I agree, actually. It was never at a big price. Certainly not much expected. And again, he looked pretty green. She looked pretty green early on. Never really a factor in the end, but definitely showed something.
Okay, you touched on If You Can Dream for Clive Cox. Desert for Richard Hannon and Sean Levy, another one to take the eye in the paddock on her debut.
Well, you would expect her to be shorter in the market. She's a biggish price. I think she's a double-figure price. I may be wrong there. But again, on breeding, she seems about right, doesn't she? Havana Gold's a good star with 2-year-olds. Lots of winners in the family at various distances. Some of them precocious and some of them at a reasonable level.
Havana Gold had a winner at Royal Ascot, didn't he? Just trying to remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm pretty certain he did. I can't remember off the top of my head.
A 2-year-old winner, yeah.
Yes.
It did.
And the dam of this horse, Desert, Jewel in the Sand, was pretty smart back in the day for Richard Hannon Senior. Was a very good 2-year-old. Didn't really train on, but has produced a few winners, including Brian Epstein and Falkirk as well. So there's a bit of speed in that pedigree for Desert. A Daydream Believer, I think, is another one that's worthy of a mention for Eve Johnson-Horton. Produced a couple of good runs over 5 furlongs, and you were keen to point out, Steve, that in your opinion the step up in trip
she's going to work. She's run the poly track at Kempton and on the turf at Lingfield, and has run similar races each time, both times keeping on, having not really gone the pace. So I think the 6 furlongs, probably even with a little bit of cut in the ground, might help. The form does need improving on, and I think her main claim comes from the fact that she might improve with more of a test of stamina.
Okay. Day Sleeper, we mentioned Banfrion Santa Lewis, and now we can talk about the stable companion Day Sleeper, who's also got a fair pedigree.
Yeah, and again, some precocity. The half-sister to a winning 2-year-old. Twilight Sun's a good sire. No, absolutely. She makes some appeal on pedigree.
Yeah, she's, you said, half-sister to Rommel, who won at 2, and the dam's a half-sister to Tamarillo and Take It to the Max.
Yeah.
Both useful. Certainly Take It to the Max has proved useful over a period of time.
We were talking about, we were concentrating on the misbehaviour or the bad behaviour of Bass Strait. But again, on pedigree, she's quite interesting, isn't she? You know, Cityscape, obviously a very good horse who like playing a cat in the ground, a half-sister to 3 winners, one of them at listed level. Speed in the family. Again, on paper, the right sort of make-up, you'd imagine, for what she's facing today.
Yeah, the half brother, Nastasi, was very useful at 2 last year.
Absolutely.
In fact, trained by Mick Shannon, ended up winning at a decent price, a listed race at York.
Yeah,
1 or 2 people
she did.
by surprise.
So let's hope she can channel her. Let's hope she's got the ability and can channel it in the right direction, because she's wasting
messing about
energy,
again
Yeah,
at the start.
She is.
She's due to go into store late, and if you just saw a few moments ago, she's just backed away. Given how she played up first time and how she was playing up in the paddock as well.
Yeah.
You'd probably be betting against her going forward without any alarms into store late, but we shall see shortly. She's going forward. It's slightly holding up proceedings. We're already 5 minutes behind time here at Newbury, with a few still to load up. I mean, I don't think it's a race that you want to have a bet in.
No.
But certainly just in terms of looks and what we know from the form so far, there isn't a very high standard set by the runners so far.
No.
I quite like the look of Next Second, and if I had to have a play, it might be a little bit on that.
Yeah, we took from the championship last race, and we will do again. I liked her beforehand in terms of just on paper, who she would buy and how she's bred. And I thought she was one of the more attractive types. She's not big. She's not overly. She looks a sprinter. She's quite a chunky, compact filly, but she looks, to me at least, relatively straight.
George Bass has jumped off Bass Strait, so more issues for this daughter of Cityscape, and I can't imagine they'll be taking too much time over her, because she has been messing about. I think we've got 4 or 5 still to load up as well, so not hopefully too much longer before we get to the off. As I said, we're about 6.5 minutes now behind schedule for this 5:30 here at Newbury. Not sure how many more chances Bass Strait's going to get. It's a fair looking race in terms of an okay level set by those that have run before. Amongst the newcomers, there are 1 or 2 with nice pedigrees. Next Second, perhaps just about the pick of them.
Yeah, what form that has been set has all been on quick ground as well. Both the 2 horses with the best form have shown their promise so far on a sound surface. So that's an unknown as well. Might improve them, might not.
I say Next Second just about the pick of them. Obviously, that's for us. I mean, punters and the market suggest that's Nazanin, who of course is very well related, being that she's a sister to Martinea, who's pretty useful.
Yeah.
The Dam is a half sister to Crowded House and to Brando.
Yeah.
Strength in that pedigree.
And I say, definitely interesting. There's been money for her, because there hasn't been. It was one after another, wasn't it, for a few years? It hasn't been the case with all, but this has been a well-backed horse, so clearly things are expected.
Felt for Archie Watson at Royal Ascot last week.
A lot of horses run really well. Yeah. I think it was the right decision to lose the race, personally. It's a touch one, but I think the stewards did right. But nonetheless, you'd feel feel unlucky. It could have remained, couldn't it?
If it had remained, I don't think you'd have been entirely upset.
No.
It was one of those margin calls. Right, just hearing that Bass Strait has been withdrawn, not a surprise. Last couple coming forward, so let's head up to John Hunt for the call.
Set to go now. all good, and they're off and racing. Desert lugged out badly to the right, coming out of the gates as they head now down the middle of the track through the first of their 6 furlongs here, with showing really nice speed, a Daydream Believer, followed by the favourite Nazanin, who's got a good position. Baby Bay up with the pace. Peggotty's close up but pulling very hard, and next second comes next together with Deadly Weapon. Then we've got a gap to If You Can Dream. They're followed through by Bonfrion Naluas, and after these we've got Desert, who's caught up a little bit. Day Sleeper, the one on the extreme left at the back end of the field. Sulavia is racing last of all as they come now well past the halfway stage of the contest, and as they race on towards the 2-pole up front, we've got Baby Bay, black colours stand side, far side Nazan in the favourite, just hanging slightly, but hasn't been popped any sort of serious question yet. A Daydream Believer's in third, Peggotty stand side next, and then come Desert, who's ended up over on the far side. But Nazanin has now quickened to go a length clear. Peggotty, though, tries to go with her. Nazanin out in front from Peggotty, then Baby Bay back in third place. It's a winning debut for Nazanin. Nazanin won by a length from Peggotty in second place. Back in third was Baby Bay, and they had pulled a little way clear of Desert in fourth place.
A winning debut for Nazanin for Archie Watson and Holly Doyle. Has seen off Peggotty, who travelled quite nicely but didn't pick up quite in the style of the winner. And a good run back in third from Baby Bay for Jonathan Portman and Rob Hornby. Steve, what did you think of the winner?
I think the winner's won despite being very green. I mean, the market was definitely there, supported it, and she knew her job in terms of she broke, but she spent half the race, to my eyes at least, looking pretty green, and particularly when she hit the front. She sort of just rolled around, had a look around, and wasn't quite sure what to do. I thought she might be picked up by Peggotty, who travelled noticeably well into the race, but I actually think she's won with a bit in hand at the finish. I think there's a fair amount of untapped ability to come there. Peggotty travelled great. I think she's run very, very well. She's probably bumped into quite a good horse, and an excellent run by Baby Bay, who, like you were saying before, you liked her first run, good and
Has really well out the winner and down the shoulders, because the horse would have to lean over to the left space there. And I thought it was an educational ride as much as anything else.
It was a lovely educational ride. She's very late. She's very trying to educate and not get too. I think the horse wasn't, and she's given her a couple of reminders.
Harry Cobden. Caroline's Quest is handy just on the inside in second place. They're followed by Alka Demon. Blue colours and the spots of If Carlsberg Did. If they head towards the third flight now, and it's still Caroline's Quest up front alongside Secret Potion in second place. Purple colours of Vanderbilt racing in third. On the inside is Alka Demon. They're followed by Serve on Time. The red colours of Decoration of War. And the back marker at this stage still Perfect Predator. They head down the far side. 2 flights in the straight to take. And still Caroline's Quest has the advantage of the inside out in front with Harry Cobden on board, Secret Potion in second place. Finished a good winner at Warwick 2 starts ago, but didn't fare so well at Ludlow last time out. Caroline's Quest then out in front, Secret Potion racing in second place. They're followed by Vanderbilt and Richie Valentine on the inside. Then comes Alka Demon and the navy colours of Serve on Time. They head towards the next flight, and Caroline's Quest still out in front. Alrams in the white colours is to the fore on the outside in around 4th or 5th place or so as they head towards what will be the last next time's round. And Caroline's Quest leads the field. From Secret Potion in second place, Vanderbilt chases. They're followed by Richie Valentine. Navy colours then of Serve on Time. Blue colours If Carlsberg Did. Red colours then is a Decoration of War. And the back markers still Perfect Predator at the back of the field, being pushed alongside Alka Demon then. They head down the far side, just the 2 flights down the far side to take, and Caroline's Quest still has the advantage under Charlie Price. Leads by about a length or 2 from Secret Potion in second place. Vanderbilt tucked on the inside in third. Richie Valentine still close up. Also travelling well is If Carlsberg Did. On the outside, Almrounds is just making some headway, and they're followed by Decoration of War and Serve on Time. They head down the far side then, and Caroline's Quest still has a length advantage from Secret Potion. Still travels well in second place. They're followed by Richie Valentine in third. Vanderbilt hasn't moved much as well. Serve on Time still going well as they head towards the next flight. All over safely. Have one that's just pulled up there. Alka Demon has been pulled up by James Best. Almrams has still made some decent headway on the far side, with Richie Valentine also taken to the front here. Richie Valentine now leads by half a length. The red colours of Decoration of War is still handy, and If Carlsberg Did is close enough, if good enough. Vanderbilt is still in touch. One just backpedaling now is Caroline's Quest, and also Secret Potion is under the cosh. Out in front, Richie Valentine with Chris Ward out in front, leads by a length. Al Rams races and chases in second place, still out in third place If Carlsberg Did. Any one of these 4 could still will. Vanderbilt on the inside and the cheap pieces, but Al Rams has the advantage now alongside Richie Valentine as they head towards what will be the second last. On the inside, Richie Valentine leads by a neck. On the outside, Am Rams is chasing, still going well. They're followed by If Carlsberg Did. Red colours of Decoration of War looks cooked to me as they head towards what is the second last. Almrans on the outside leads and takes this second last well. Vanderbilt now giving chase in second place, and Richie Valentine in third as they head towards what will be the last and the 9th flight here. Out in front, Almrams has the advantage, goes 2 lengths clear. Almrams pops it really well, goes towards the winning line, and Almrams giving a crack round and has gone really well and scored by 4 lengths. Very close for second place on the far side, Vanderbilt, and then followed by third, Richie Valentine. 4th place will be If Carlsberg Did. They're chased by Decoration of War, and one of the last to finish is Serve on Time.
My English teacher would be, laughing in his grave if he knew that Horrocks had actually written something like this, because I was terrible at school. But Robert was great at helping me, put the script together, and it was just really easy working with that, with that crew. And our editor Liam Dowler at Equine Productions, he's had amazing patience with me putting this piece together. And it's been a real collaborative piece of work, this, and I'm really proud of what we've put together now. And I really can't see the reaction. Wait to see the reaction of what everyone is going to see to it, and hopefully they, that they're going to enjoy the journey that we've been on.
I can't wait to see it myself. Is this going to be a general release, or how exactly will this be distributed?
Like I say, it's going to be going out on a few film festivals, but it's also going to be launched on TV later on in the year. But we'll have some news in the next couple of weeks on where you're going to be able to see it. So we're going to be making sure that everybody gets to hear about that, sooner rather than later, and it won't be missed. So we'll make sure everyone gets to hear where it's going to be shown.
Well, Nathan, we can't wait to see it. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck at the LA Shorts Film Festival. We're all rooting for you.
Thank you very much.
Nathan Horrocks there, the director and brainchild of The Fall, which we will hope to see in around autumn time. Now, earlier, Nazanin was a good winner of our second race under Holly Doyle, who joined Rishi straight after.
Holly, congratulations. That looked a very smart performance on Nazanin. What did you make of it?
Yeah, she was very straightforward. She knew her job from the off. She's actually a filly that we haven't, we've schooled her nicely, but we haven't put the gun to her head because she takes it all in very quickly and can be a little bit keen and stuff. But she jumped well, travelled well. Actually, the further I was going from the free pole, the better, and she's really shown a nice turn of foot there at the furlong pole.
All the experts watching the race, as you say, learn late on. So, on a scale of horses being time up, how would you assess it?
Yeah, she was. She just needed, helping along, I suppose, and keeping straight. That's all, really. I didn't think she was too green, but no, fairly straightforward, and it was a good starting point.
It's interesting watching how you go about riding newcomers, and it's quite an education for those of us who don't really know that much about race riding, but you seem very intent on getting them to go forward without having to be too aggressive on them. Is that a fair point?
Yeah, that's it. You don't want to put the gun to their head too much and find yourself too inexperienced to do anything. I just tend to give them a long rein and let them, don't push or pull, let them take me into the race where they're comfortable and see what they can do. I always enjoy riding first time out horses.
And Archie's 2-year-olds, is it noticeable that she was well back today? So how much did you expect from her coming to the races today?
We expected a really, really good performance like she's shown today. Obviously, like I said, we hadn't done a whole lot with her, so we did have doubts about greenness, which she showed a little bit of, but we were still fairly confident she'd run well.
Congratulations. It was a very smart effort from horse and rider.
Thank you.
Well done to Holly Doyle. She's got 2 more chances on the card. Coming up a little bit later, she's not riding in our next race. It's for the 2-year-olds again. It's the Hot to Trot Racing EBF Fillies Novice Stakes over 7 furlongs. Wild Beauty, a very, very hot order at the top of the market. 9-4 on. 5-1 River Pride. Tad the Twitch, 11-1. Goldilocks, 12-1 and On the Drift. 16-1 Noonie. Kawida, 22-1, and Mirique, your 66-1 outsider. Number 5 is out, leaving a field of 7, and we can see them in the paddock.
So we're picking up the runners in our third race, at least for thoroughbreds here at Newbury. We'll start with horse number 3 if we can. Got Steve to grab the mic and talk about Kawida of Ed Walker's, who's making her debut here, daughter of Sir Percy. The dam was quite well related, Steve.
Looked quite a lot of stamina. Full sister to a mile and a half winner, half sister to a Group 1 winner in Australia. Same stamina in the family, being by Sir Percy as well. No surprise that she'll stay further in time.
A champion in Australia nonetheless in Zaki.
Yeah.
So Kawida, good pedigree. Behind Kawida we'll find horse 4, Mirique, for Harry Dunlop, who showed promise on her debut. What happened at Salisbury? Were you there?
Probably why she ran badly. Yeah, she was disappointing, wasn't she? They've both been at 5 furlongs, maybe 7 furlongs will improve her, but it's a shame that she did regress first to second run.
Let's then find horse number 7, River Pride. Obviously a horse with a big chance in this race. Really good runner, Doncaster.
Absolute big improvement from debut when short head second. Short head second over 6.5 furlongs at Doncaster. I think the extra test of stamina today will suit her even more. And I think there is encouragement in the family for some cutting in the ground. Although the times of the first 2 races, the ground isn't terrible. It's only really on the good to soft side of soft.
Yeah, Simon Hodgson, when we spoke to him earlier on, was talking about this being good to firm ground if it were jump racing.
Yeah.
So that's a fair comment.
Fair comment, yeah.
Let's drop back and find horse 2, the Chestnut on the far side with the 4 white socks, Goldilocks. Stable companion, of course, to River Pride. And again, another one who showed promise on her Goodwood debut.
She did. She was not much expected. She was 11 to 1 chance, not the best away, and kept on from the rear to finish 9.5 lengths 6. So further education tonight, I'd think.
Number 8, behind that is Tadita Twitch. Again, promise in the run at Lingfield under today's rider.
Yeah, okay, that was on fast ground at Lingfield, keeping on into 5th. The dam handles some cutting the ground, so there's some encouragement there.
Behind that is the Godolphin runner, Wild Beauty, the favourite, who stepped up from the Ascot debut to win at Haydock.
Yeah, nice improvement, I thought, when justifying even money favouritism as well. That was at 6. I thought the 7 furlongs she should be fine with. She's got to give weight around all round. It's not a formality, but she appears to be going the right way.
And then the only one we haven't seen is horse number 6, Steve. That's Nooney, who's got a really nice pedigree.
It's a big horse, isn't she? I mean, she is a big.
And 5-stage filtration provide the most powerful deep clean. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free delivery from Dyson.
We buy veg straight from the farmer, like our British.
No, not there. No. Majestic. If you've got hair, care.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Hello, good evening. Thanks very much to Gina and our afternoon team. So, Newton Abbott is underway. 1 race down. Great commentary, by the way. Well done, Guy Lewis. Late call up there. He's commentating. He's judging as well. He did a fine job. Let's have a look back at that 5:45. It was a good competitive novices handicap hurdle. Plenty in with chances, of course, but it's going to be Al Rams who's going to come home in front in the end for Sue Gardner. Of course, Gavin Sheehan picking up this spare ride in the absence of Lucy Gardner. We're aware of 1 or 2 jockeys not at the track this evening with traffic issues, but there were 3 or 4 in with chance in the closing stage. In fact, we had a very tight call for second, which did go to Richie Valentine in the black colours in the end ahead of Vanderbilt. But let's go back to Mick, get some reaction to this winner in the opener at Newton Abbott.
I could just say well done to Gavin Sheehan, and now he's got to run off and he's got to brush up on the form of all these horses, because you've been a late replacement for 2 rides here this evening. You've managed to win on the first one and did it really nicely, Al Rams.
Yeah, did it nicely. You know, around Exeter, or not Exeter, you talked to her the last twice. I just watched it around here, and you know, it's probably a bit of a different track, bit more of a test. But I thought here early, I thought the trip was perfect because it was in between the last 2 runs. But I thought I'd keep out a little bit wider and that. But one of those where I felt out of pace for the first bit. I wanted to be in the first kind of 3rd, 4th, 5th. but I felt outpaced always, and I was squeezing. Then all of a sudden, going past the winning line, I'm kind of up there, and I'm in a great posse.
Yeah.
I hit the front kind of just upsides, the last one down the back, and then I was up to sit and save it almost, and yeah, went away and got the job done then.
What is the ground like out there?
Soft, but it's summer soft.
Yeah.
You know, there is a difference between soft now and soft in the winter, and it's summer soft, but the good thing that it's loose, it's squelchy, like it almost felt like it was raining. There was a lot of water kicked back rather than muck and that, you know.
It was quite interesting because I had a walk out there when I got here today, and I wasn't surprised to see you come wide up the straight as well.
Yeah, it definitely felt a bit better out wide up the straight, and it was one of those just around the bends and things, and down the back it's staying off yesterday's ground, even though they pushed us. I seen a couple of the jockeys yesterday around the course with Keelan Woods. He was saying middle wide is better, and you take their advice and go with it.
Yeah. Going great for you, isn't it? You know, you're getting plenty of rides, and you know that I was saying after you'd won on that horse, confidence is everything. And with you, I notice it so often. You know, when you're on a roll, you're very, very hard to beat.
Yeah, look, I'll get better, and you know, I don't think you've probably been the same through the whole career. You're always learning. You never felt quite done. And I heard Mackay say it was only his last couple of months, and he was like, I feel I'm giving up when I finally feel that I've conquered it. You know, and it was only at his stage. He was 20 times champion. He never stopped learning in this game, and you know, it's a great buzz being inside that weighing room, and I love it. And you know, a good bunch of lads inside there, and it's come racing, give me the chances, and I want to go out and prove that I can do it. And Noel Williams give me a chance now, and I want to go out and prove that I can do for him, you know.
Great attitude. Best of luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Gavin, first one in the bag then at Newton Abbot this evening. Now we're going to turn the clock back to the month of May, because very pleased to tell you that the May Ride of the Month winner has been announced. The horse in question was Bolton Abbey, and the jockey was Mark Crean. Have a look at this.
And they're off and racing. A little bit slow into stride from the inside berth was National Star, Chontero in the colours, racing on the inside of Buying Time, also stripes towards the outside. Bolton Abbey, and then National Star, the slow starter, and Tracy's joint as they're now very much on the descent, passing the 3 furlong pole. Chontero on the rails, one off them in the pink colours, Noble Albert, then Whistledown, Super Cub towards the centre of the racecourse, and also picking up is Buying Time, then Hatshepsut, as they now begin to climb uphill with a furlong and a half to go. Wide across the course, Chontero on the right with Noble Albert, Super Cub, and Whistledown between that group. Then Buying Time and Hatshepsut are still with plenty of chances. They make their way inside the last. Super Cub down the outside. Bolton Abbey is hurtling home. Super Cub, Bolton Abbey behind her halfway, storms home to victory.
Well, there were plenty watching that day thinking that could be a contender for Ride of the Month, but it was more than that, because Mark's brought Bolton Abbey in the indeed, but coming home in very good fashion here for Georgia Bowie. Still looked as though there was an awful lot to do, even as they headed well inside the final furlong, but perseverance has paid dividends, and Mark has been awarded with the Ride of the Month, and he was talking with Simon Mapletoft.
Yeah, I mean, he was outpaced early. George and me decided he probably would get outpaced early, given the fact that he will get 7 in time. And yeah, I mean, he just got the better of them up the hill, and I think his experience and his fitness got him there.
Yeah. Was it a case of him just being a bit unbalanced? It's a very idiosyncratic track, isn't it, Brighton?
No, as I said, I mean, he had 2 runs prior to that, and he was working well at home, and he knew his job. And as I said, his experience and fitness got him there, because there was a few unraced, and I think that was just it. Yeah,
he must have given you quite a feel the way he accelerated in that last, well, less than a furlong.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, he just took off really. Yeah, but yeah, he did it nicely.
As I said, you've already had a wonderful time of things. That link up with George Bowie has been, I think, the best thing you've ever done, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain. I was 3rd in the Albany, my first ride in a group race at Royal Ascot, and I mean, things are just going from strength to strength, so hopefully it continues.
Yeah, Oscula, of course, for George in the Albany, and I think that was a measure of the progress you've made, because as an apprentice you're not allowed to claim in a group race, so you rode without your claim. To be in the frame, again, must have been a tremendous thrill.
Yeah, exactly, no. I mean, she's got another entry in Newmarket in a few days' time, and all going well, she'll go there, and hopefully we can get the job done.
Yeah, do you feel that your progress and winning Ride of the Month really crowns that, has exceeded your expectations this year?
Yeah, I mean, as I said many times before, I only had one winner last year, and I couldn't have imagined it. I mean, doing this well, and I mean, just really pleased.
Yeah. So that champion apprentice title may still be in sight.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm only. I don't really try not to keep an eye on it, but I mean, definitely 100%. I'm only a few behind Marco, I think. So.
Yeah, it's a lovely cap in his feather, isn't it? Well done to Mark on claiming the Ride of the Month for May. Now, the action is going to continue at Newton Abbot very shortly. We've got a very competitive looking handicap chase over 2 miles 5. First look at the runners. You can see if you glance to the right, the betting is 11 to 4 the field. Indeed, Delight of Dubai, I think we're looking at there, here we are, is the market leader for Noel Williams. But the market's been fascinating in terms of the 7 runner in the field. This is Twasn't the Plan for Tim Vaughan, who is 3 to 1 at the moment, but wasn't earlier. Much bigger, double-digit odds. So one of the gambles of the day. We'll see how Twasn't the Plan gets on. Let's pop back to Mick. Looks a beautiful evening down there at Newton Abbot, Mick, with the sun shining and watching the first race. Lots of people set fair for a great night's racing.
Yes, and you know, well done to everybody here. It's a tough gig at Newton Abbot for Pat Masterson and his team, because they're limited to the amount of people that they can have here. They've got to look after their annual members, and got to look after the owners as well as the trainers, the jockeys. So you know, there is a limited number that they can get through the gates. It's, you know, limited facilities, but they're doing a fantastic job. You know, I haven't heard any complaints from anybody, and lots of people just really pleased to be racing again. So good news here at Newton Abbot. So let's have a little look through this intriguing little contest, because I heard you saying, Darryl, about the money for Twasn't the Plan. Of course, Tim Vaughan, his horses had been out of form for some time, but you know, he's certainly hoping that they're back to a level of form now. That's the case. And Twasn't the Plan is a horse who he's run 20 times and has yet to win. So that is a negative, and that is obviously a little bit of a concern if you're a Twasn't the Plan fan. But we had the horse in our last race who hadn't won in 18 starts, so maybe it's the night for the maidens to break their duck. They'll certainly be hoping that's the case. Charlie Price, really good value for that £5 claim on board as well, Charlie. And horse number 4 is Demon Donu. Horse trained by John Joe O'Neill. Young William Marshall rides this one, takes 7 off. And he rode this horse last time when it was third at Southwell. As well, races off the same mark here this evening, and actually races off the same mark that this horse won off when winning at Cartmel. That was back in July of last year. Looks well, doesn't he? Really does. But the one thing you will say, you will struggle to see a John Joe O'Neill trained horse not well turned out. Harrison in charge here this evening. The horses are just starting to file out. Horse number 1 is obviously very interesting here. You heard Darryl saying that we'd have a jockey change on 1. He is just making his way out now Riverside here. And Robbie Dunn is in your papers. Unfortunately, Robbie is held up in that traffic, and it is Gavin Sheehan who is the man on board. This horse who has won 1 of her 7 starts, and that win was at Lingfield on heavy ground, so she will love conditions. The horse that you've got a shot of going out there is a grey son of Tickenon. That is Rizzardo. Horse who's won 2 of his 11 starts over fences. Could he be about to improve that? We'll soon find out after this very short break.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Heavens, that's bright. Where on earth did you get that nail varnish?
TK Maxx. It's pineapple sunset. It's salon quality. It's sexy. It's fashion, darling. You move, Letitia. Pineapple sunset.
Every follicle's a blessing. Just a bit off the top, please, mate. No, not there. No. Majestic. If you've got hair, care.
Lemon, the taste that can bring any dish into sharp focus. All brought to you by Deliveroo.
Amazon Prime Day is here. 2 days of non-stop deals that could change your kitchen, your game, even the way you celebrate. Yep, these deals are serious. Prime Day is now on. Ends midnight 22nd of June.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey guys.
That's a sponsor.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do.
Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh helps preserve vitamins A and C for longer by simulating the light of sun cycles. Beko, eat like a pro.
Over 500,000 Sky Bet customers use deposit limits to help manage their betting budget. That's enough to fill 46 cops, 160 lofts, 19 valleys, 22 deep dells, 25 dens, or 65 six fields. That's a lot of sports fans who know their limit. All good bookmakers have deposit limits, so whoever you bet with, set an appropriate one and enjoy the sport. Deposit limits. That's betting better.
Just for you. With more choice than any other supermarket.
There's an Ocado just for you.
This programme is sponsored.
Before the field, delighted to buy Remain's favourite. That was, without doubt, I think a personal best at Worcester last time. And as Mick was saying, Gavin Sheehan picking up the spare. He's looking for a quick-fire double. A couple of spare rides for him. This money that's come for Twasn't the plan. Fascinating as well. Tim Vaughan, quiet run at the moment. The horse has been dropped heavily in the weights. 110, 5 or 6 runs ago, now off for 93. But have a look at the performances. Been hit an awful long way. 20 lengths, 30 lengths and more. But punters want on. Back from 12s and 14s. Currently at 7-2, just in behind Demon to Anu for John Joe O'Neill at 3s.
Over 500,000 Sky Bet customers use deposit limits to help manage their betting budget. That's enough to fill 46 cops, 160 lofts, 19 valleys, 22 deep dells, 25 dens, or 65 six fields. That's a lot of sports fans who know their limit. All good bookmakers have deposit limits, so whoever you bet with, set an appropriate one and enjoy the sport. Deposit limits. That's betting better.
I'm not surprised that the money has come, for Demon Danu, because I just feel ground-wise as well. You're not guessing with this horse. Very versatile as far as ground goes. Ran well at Sutton last time on decent ground. This is quite a bit slower here this evening. Just going to be dropped right out here by William Marshall. Going to be produced late. Could that be a race-winning move? The pace is up the front and the fancied ones.
Second race of the evening, the Racing Partnership TRP Handicap Steeplechase over 2 miles 5. They head towards the first of the 16 fences, and out in front in the Nigel Twiston Davis colours, Rosado leads the field with Delight of Dubai handy in second place. Then comes the yellow and green spots of Catch the Cumin. The second fence comes quite quickly here, and Rosado takes it out in front with Delight of Dubai in second. Catch the Cuban races in third. They're followed by He's a Bully, yellow and purple colours of Vocalizer. They're followed by Court of Duty. Then Twasn't the Plan, and the back marker held up in the early stages is Demon Danu. So they go past the judge with another couple of circuits to go. And Rosado heads the field, leads by a length or so from Delight of Dubai in second. Catch the Cuban races on the inside in third, and they're followed in the black colours of He's a Bully. On the inside of that one is Vocalizer, and they're followed by Court of Duty. Then in the striped colours of Twasn't the Plan, back marker still held up by William Marshall, is Demon Danu. Head towards the third then, up and over safely is Rosado. Jumps well on the inside of Delight of Dubai. Still in third place is Catch the Cuban. That one's followed by He's a Bully. Then Vocalizer. That one's followed by Court of Duty, Twasn't the Plan, and Demon Danu. They head towards the next then. A good jump by the leaders, no mistake so far. And Rosado, who ran at Suddle last time out in March, had a little break since then. And the grey leads the field by a length and a half. Rosado heads towards the next, jumps it well with Delight of Dubai in second. They're followed by Catch the Cuban, black colours of He's a Bully. Then comes Court of Duty, striped colours of Twasn't the Plan, and Demon Danu still races down the field. Head towards the open ditch then. Good jump then by Rosado out in front. Delight of Dubai just half a length down. Yellow and green colours of Catch the Cuban races in third. They're followed by He's a Bully, still in fifth place is Vocalizer, Court of Duty, Twasn't the Plan, and Demon Danu. Head toward the water jump then for the first time. And out in front, these pair have raced handily out together. Delight of Dubai has just gone up sides now, Rosado. And head toward will be the 8th fence. First one in the straight. As they head toward it, Rosado just gets the head in front again. Under Sammy Twiston-Davis, Delight of Dubai races in second place. Just a little bit close there by the second, but all over safely. And most of the horses jumping well here as they well head towards what will be the last next time round. Rosado in the black and white colours then. Grey jumps it well. Delight of Dubai in second. Big mistake there by Twasn't the Plan. Charlie Price did well to hold the combination in place there, but he is now near the back end of the field. Past the judgment with a full circuit to go, and Rosado leads by half a length. Delight of Dubai in second. They're followed by Catch the Cuban, He's a Bully. And they're followed by Vocalizer in fifth place. Court of Duty, Twasn't the Plan, who made the mistake just a moment ago, and Demon Danu, who likes to be held up in his races, is the back marker as they head down the far side to what will be fence number 10 of these 16 fences here. Rosado still out in front then, going well, and sees a stride, gets in a little bit tight, but Delight of Dubai has jumped up sides as they head down the far side for the final time. Catch the Cuban races in third place. He's a Bully in fourth, and the inside is Vocalizer. Making a bit of headway is Court of Duty. Then come Twasn't the Plan, Demon Danu. Little mistake there out in front by Rosado. It's his first real mistake, but he's over safely. Delight of Dubai is up sides, racing in second place. Still going well is Catch the Cuban. He's a Bully races in fourth, and Court of Duty is making steady headway as they head over what is the next, and they head towards what will be the last open ditch. Any one of these could take this so far, and Delight of Dubai leads on the outside of Rosado in second place. Head towards this fence. They all jump it well. Good stride taken by Rosado and Sam Twiston-Davis. Makes them lead by about half a length here. Delight of Dubai in second place. He's a Bully. Then comes Catch the Cuban. Court of Duty still batting into contention. Vocalizer still running well, and Twasn't the Pan still held here as they head towards what will be the water jump. And out front, Rosado leads the field. Just being niggled now is Delight of Dubai. Gavin Sheehan gets a spare ride as they head into the home straight. Black and white colours of Rosado. Sammy Twiston-Davis still out in front. In second place, Delight of Dubai. Here comes Danu, Demon Danu, who comes from the rear of the field. Any one of these could take it as they head towards the second last. Rosado leads by half a length. Dubai still in contention. Vocalizer on the inside, still going well. Then comes Catch the Cuban back in fourth place. They head towards the 16th and final place. Delight of Dubai. Up on the inside is Vocalizer, and Delight of Dubai leads by a length or so as they head towards the line. Delight of Dubai will go on and win by 2 lengths. Vocalizer will be second. Catch a Cuban races him in 4th. Twasn't the Plan races in 5th, followed by Court of Duty. Then comes Rizardo, Demon of Danu, and the last to finish is He's a Bully.
Gavin Sheehan, the spare ride man. Got 2 winners on the evening. And poor old Robbie Dunn is unfortunately held up in traffic not too far from here. But this is a good ride from Gavin. He was in a controlling position, you know, throughout this race. Popped this mare out very handy. Sat front rank with her, and here he's really committed. But it's funny, she'd made a couple of fiddly mistakes on the way around. But you know what? I love that. When you see this again down over those last couple, for all young riders out there, when you've got one like this, if you just keep squeezing away, squeezing away, squeezing away, watch this. Look, squeeze. You'll see her ears start to flick. She's working out the stride because she's thinking, ooh, he's pushing me, he's pushing me. They then start to come back a little bit underneath you. And I said it earlier, confidence is king when you're riding. And when your confidence is up, you feel like you can win on anything. And I think that's very much the case here with Gavin Sheehan. You know, he knows that he got fortunate in the first, picking up a spare that Lucy Gardner would have ridden. Again, he knows he got lucky here. But when you get an opportunity, make the most of it. Again, you can see it on the head on here. Just watch Gavin in the blue here. He just stick down, just keeps pumping away. You go over that little crossing now, and you know you haven't got far to go. Just watch him here. He keeps pressing. That way he doesn't let her back off and lose that valuable momentum. I think the horse on the wide outside, Demon Danu, he had to come very wide round that bottom bend. You can't do that round Newton Abbot. You just can't. It's such a tight track that, you know, it's akin to running lane 8 on a field track. You know you're at a disadvantage. You can see all the others disappearing inside you. But it's a really good ride here, Darrell. Plenty of people will have backed this Daughter of Doodad by destination and been rewarded at good odds.
They certainly were, Mick. 3-1 joint favourite in the end. I was watching Twasn't the Plan. He made a mistake or two early on and does make an error at the last, but actually it's run okay in the latter stages up until that mistake at the last, given the fact there was a lot of money on this horse. He's certainly handicapped to win a race of this nature, you would think, now down in the low 90s. There he is in the black and pink running on, but it is Delight of Dubai, and it's a quick-fire double for Gavin Sheehan with 2 booked rides to come a little bit later.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
200 feet. 150.
Captain, we're going up. Impossible. What the?
Mum?
She's had her Weetabix.
Have you had your Weetabix? At Motorpoint, we make car buying easy by giving you an incredible choice. With thousands of nearly new cars at unbeatable prices, and all under warranty. With our quality commitment and our award-winning friendly service, we'll help you buy the car you want, your way. We'll deliver to your home, or you can reserve online and collect in store, or visit your local Motorpoint to select and drive away the same day. Motorpoint, car buying made easy.
The louder it sounds, the better it tastes. Nando's Pizza Express Five Guys Wagamama, brought to you by Deliveroo.
Every follicle's a blessing. Just a bit off the top, please, mate. No, not there. No. Majestic. If you've got hair, care.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey guys.
That's a sponsor.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do. Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh helps preserve vitamins A and C for longer by simulating the light of sun cycles. Beko, eat like a pro.
With more choice than any other supermarket.
Just for you.
The Euros are here, so bet Fred. With Double Delight and Hat-Trick Heaven, correctly select the first goal scorer in any game this Euros, and your odds double if they score a second. And if they bag a hat-trick, your odds will treble. Bet Fred's Double Delight and Hat-Trick Heaven on all games this Euros, available in-store and online.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Welcome back. Here's the story of the race at Newton Abbot. Delighted to buy the winner there in the two shades of blue. It was Rosado the Grey who'd led that rival in the early stage. The big gamble there in the black and the pink. It wasn't the plan out the back, making a few mistakes, but overall promising effort in the end, I thought. But it all comes down to Delight of Dubai and eventually Vocalizer, who's getting a run over on the far side in the yellow and purple. And here's Delight of Dubai, charging away towards the line. A winner for Noel Williams and a second winner already for Gavin Sheehan.
Light of Gavin Sheehan, really, because, you know, it's unfortunate for somebody else, but you're ready to step in?
Yeah, you know, I feel sorry for the ones that couldn't ride tonight, because they've obviously missed out on the winner. But yeah, look, I'm glad that I was here, and I'm glad that I got the call. But yeah, one of those where she's, you know, she went off favourite, and it was just a matter of kind of get the job done as such. But
it wasn't as straightforward as that, though.
I didn't think I gave her a great ride.
Sticky.
Yeah, I don't think I gave her a great ride as such. I think, like, Robbie was right in what he said about stepping up last time, and, you know, Noel said we just ride her closer to the pace and then step her up after that maybe. And I think every time I was kind of up in front, she'd pricking her ear. She was running into the bottom. Yeah. But it took me a while to get to know her and get to understand that's what she wanted to do. You know, obviously, Noel told me what she was like beforehand, but I still had to kind of work it out, and I gave her a squeeze a couple of times just to see what's what, get her going forward. And when she got into the boars, I was like, right, you can snap up. It's just when we get to warm up, and I only needed her up over the second last and last, and I think that jump at the last just sealed the deal and got the job done.
I love that at the last. You know, I'm always one for momentum. It's all about not losing momentum and not letting the revs drop. And I loved the way you went down to that last, just squeeze and squeeze and squeeze and squeeze. And you could see her almost working it out.
I'm glad she was, because all I had in my head was go forward. Yeah. You know, when you're watching them, the senior jockeys, unfortunately I didn't get to watch herself back in the day, but when you see Dickie and that go down to jump, he is just momentum. And I used to see AP do it, and slowly kind of getting that engraved into my mind is go forward, and you can miss it, but once you've got momentum, and to be fair, she spotted the stride, winged it, and you know, she kind of landed running then. But jumping is the name of the game, and I'm glad I got two good jumps at the second last and last, because I thought when he sneaked up the inner there, I thought that might have been game over. But no, look, she knows, as he said beforehand, his horse is in good form, and you know, it's great for him and his team.
Very well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
It's a desk lamp. It's got a swivelly head. Total bargain.
Where did you get that?
TKMax.com.
I love lamps.
Let me see it.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead.
Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Walk tall. Walk tall. Walk straight and look the world right in the eye. That's what my mama told me when I was about knee-high. She said, son, be a proud man and hold your head up.
Start your journey to a better credit score with a Vanquis credit card.
The world right
Walk tall with Vanquis.
Dyson's latest vacuum is the only one to use a laser. It reveals invisible dust. Carbon fibre filaments pick up those microscopic particles. Suction is increased when needed. This special sensor counts each size and gives you scientific proof. While this hyperdymium motor and 5-stage filtration provide the most powerful deep clean. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free delivery from Dyson.
Oh, don't stop after brushing. Brushing your teeth only targets a quarter of your mouth. Listerine targets virtually the whole mouth to help kill 97% of the germs and gives plaque a kick, even below the gum line. Complete the clean with Listerine.
Our mackerel comes straight from shore to store. Save a third. Was £6 a kilo, now £4 per kilo. Morrison's. Make good things happen.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
We're heading off to Sheffield for the 6:36 contest. 5 greyhounds only, by the way, in this D2, so it's a sprint coming up at Sheffield. Trap 4 is going to be vacant. 1 for the road, Shading, Droopers Junior. Head of the market, 5-4, 3 and 6-4, 2. There's the betting. 4-1 is Himbo Sapphire in the red. 6-1, Coney Killican in trap 6, and 10's Coney Orchid. Now, Rob Crawford, who's a bit of a judge at Sheffield, was on before the first, which unfortunately we didn't show. It was on the ATR player. You may have watched it there, but we've missed a winner because Rob put up mate Mark the ref, who's won at 4-1. So I'm sure he's had a few quid on, but he's back with a strong selection in this one as well. So let's hope Rob is in excellent form. He's gone with Kirsty Grayson's 1 for the road, running out of trap 3. To quote Rob here, quick reappearance, ran in the high grade of D1 on Saturday, just got beaten ahead. This is D2, and he outlines the fact that 4 is now vacant, so that should help. Also goes on to say it is Kirsty Grayson's eldest son Cohen's 14th birthday. Kirsty can't have a 14-year-old son, that's ridiculous. He says, which I'm sure will make the victory even sweeter, so good luck to the Grayson team for a birthday winner. 1 for the road at 5-4, Droopers Junior out to 7-4, and 4-1 Boroughs. They go to the far side for the 6:36. If you're studying up the form at Newton Abbot, by the way, we're just hearing from Mick on track that Oscar's Fame is going to be a non-runner, hasn't arrived at the track. Unfortunately, traffic issues continue at Newton Abbot. That was a big price, but it's now out, so the field is down to 6. We already knew that Chantoli and Twice the Muster were non-runners as well. Kilmington Road, by the way, is odds on, trading at about 8-11, 4-5 with some firms over at Newton Abbot. Get across there shortly for that novice hurdle, which is a Class 3. About to go in at Sheffield. It's got odds on here, 1 for the road, so Rob's selection taking all the money. 7-4 Droopers Junior, 4-1 Bar those, double digits the remainder. And Nick Walsh is in the commentary box this evening at Sheffield. A very good evening to you, Nick. 10-11 now this jolly.
Yeah, good evening, Daryl. Latest betting: 4-7-4, 5-6, 1 for the road, vacant 16-1 and 12-1 Greyhounds. About to go behind for race 2 here at Sheffield. We race D2 grade, as Daryl rightly pointed out, racing 280 metres, and 1 for the road, put up by Rob from the studio, or via the studio, and certainly repeat, you feel, Daryl, of that win 2 back when last spotted in this grade. 1 for the road comes right into contention, beaten only ahead by a Steel City Buck on the uplift to top grade sprint action. So back to the scene of his last win. It was only 2 back. And he's the odds-on favourite here. Now 4-5. Racing D2 grade then here at Sheffield. And we're just about ready. 9-2, 7-4, 4-5 vacant, 2-0, 20-1 and 14-1. Big prices, the outside boxes. Starter checks them over for the second. And the flag is waved for race 2. This is the 6:36. We go without trap 4. Hare approaching. And they race away. Droopy's Junior, Himbo Sapphire just off a beat slow as One for the Road picks it up early and leads from Himbo Sapphire. The red now putting in a bid ahead of Droopy's Junior. Coney Orchard then Coney Kuliakan as they switch for home. One for the Road has the lead. 3 will get up to beat 1. 2 is third. One for the Road ahead of Himbo Sapphire. Droopy's Junior in thirds.
Thank you, Nick. 1 for the Road and 1 for the punters. Heavily backed 1 for the Road as flagged up by Rob on email. Came out along with Coney Orchard, but great pace to the bend. Himbo Sapphire got a lovely run in behind, trying to make a race of it indeed into the second bend, but 1 for the Road, who was dropping back to winning form after just the 1 run in D1, 4-5 favourite, 9-2. The SPs. Let's concentrate on Newton Abbott. This is the NewtonAbbottRacing.com novices hurdle. It's a Class 3 as we look down across the paddock with just the 6 now. 5-6 it is Kilmington Rose looking for that hat-trick. And 11-4 Fontana Elise. 3-1 Barrow Mount. It was always going to be those 3, Mick, regardless, wasn't it? 3, 2 and 1 that were going to dominate this particular heat.
Indeed, Darrell, and a bit of a dusty bin for those of you of a certain generation will remember that. And this daughter of presenting you can see in shot. She's been on a bit of a roll. Of course, winning here at Newton Abbott. That was a mare's race. And here in an open novices hurdle, she is obviously penalised for that, but because of her sex allowance, means that she doesn't have to give lumps of weight away to some of these horses. And you just think, was it a case of the ground being drier made such a difference to her? She is a daughter of presenting, and you know they do tend to like it when it's a bit drier. It is drying all the time out there, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Harry Cobden go a little bit wider and keep off that inside rail. I think that's where the worst ground is here. And the next one that we're going to look at here is horse 2, Fontana Elise. This one trained by Nigel Twiston-Davis. Always worrying if you see them running in Nigel's own colours. And those black and white silks with the yellow cap been carried to victory by lots of good horses. This is Muck and the types early in Nigel's training career. This son of Sindar, he's won 1 of his 3 hurdle races, and that win was at Ludlow on decent ground. And he's an interesting contender, this horse. He used to be owned by Di Walters, I'm pretty sure, when he'd run well, but was a bit disappointing last time at Uttoxeter, having won at Ludlow. But Barrow Mount, I think, is really interesting. This son of Mountain High represents Seamus Mullins. He was on the score sheet yesterday, won our final race here at Newton Abbott convincingly. Really nice type, this. And this horse had been placed in bumpers and then it managed to win at Stratford over this trip, and I thought that was quite a taking performance. And you know, the form of that is quite strong, so I was surprised that this horse wasn't featuring a little bit higher in the betting. The horse that finished 4th in the race that this horse won is a horse called Ultimate Getaway of Fergal O'Brien's, who won at Worcester the other day. So the form has had a bit of a boost as well. So a lot to like. I think this horse looks really well in here. And I think he's not a bad sort of horse, Darryl. The favourite, though, Kilmington Rose, is short, and she's got an official rating of 120. So, like Barrowmount, he's got to go some to match that.
Yeah, it's an interesting little affair, isn't it? But as you say, Kilmington Rose is a warm order, and we can show you perhaps one of the reasons why that is the case. This is Kilmington Rose pretty much dominating a mare's race at Newton Abbot last time out. This was back on the 11th of June. It's going to make all the running and will win by an awful long way, as you'll see in a moment here under Bryony Frost. Now, the key, seemingly, to Kilmington Rose has been the application of blinkers, because she's worn them in her last two races. They've both resulted in successes. The previous win came at Warwick. And look at this, she's storming away. Admittedly, this was a mares-only contest, but very hard to fault this particular performance. And Kilmington Rose back at the scene of the crime. Obviously a very different requirement in terms of trip today. That was 2-1. This is 2-5.5 today. Odds on at 5-6. In the betting, Fontana Elise back in novice company. A little easy to back earlier in the day. Did touch bigger than 3-1, but is now 5-2. And Mick was talking about Barrowmount, of course, has a penalty as well, but is now out to 100-30, and you can get pretty much any price you want about the remaining three. But there's the favourite. There is Kilmington Rose on her way down for trainer Paul Nicholls, who is in good form. I think 4 from 14, the numbers I've got anyway, the last fortnight, so nothing wrong with those numbers. And 10-11, just easing back slightly, having been even shorter a few moments ago. You can get odds against, as you can see, on the exchange. So what appears to be a three-runner contest, unless you feel otherwise, in what is now a six-runner event. On their way down to the start for the 6:45, a couple of minutes away from post time at Newton Abbot. Feature race, by the way, comes in about an hour's time. Hopefully going to stick around with us throughout the duration of the card. But if you've got other pressing matters about 8 o'clock this evening, do hang around for the Class 3 handicap chase at 7:45. Whatever else your plans may be a little bit later on. They're down at the start for the 6:45.
Hard. Hard. We're suspending you for 2 days.
Hard.
Hard.
Hard. Well, soft, but you know.
Distance 307 miles.
Hard.
Hard.
Racing is hard. Betting on it shouldn't be. The UK's #1 betting app, built for ease. Sky Bet. That's betting better.
The others in here, I suppose, Get Up Them Steps did win a bumper at Stratford on decent ground, but didn't really impress with the jumping when coming down. Actually made a bad mistake too. I think it then fell late then the next time, and just seemed to get a little bit lost last time, whether it just remembered what had happened. So, you know, horse of Keith Bell, so hope this horse goes and runs well, because looked like a nice type when winning that bumper, and they've stuck with this Son of Celebration. And Sammy Twiston Davis on Fontana Elise, really nice type of horse, you know. So he is. Just got to put behind him that very poor run at Utoxeter. But the filly, they all want her, Kilmington Rose. As Darryl said, the blinkers being a bit of a transformation. I'd just like to see a little bit quicker ground for her, I think. Might be a bit better, but I was impressed with Barrowmount when this horse won at Stratford. I'm going to take a little bit of a punt on him giving away that penalty here against the odds-on shot. And we will soon find out. Harry Cobden looked like he's taken a fairly prominent role here, not leaving anything to chance. Trainer will be happy.
Away they head for the NewtonAbbottRacing.com Novices Hurdle, 2 miles, 5.5 furlongs, and Kilmington Rose is sent straight to an early lead with Botus Fleming as they race towards the first of the 10 flights of hurdles they'll take on their journey. Kilmington Rose pops over in the lead. In second place, the black and red colours of Botus Fleming, within third, Fontana Elisi. The nose-banded Barrowmount is quite keen towards the inside. Horse in the blue cap in fourth place, just ahead of Get Up Them Steps as they take the second. And Wave Crest, even at this early stage, is just having to be pushed along by Tom Buckley just to pick up the bridle. So Kilmington Rose, with 2 complete circuits to go, will lead the turn away from the stands by 3 lengths. Botus Fleming is in second, with Fontana Elisi in third. In fourth place on the inside is Barrowmount of Get Up Them Steps, and last of all is Wave Crest as they make their journey down the side of the course. So longish run between flights 2 and 3, and Kilmington Rose, on a hat-trick after victories here and at Warwick, has the advantage by just over a length from Botus Fleming. Third place belongs to Fontana Elisi, who's about a half a length in advance of Barrowmount. They are third and fourth as they'll take the turn at the far end of the course. And the back 2 Get Up Them Steps, who races on the inside of Wave Crest. So into the back straight we turn. Kilmington Rose has the advantage. Kilmington Rose by a couple of lengths or so from Botus Fleming, Fontana Elisi and Barrowmount. Then behind these Wave Crest and Get Up Them Steps as the leader approaches the third. Kilmington Rose over, as indeed are the whole field. The advantage she holds over the rest is 2 lengths over Botus Fleming, half a length to Fontana Elisi. Barrowmount is in fourth, with Wave Crest in fifth place as the leader takes flight number 4. Fontana Elisi lost a little bit of ground over that, just about a length or so, and still right at the back is Get Up Them Steps. So jumped 4 of the 10, not yet at halfway. Kilmington Rose just extended the advantage to around about 3 lengths over Fontana Elisi, who is on the outside of Botus Fleming. 2 lengths back in fourth place to Barrowmount, who's in no hurry, having raced a little keenly to this point. And then the grey Wave Crest racing on the outside of Get Up Them Steps as they make their way to the crown of the bend and then begin to turn back towards home. Kilmington Rose continuing to show the way. Lead again trimmed to just over a length by Botus Fleming round the turn. Fontana Elisi is in third place. Fourth place belongs still to Barrowmount. And the last 2, Wave Crest, who, having had to be pushed along over the first couple, has warmed to his task and is holding his place more comfortably at the moment. And we're about to reach the halfway stage. Kilmington Rose pops over flight number 5. So at halfway in this NewtonAbbottRacing.com Novices Hurdle, Kilmington Rose from Fontana Elisi to the left-hand side and Botus Fleming with the white face to the right. As they flick over that, Barrowmount's 2 lengths away in fourth. Just a couple of lengths again to Wave Crest and Get Up Them Steps, those last 2. Wave Crest in particular being pushed along. To be fair, Get Up Them Steps still travels okay despite being at the rear. So Kilmington Rose has made every step of the running so far to this point and turns left-handed towards the fourth last, with Botus Fleming in second. Fontana Elisi is in third, Barrowmount is in fourth. Get Up Them Steps on the inside of the ridden Wave Crest, and 7 lengths first to last as they work down the side. Another left-hand turn, and then they'll straighten towards the 2 in the back straight. Kilmington Rose, 3 to 4 lengths to Fontana Elisi. First time in third place, Botus Fleming is just pushed along. Barrowmount, Get Up Them Steps, still travels okay in fifth place, but Wave Crest is now just beginning to lose his position and is 4 lengths behind the other 5. That quintet still headed by Kilmington Rose. Fontana Elisi is now a clear second. Barrowmount moves third as Botus Fleming comes under pressure. Get Up Them Steps is in fifth place as Kilmington Rose takes the first in the back straight. And last of all is Wave Crest. So the front 3 just beginning to break clear. Kilmington Rose, 3 lengths to Barrowmount, has moved past Fontana Elisi, who is in third place, not too much between second and third, and Barrowmount gave that a clout. Get Up Them Steps was slow in fourth place, but is still pulling away from Botus Fleming and Wave Crest, both of whom are struggling. So that's the jumping done in the back straight. Kilmington Rose just being closed on again by Fontana Elisi Yellow Cap, Barrowmount in the noseband. And Get Up Them Steps, despite the big price, is still in fourth place and could well move through into second in a moment or two's time. So Get Up Them Steps is the one that's attached himself to Kilmington Rose's tail. Barramount's in third. Fontana Elise can't go on. So Kilmington Rose, seen off a succession of challengers, but one of the big priced horses, Get Up Them Steps, is running well above himself at the moment in second and is the one giving pursuit as they race towards the second last. Barramount's well beaten off with Fontana Elise. So two from the finish. Kilmington Rose with Get Up Them Steps trying to launch a challenge, but is 2 lengths down over the second last. And now Kilmington Rose, despite coming under pressure, is beginning to move out 2 to 3 lengths clear. Get Up Them Steps has run a valiant effort and hasn't completely gone down yet, because Kilmington Rose is only 1.5 lengths clear over the last. Get Up Them Steps in second place, but up towards the line. Kilmington Rose, 3 out of 3 since Blinkered, wins for Harry Cobden, Paul Nicholls, Charles and Henry Pelham. Valiant effort by Get Up Them Steps in second place, well clear of Barramount. Behind those, Fontana Elise and Wavecrest kept on a bit in the closing stages to finish fifth.
The odds-on backers are in clover. Kilmington Rose, she got a little bit of a fright turning for home because Get Up Them Steps appeared on the scene and looked like he was going to throw down a real challenge. And you could see Nick Schofield, he kept away from this other horse as well. You just watch him here. He's wondering which way is Harry going to go. And then Harry then skips a little bit left-handed now. And then Nick jumps that quite well. And then you can see they're a little bit apart here on the run down to the last. Just watch Nick Schofield pull over here away from the other filly. You know, you finish second to a filly that's rated 120, who's won her last 2. There's no disgrace in that, but you can just see the horse in second. Just look at him shorten up there. I said in the previous race about momentum being key. He lost valuable momentum at that last, which didn't help his cause, but I think they'll be delighted with that run in second at huge odds. But this filly is on a real roll now, and Harry Cobden will be pleased here because it's amazing. Once you find the key to these horses, you can see she wears that tongue tie and the blinkers as well. They've worked the trick. Barramount, I thought, faded very tamely in the end, and Fontana Elise was under the pump from a fair way out. But class to the fore here. You can see Harry Cobden giving her a squeeze down to the last. She responds very gamely, and she's won very nicely. You look at the result later if you're at home and you'll think, oh well, you know, 11 to 10 shot wins, oh yeah, good thing wins. But it didn't look that certain when they turned for home, Darryl.
Certainly wasn't the case, was it, Mick? Get Up Them Steps, even when it appeared as though he was beaten. I mean, he's just screwed into the last there, hasn't he, which probably put pay to any chance he had of making it close. But lots to like about that, but plenty to like about this run as well from Kilmington Rose. That is 3 on the spin, 3 races with the blinkers, and 3 victories for Paul Nicholls' mare under Harry Cobden. There it is, closing stages again on the head on, 10 to 11 favourite and 40 to 1. And look how far ahead Get Up Them Steps is of the remaining horses. So John O'Shea's Chargers run really well, certainly above his station in this 6:45. Still got plenty more to come from Newton Abbot this evening. Building up to the feature in just under 1 hour's time. We've got an amateur riders race to come next, and there's plenty more action from the Greyhound, bit of US racing as well on the way after the break.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Q10 Power from Nivea. With Q10, that's 100% identical to the one made by your skin. It reduces the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. Unleash your inner power with Q10 Power. Also try Q10 Power SPF 30 Day Cream. Added protection perfect for summer.
At Bet365, we take horse racing very seriously. We go out of our way to feature every race that matters. If it's important to you, then it's important to us. We're the world's favorite online betting brand for many reasons. horse racing is just one of them. Gamble responsibly.
Walk tall, walk straight and look the world right in the eye. That's what my mama told me when I was about knee-high. She said, son, be a proud man and hold your head up.
Start your journey to a better credit score with a Vanquis credit card.
The world right
Walk tall with Vanquis.
Metti qualcosa dentro. Bloccalo. Prendi la tira però. Dai, a dopo.
From the home of life's simple pleasures.
Birra Moretti, l'italiana autentica.
The secret to inner peace can be found in a bucket. KFC, brought to you by Deliveroo.
Oh, don't stop. 97% of the germs and gives plaque a kick, even below the gum line. Complete the clean with Listerine.
Conquer your day the Alpine way. Up and Alpen. Oh, it's rammed up here.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Welcome back. Here's the finish once again of the novices heard at Newton Abbot. This is Kilmington Rose back down to odds on at 10-11, and she's made it 3 wins on the spin for her trainer Paul Nichols. Harry Cobden on board and landing the short odds to beat. Get up them steps. Let's get some reaction now. Back with Mick.
Harry Cobden does what jockeys of odds-on favourites do and won.
Yeah, very, very straightforward mare. I think the blinkers have worked really well. She's concentrating and she's definitely trying a lot harder. You know, obviously the second horse came to me at the last and she went again. So yeah, she's improving and she'll be a nice filly to run over fences as well now.
Yeah, she certainly looks that way. She's got a bit of size and scope about her. Is ground important to her?
Do you know, I thought she wanted fast ground before today, but it's on the slower side out there. It's a little bit patchy, and she's coped with it pretty well. And you know, she stepped up in grade today. Just, you know, looking through the last 2 races, there wasn't a whole heap of form in there, and she's beaten sort of 2 half-decent horses today, so she's going the right way, isn't she?
Darling Malte.
Yeah.
Later on.
Obviously, he's back from a break. He goes well round here. Touchwood jumps very well, and we'll have a good go from the front.
Simple as that.
Thank you.
Well done.
More from Newton Abbot shortly. We're off to Fairmount Park for the first race on the card, stateside. This is in Illinois. One thing to note tonight is they ain't got many runners at Fairmount Park this evening. We've got just 4 in the opener, and there's a few non-runners later, so small field's the order of the day. This is a claiming race. Bottom end, 3-200. Keep an eye on Mike is the favourite. 4-6 in the betting for Scott Becker, ahead of Jack and John at 2-1. Then bigger prices the other 2. Keep an eye on Mike's been running in better grade. Won the maiden last time, but had been plying his trade around some of the bigger tracks like Gulfstream Park and Churchill Downs and Keenan going right back. So he had to go all the way to this very much a small venue in terms of racing in Illinois, but did win the maiden, won it at 3-10, overcame trouble, and it was pretty straightforward, and a reproduction of that form should be enough for keep an eye on Mike. Done that for a while. Second choice, and then 13-2 bar those. If you're studying form, by the way, on any of the American websites, just bear in mind that this track is now known as FanDuel Racing, and rather frustratingly, a lot of the websites have taken it to be a brand new track. So horses that have run at Fairmount in the past, all that form is not included in the statistics. which is just a little bit of a blip in the system, I guess. But anyway, 4 to 6, keep an eye on Mike. Odds on Victor Santiago for Scott Becker, who's flying high, 29% strike rate at the moment. And the 4 runners set to go in. They're giving racegoers on track 30 more seconds to get their bets on, so almost race time. Track running fast. First of 7 races. In they go. Let's head across to the track.
Stall 1. Dr. Leachy, stall 2. Kim Man at 14 to 1. The 3 and Jack and John. And they're off. A nosedive at the start for long shot Kim Man. Out very well from the inside boxes. Keep an eye on me. Getting underway better than all 3 behind. Dr. Leachy takes up the early hunt in second. Kim Man, after that slight stumble away, is third, and the come from behind her, Jack and John, Urdia Lopez, is 8 lengths last. Off the speed that is Keep an Eye on Mike. 23 2/5 of a second for the opening panel. A 4-length leader from Dr. Leachy and Alvin Ortiz, all alone in second. Kim Man still clinging to third. Jack and John into the bridle now, starting to run up on the inside of Kim Man, who can do more, no more. It's Keep an Eye on Mike. Traverses handfully on the lead, is out by 4. Dr. Leachy trying to maintain the place spot. Jack and John is closing in. Kim Man is out of it. Deep in the stretch in the opener. Keep an Eye on Mike. Out by 5. 3 to 5 on the board. Jack and John to take over second from Dr. Leachy, but it's Keep an Eye on Mike. Ran away, never gave him a chance. Will win by 4. The closer, Jack and John, completes the exacta. Dr. Leachy and Kim Man.
Well, the fans on track were a little reserved, weren't they? The cheering only happened when Keep an Eye on Mike was about 20 yards from the line and 6 lengths clear, but a good start for those back in the short ones. There'll be a few of them as well at Fairmount tonight. It's the kind of card you look at and think, well, we could have a whole cluster of favourites win. The first one certainly has, and no worries at all. Keep an Eye on Mike. 4 to 6 beats Jack and John at 2 to 1 back in second.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
At Lidl, we're big on quality. Quality for all. So he can keep the carnivores, herbivores and want-some-mores happy. And they can keep this little one in fresh nappies. That's yours. And whether you're into a bit of Saturday night entertaining, Saturday night entertainment, or even...
It's a dog poo. We've got a cat, David.
We could give you the quality you deserve for less. At the Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. That's big on quality and always little on price.
If you think about it, so many people do me. Cool man looks smarter, don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about the losers in the air and the quick and stare, don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so your body's over here when the people care, don't hold back.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey guys.
That's a sponsor.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do. Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh helps preserve vitamins A and C for longer by simulating the light of sun cycles. Beko, eat like a pro.
Hard. Hard. We're suspending you for 2 days.
Hard.
Hard.
Hard. Well, soft, but you know.
Distance 307 miles.
Hard.
hard.
Racing is hard. Betting on it shouldn't be. The UK's #1 betting app, built for ease. Sky Bet. That's betting better.
Heavens, that's bright. Where on earth did you get that nail varnish?
TK Maxx. It's pineapple sunset. It's salon quality. It's sexy. It's fashion, darling. Your move, Letitia. It's pineapple sunset.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Welcome back. Sky Sports Racing here in Newton Abbot, and really competitive little amateur riders for the Janet Denning Fivehead Farms Memorial. Amateur jockeys, handicap hurdle. Real opportunity for some of these younger riders to showcase their talents. And we've got young Ben Bromley gets the leg up on horse number 2 here, Shea Hands. This horse who is the son of Namiol. Won at Taunton on decent ground. And finished second, actually. Probably this horse's best run was when finishing second to a horse called Copperless at Taunton. And that was a very solid run that day, because Copperless went on and actually fell at Aintree, but then won the Swinton Hurdle. So that form is strong. And Ben Bromley, you know, he's only ridden one winner, but he's a young jockey who's certainly caught the eye here. The next one we have a look at is horse number 1. This is Small Bad Bob. And being by Big Bad Bob, really well named, this horse. This horse was trained in Ireland by Paul Nolan. Actually ran really well in a competitive race, 4th of 16 at Fairyhouse, and ran very well at Stratford. I thought that was a really solid run. Form. That horse has got quite a high rating, so no disgrace finishing second to that. And second run now for Paul Henderson. Luke Scott, who rides this horse, he's ridden 3 winners, so he's able to claim that £7 allowance. And the next one we're going to have a look at here is Mystic Court, who is a son of Court Cave, who himself was by Sadler's Wells. And this horse unseated his rider when travelling, still, I thought, very much going to be in the shake-up at Fontwell. And this horse had run really well at Taunton, had won a third at Fontwell, having won at Taunton as well. I think this horse really does catch the eye going around here, and that's the one that gets the nod here, Darryl.
Thank you very much, Mick. Back with you in a second. 2's vacant here at Sheffield. 13-8, Rocky Range is favourite. Let's rejoin Nick.
Yeah, Henry's on the move for the 709 Sheffield. Favourite trap 3, vacant trap 2. Hare approaching. And they race away. The bookends off a step slow. A chance for Rocky Range, then the favourite to lead up towards this first bend from Stunning Aria. And then Road M12 has found a seam to get up into second and just about on the back legs of the early leader, followed by Josie's Sarah. Stunning Aria, Lee Valley Jaden as they head down that far side. It's the white jacket being pursued by Road M12, just about on terms, the top pair, followed by Stunning Aria, Josie's Sarah, Lee Valley Jaden about to turn for the prize. The red on narrow lead, Rocky Range, Stunning Aria, very tight in the end, 3 and 4, 4 and 3. Road M12 between that pair in thirds.
Well, that's got very close. Roadham 12 was coming with a challenge, looking as though we might get a big upset here, getting to Rocky Range. Stunning Aria on the far side. Seemingly then comes to win the race, but you know, the head of the 3 might have gone down at the right moment here. That's very close, isn't it? Rocky Range this side, Stunning Aria on the far side. We're waiting for the judge to split them. 5 greyhounds only, trap 2 was vacant in this A7. Let's watch it again from the boxes. It was a good start from Rocky Range, the favourite, back down to 13-8. Road Home 12 had drifted alarmingly in the betting Greyhound in trap 1, however, does come to lay down a challenge approaching the home turn, but we've got to keep an eye on trap 4. Stunning Aria has only had a handful of runs for Troy Bedford and is launching a late challenge. However, 3 has held on. Rocky Range 3 beat 4. Stunning Aria second in the 7:09, 13-8 favourite and 100 to 30. Let's go back to Newton Abbot, where the betting remains wide open at 5-2 the field, although we've got joint favourites now. Shayhan's has joined Mystic Court. Mystic Court going well enough last time out at Fontwell when eventually unshipping the rider. There they are coming out. There is Mystic Court. Nick Mitchell trains. 5-2 each of 2. Small Bad Bob on a handicap debut at 4s. Then Eclair de Sablon at 7s. And Nothing for Right Destination, who's been very easy to back, long absence to overcome. Can go well after a break, but no money for Fergal O'Brien's runners today, all the way out to 10-1. So they are now. We've just got a little issue here with Shayhan's, who has got an issue here. I think Mick can tell us more. What's happened there with Shayhan's, Mick?
It's a bit like trying to drive a car with no steering wheel. One of the reins is broke. So when that happens, that's quite serious. So what they'll do is they'll bring this horse back into the stables, get a new set of reins. Look, you can see Kate Nutt, who is sprinting. Look at that. Didn't know that Kate Nutt could run that fast. She is travelling head person for Paul Nicholls. And look at that, quick as a flash. Switches the reins over. That's Julie Fowler, actually, who's leading this horse up. She's been a member of Paul Nicholls' team now for some time. Prior to that, she used to work for Ron Hodges, actually. And in my time with Ron Hodges, she was there. All her horses are immaculately turned out. They really are. She's somebody who just lives and breathes racing. She loves her job and she loves the horses that she looks after. She really is an invaluable asset, as are all stable staff. Without them, this sport just would not be able to take place. So they are very often the unsung heroes. So well done to them. And problem solved. And Ben Bromley, who is over here, he's keeping well out of it. He's not getting involved. He's getting ready just to get legged up, and he's just saying he doesn't want it to be his fault that they broke. Well, I can promise you, Ben, it's not your fault. And hopefully, I've never seen you move as fast.
Yeah, just a slight delay, but thank goodness that happened when it did rather than later on. Now we've got an issue here with Peruvian Bleu, who is rooted to the spot at the moment. Peter Summers due to take the ride. He's having a second run after a long time off the track. Well, he's planning on having a second run anyway, if he can be encouraged to make his way in the right direction, which at the moment he is none too keen to do, is he? Big price outside, a 66-1 chance in the betting. In fact, he was reluctant to race at Worcester last time as well, and was very slowly away. We may not even get to that stage at the moment. Let's hope we do. Let's hope he gets down there and gives himself a chance. He seems a little more encouraged. Oh dear, it's taken someone out there. Anyway, jockey's on board and he is on his way down to the course. That's the clerk of the course, I'm told. Was it a fall or did he get knocked over? Not sure.
The Euros are here and they only come round every 4 or 5 years, so let's all make the most of it. Because everyone deserves to feel super.
Super club, Robbie.
Even when they're not.
We are still a super club.
If you want a better deal, you've got to move about. Because it's never too late to upgrade. So, if the grass looks greener, go and play on it!
If
If your bookie's not giving you the best rewards, switch to Paddy Power and get a completely free £5 bet builder on the Czech Republic v England this Tuesday. This Euros, switch to Paddy Power.
Yeah, it's quite amusing, really. Well, it's not amusing, but it's amusing to me because these lot are already wheel spinning, getting ready to go, and there's two that aren't there yet. So it's always a case of breathe, because, and you know, when you're not that experienced, you know, you've got a plan. So you've got a plan A, and you think, right, that's what I want to do. Don't want to be too wide around Newton Abbot because you give away a lot of ground. So I want to be handy. So you plan on, right, okay, I'm going to jump off, right, who's going to make the running? So you go down through the previous horses form in the race and look at it now. You've got a bit of jostling going on. Ben Bromley's arrived and he's like, right, okay, sticking his chest out. Right, come on. I'm going to be handy, right, I'm going to be handy. And then you've got everybody else who says, right, I want to be handy as well. So you look at it, you can see already it's that musical chairs thing, and it's almost a case of when the music stops, you've got to find a chair. And it's all about positioning when the tapes go up. But we've still minus a horse because Peruvian Bleu is not with them. So are we going without Peruvian Bleu, or is he already out on the track getting ready to rock and roll? Peter Summers on boards this horse. Just didn't look like he was going to be cooperating much with them when they go to jump off. That was the only problem. And these lot look like they're in a hurry to get going. And that could be a bit of a problem for Peruvian Bleu if he decides to think about it. So the others will come out onto the track and join him. And then it'll be hopefully a case of Peruvian Bleu playing ball and joining in with the others and going when asked. The others are being very civilized. It looks like Small Bad Bob is going to be very handy. Sheahan's in the owners group silks, the purple. He's going to be very handy as well, I would think, but he's going to probably go a little bit wider, maybe in search of that slightly better ground. So the flag is raised, so you might hear in commentary a certain Richard Hoyles, who's had a bit of a troubled passage, but it's nice to see you here, Richard. Good evening.
Good evening, Mick. Good evening, yes. Thoughts with those that were involved in that incident on the AA380, so the personal delays pale into insignificance. Peruvian Blur's not with them. So they called in. Peruvian Bleu was not consenting to run with them, and as a result, the starter has declared it a false start, and they will return and join Peruvian Bleu. These days, it's not a standing start first time around. They will walk in again, but they are staying relatively close to the starter, who's instructing them to go a little bit further back. Has to be said that Peruvian Bleu hasn't looked particularly likely to jump off with them. But let's see if that turns out to be the case or not. Runners taking a turn. Peruvian Bleu will be led in with the others as they turn back for this handicap hurdle. See Peruvian Bleu. Well, they're giving every chance. They're often racing, and Peruvian Bleu is not really going to take any effective part. So meantime, on the front end, as he belatedly jumps away, Small Bad Bob in company with the striped colours of Right Destination, and Claire de Sablon in the white jacket towards the outside as they take flight number 1. Towards the inside is Third Estate, just ahead of Mystic Court. Towards the outside in the pale blue is Vocal Duke. Peruvian Bleu, is he going to jump the first? Yes, he is, just as they jump the second. So a flight behind as they take flight number 2. Little fired up Right Destination in the yellow and red striped colours, just pulling quite hard, making it difficult for Katie Sinclair to settle. On the outside of Small Bad Bob and Luke Scott, and Claire de Sablon round the outside for Jess Stewart is anxious not to cover ground and pushed forward, hasn't quite been able to cross. Also wide on the course, pale blue of Vocal Duke, Shay's Hands in the mauve colours, dark jacket of Mystic Court just ahead of Third Estate. Percy Street is the back marker of the main body of the field. Peruvian Bleu is continuing, but at a pace at which it is still possible he could get lapped by the other 8 as they make their way towards the third. Eclair de Sablon round the outside of Right Destination and Small Bad Bob. Shay's Hands improving smoothly into 4th place. On the outside is Vocal Duke with Mystic Court. White Cheek Pieces of Third Estate, and then Percy Street as the leaders take flight number 3. So out in the lead, Right Destination continues to dispute it with Eclair de Sablon, and towards the inside, Small Bad Bob. Shay's Hands, Mystic Court, and Third Estate are the next trio over that. Rear 2 being Vocal Duke and Percy Street, and still continuing is Peruvian Blur, who's just about to take flight number 4. So out in the lead, it's three-way disputed between Small Bad Bob on the inside of Right Destination and Eclair de Sablon as Peruvian Blur gets a hand from the crowd passing the stands. Third Estate is in 4th place. In 5th, Mystic Court with Shay's Hands, but precious little between them, and Peruvian Blur sensibly is being pulled up, not asked to go out on that final circuit. Back of the main body, Vocal Duke just pushed along, Percy Street, but a tightly bunched field of 8 that remain. A Small Bad Bob for Luke Scott, Right Destination Katie Sinclair, and on the outside Eclair de Sablon for Jess Stewart. Line of 3 in behind as well, with Third Estate on the inside of Mystic Court and Shay's Hands, and then Percy Street, and Vocal Duke is at the back of the pack, but only about 5 lengths off the leader as they head on towards the 4th last flight of hurdles. Small Bad Bob, Right Destination, and Eclair de Sablon jumped up well on the outside. Travelling strongly is Mystic Court, just behind the leaders as they fan out in the black jacket as Right Destination begins to fade. Shay's Hands is improving, and towards the inside Third Estate, a mistake there by Eclair de Sablon gave it a real belt 3 from the finish. So Small Bad Bob it is who has the lead. Mystic Court and Shay's Hands have both made stylish progress. Shay's Hands into 2nd place. In 4th and pushed along on the inside of Eclair de Sablon. Vocal Duke on Lewis Saunders, I think it's his first ride, getting a sight in 4th place on the outside of Percy Street as the runners reach the crown of the bend. Shay's Hands for Ben Bromley has travelled up strongly to Small Bad Bob. Having travelled well, Mystic Court is in 3rd place, Vocal Duke is in 4th, then Percy Street, Eclair de Sablon, and behind these Third Estate and weakening Right Destination. Shay's Hands on the crown of the bend has moved off the home turn with a lead of a couple of lengths now from Small Bad Bob. Mystic Court and Vocal Duke disputing 3rd with Percy Street as Shay's Hands heads towards the 2nd last with a lead that is about 3 or 4 lengths from Small Bad Bob, and if anything it's growing. Mystic Court and Vocal Duke fighting out 3rd place with Percy Street, but Shay's Hands down towards the last with a clear advantage from Small Bad Bob, Mystic Court and Vocal Duke. Last fight of hurdles and Shay's Hands is over well. Shay's Hands from Small Bad Bob, Mystic Court. A 2nd career winner for Ben Bromley, impressing in the saddle for Owners Group 38 and Paul Nicholls. 2nd place goes to Small Bad Bob, 3rd just to Mystic Court, but Vocal Duke gave Lewis Saunders a really good spin, and in 5th place was Percy Street.
Double on the evening for the champion trainer, Paul Nicholls, and Ben Bromley rides winner number 2 of his fledgling career. And this horse he had some very good form in the book and travelled really sweetly through the race here. And we had drama before the race because we had a broken rein. Well, the only time he'd have had to use that rein is to pull this horse up. Because, whoa! Spun round there. Let's see whether he managed to stay on board that. But look at this horse's ears. Really, like he's working out the stride. Watch him here now when he spots the last hurdle. This lad, look at his ears flicking. He's listening for the other horses behind him. Now he's concentrating on the obstacle. Intelligent horse, this fella. But Ben Bromley, he is son of part of the high flyer bloodstock team of Tessa Greatrex, David Minton and Anthony Bromley. And proud dads, some are watching, no doubt, probably at the sales in Ireland, I would think. He's normally pretty busy on that, but just here you go, look at this horse's ears. Ooh, that'll be a nice picture for the mantelpiece. Can't beat it, you know. I still remember riding those first winners of mine, memories that you never forget, and looks really neat, doesn't he? And he's got a bright future, Ben Bromley. He's light as well, so he'll be happy with that performance. Look at that, you can see that excitement. We're off for a little spot of dog race.
Thank you, Mick. Yes, 7:26 race at Sheffield coming up. It is a bottom grade A8, but there's an interesting runner here and a young pup in trap 2, Ballycowan Bear, who's been back to odds on for Lisa Stevenson, dropped down in grade today, so seemingly given a chance. Sharpest Thunder 7-4 for trainer John Sharp, who's won 2 of her last 3, and then 6-1 bar those. Again, a vacant trap. There's no 4 here. Claire from Clare is a non-runner, so 5 dogs only for the 7:26. They are going in, and Rob's been on. He likes the favourite. That's Ballycowan Bear. Has had a few rough rides so far, but a vacant trap should give them plenty of racing room. So can the grade drop make all the difference? Punters seem to think so, Nick. It's now 8-13, this market leader.
Yep, and we are ready, Darryl. This is the 7:26 racing A8 grades, and the hare is on the move. Sheffield for the 5th. Hare approaching, and they race away. 6 and 5 out on terms from 2-3-1. So a lead over the top for Roddick's Me Daddy, followed by Ballycowan Bear. Then we've got Sharpie's Thunder. Ahead of Hearts and Boris, Burnville Molly the most to do as they make their way out the second bend chute. A lead about the stripes from Ballycowan Bear continues to keep pace, followed by Sharpie's Thunder. Hart and Boris and Burnville Molly still out of vision as they head up towards the third. Late progress, Ballycowan Bear trying to get on top of the stripes. Roddick's Me Daddy, and does so. The blue will lead them in off the final bend. Today is the day. 2 beats 6, perhaps 3 ahead of 5 for thirds.
Ballycowan Bear then has landed the odds, the youngster. Worrying when he checked down the back, but got round the outside of Roddick's Me Daddy, got after that leader, and goes on to land the short odds in the end. 8-13, heavily backed favourite. Roddick's Me Daddy trap 6, 7-1 back in second. They made it a 2 greyhound affair, didn't they, in the market? Sharpest Thunder was the second favourite in the 3. That was a little slowly away, trying to rush up to the bend, but nowhere to go. You see there, just checks around the outside of Roddick's Me Daddy, does Ballycowan Bear. Cost him a little bit of momentum, but he gets after the leader, who is very much an out-and-gone merchant who can be vulnerable in a finish, Roddick's Me Daddy. Probably why she doesn't win more, but she's run okay. Not long back from season. 8-13 favourite, the winner, 7-1 the second.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
At Lidl, we're big on quality. Quality for all. So he can keep the carnivores, herbivores and want-some-mores happy. And they can keep this little one in fresh nappies. That's yours. And whether you're into a bit of Saturday night entertaining, Saturday night entertainment, or even...
It's a dog pool. We've got a cat, David.
We could give you the quality you deserve for less. At the Retail Industry Awards Supermarket of the Year. That's big on quality and always little on price.
Win football prizes every 90 minutes.
Walk tall, walk straight and look the world right in the eye. That's what my mama told me when I was about knee-high. She said, son, be a proud man and hold your head up.
Start your journey to a better credit score with a Vanquis credit card.
The world right
Walk tall with Vanquis.
With calcium and vitamin D, Petit Falou is a healthy snack that helps kids' bones develop along with their imaginations. Pick up a pack today for your chance to win big with Team GB.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
200 feet. 150.
Captain, we're going up.
Impossible.
What the? She's had her Weetabix.
Have you had your Weetabix?
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Now, the drama for Shay's Hands came before, not during the race. The reins were broken, quick fix replacement set. And before you know it, Shay's Hands was ready to go again out on the racetrack. And this is the start of the race, of course. Poor old Peruvian Blur, they tried, didn't they? But he just wasn't playing ball, detached early on. His chance had gone before the race got underway. But the winner in the lilac jacket just about to make a move here on Small Bad Bob, turning in. And it was going to be pretty straightforward as they came down towards the final couple of hurdles for Paul Nicholls' charge. That's a quick double for the trainer, and it's a winner for Ben Bromley.
Ben Bromley, is that winner number 2?
Under rules, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I'm really lucky to be able to have opportunities to picked up and went, and it was just fantastic, really.
It was lovely, a really good shot actually of our slow motion shot of him going down to the last. You could see him, his ears are flicking back, listening for the horses behind him, and then he's concentrating on the obstacle. Nice, isn't it?
He's a lovely horse to ride, and he jumped and travelled brilliantly, so I couldn't have asked him a better spin, really.
And for you, you're obviously based with the Rollies.
I am, yeah.
And you've ridden quite a few winners pointing, haven't you?
Yeah, no, I've had a quite good season. I've had 6 winners this season pointing, which is personal best for me. And hopefully I get to ride more of the pointers for Phil next season. Hopefully we have a full season, so that'll be good. Get a few 4-year-olds out first time, which would be really nice. Great experience for me, really, which would be lovely.
Great. Now listen, just pretend your dad's not listening. Ambition-wise, do you want to be an amateur or would you like to be professional?
I think in the long run I'd love to go conditional. But like I say, if pointing's going fantastically with Phil and I'm doing brilliantly there, and if that seems like the best place for me to stay, then I wouldn't be against staying there for a few seasons more. I'll definitely do another 2 with Phil, I would have thought. But look, it's a lovely place to work and everyone's so helpful, and Mel's got the under rules licence now, so that is good.
Nothing wrong with a bit of ambition, Ben.
No.
Very well done.
Real. Thank you very much.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Nothing compares to a real holiday, especially when you know that everything is taken care of. The TUI Holiday Promise includes exclusive testing packages from just £20 per person, plus COVID cover on selected holidays. Book your summer holiday with confidence. TUI, discover your smile at All Protected.
When you bet with Betfred, we want to make sure that you do it responsibly. And we have a range of tools to help you do that. Deposit limits can help you control the amount you spend. Reality checks can give you regular updates on how you're doing. And timeouts will allow you to take a break. For more information, tips and tools to help you gamble responsibly, speak to our staff in shop or visit betfred.com/responsible gambling.
Dyson's latest vacuum is the only one to use a laser. It reveals invisible dust. Carbon fibre filaments pick up those microscopic particles. Suction is increased when needed. This special sensor counts each size and gives you scientific proof. While this hypodymium motor and 5-stage filtration provide provide the most powerful deep clean. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free delivery from Dyson.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey guys.
That's a sponsor.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do. Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh helps preserve vitamins A and C for longer by simulating the light of sun cycles. Beko, eat like a pro.
Oh, this breakfast is the best in town. Well, looks like our bills might be the best on the street. Ooh la la.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Now, Newton Abbott continues very shortly, but all the talk there yesterday, of course, and as indeed it was elsewhere, was about the possible fifth day edition of a fifth day at the Cheltenham Festival. And Mick Fitzgerald caught the views of champion trainer Paul Nicholls.
In my opinion, always has four's enough. You know, 4 good days racing is enough for anyone. But, you know, if it's going to be 5, it's going to be 5.
And if they give you opportunities to have runners and possible winners, you'll be happy to take them.
Yeah, so whatever. But there comes a time that you start diluting what it was. I mean, it used to be brilliant when it was 3 brilliant days championship racing. 4 days is good. So I think, am I right in saying they're going to have 2 more races spread over? So you know, we might get lucky. They might have 2 races just for UK trained runners, and we might win a couple of races. But being serious, I'm open-minded about it. I actually think 4 is enough. I mean, it's for everyone involved, 4 is a tough week as it is. 5, well, it just strikes me as people, they can see. And if Cheltenham are going to make plenty of money out, as long as they reinvest it in the racing and the prize money, well, yeah, that's fair enough. But
you'd like to see the prize money match. What is the quality of the racing, really?
There's no point doing it because you don't want to dilute what is a special 4 days. It's great racing, but there is a risk that you're going to dilute it and end up having it not quite as special as it probably was. And to be honest with you, I'd like to see, we've been talking about a lot, a sort of mini festival like they have in Ireland, somewhere like Newbury at the end of January or probably middle of February, that would just give us something as a part of a trial onto Cheltenham and have a couple of days there, an extra day, at Newbury, instead of having an extra day at Cheltenham. So I think there's lots to talk about, but I'm dead happy with 4 as it is.
Yeah, interesting thoughts from Paul Nicholls. Of course, different views. Pick up the Racing Post today. Nicky Henderson welcoming the idea of extending the festival to 5 days. Mick, I think the interesting thing about the whole scenario is, as Paul Nicholls highlighted there, we're only talking about 2 extra races. So if we're going to have a 5th day, should we not be having, the extra 7 races rather than just a couple more? It seems odd to stretch it to 5 days and yet you only gain 2 more races.
Yes, but I think what they're trying to do is they're just trying to get it in the calendar first, Darryl. I think that's, if you bring in extra races just for the sake of trying to make the extra day, you'll upset a lot more people, I think, than if you bring in the extra day and just have 6 and say you're bringing in an extra 2 races. I think it's, I just think they're trying to get it in the calendar first, and then you may see races being added then after that. Look, people said the 4th day was ruining it, and there is plenty of people who say that having a 4th day ruins it. You don't have the quality that you used to have when you only had 3. There was no Ryanair chase, there was no 2.5 mile novice chase, but then again, look, if you win a Ryanair, I defy anybody not to say that the Ryanair hasn't been a fantastic addition to the Cheltenham Festival. We had an amazing race this year, and look, if you have 5 days, of course people are going to want to be there. Of course people are going to want to bet on the racing. The amount of races at the Cheltenham Festival that are in the top 20 races bet on in the year is unbelievable. If you look through the data, it'll tell you the Derby is the only flat race that features among the top list of races per betting turnover, along with the Grand National. You know, so it is, the Cheltenham Festival is where people want to be, they want to bet, because they know that it is championship racing. As long as the races remain competitive, I'm happy. Here we have Darling Malte, who represents the champion trainer Paul Nicholls, who's on a little bit of a roll this evening. And this horse, who has had the benefit of a wind operation, he was, I suppose, disappointing when seen at Kempton. He wasn't beaten all that far at Kempton, though. He did win very easily at Ludlow. He's a horse who, when allowed to dominate, will be hard to peg back. And I wouldn't be worried about the layoff for him. He looks fit enough, that's for sure. But this Vision Day Flow could just be thrown in here.
Well, we love the idea of a horse thrown in. Vision Day Flow, says Mick for Colin Tizard, might be just such a horse. 11-4 chance. As you can see, the betting is pretty close, isn't it? Certainly the top three here. 15-8 chance. Darling Matrix heading the market after this wind operation, of course. Had some pretty progressive form last year. Has a lengthy absence to overcome, plus the wind up. Looking for a third winner for trainer Paul Nicholls. And in fact, I think we've got a chance to have a look at Darling Malte in action. This is some form from last autumn at Newton Abbot, finishing second. This is back at the end of September. Senior Citizen goes on to win this race, but there's only a neck between the first two. They're actually miles clear of everything else. And you can see here that Paul Nicholls' charge is rallying, only goes down by a very, very small margin. Went from this race to then go on and run at Kempton in a much better race, good handicap subsequently, and was a shade disappointing perhaps when beaten favourite on that occasion, but very interesting with the wind up. Returning after that long absence, 15-8 favourite. Vision Day Flow has gone 5-2 ahead now of Pilbara, and 5-1 Nadini, the outsider of the quartet. This'll Do Nicely does not run, just the four of them, Mick, but a really intriguing affair.
Yeah, like even the horse down the bottom, Darrell Demney, who is the son of Balco, is a 7-year-old, won 3 of his 15 starts. So, goes chasing now, this fella. So, look, it's the new rules have been brought in. You know, it used to be that you had to run in a novice or a beginner's chase before you could be allowed to run in a handicap. They've scrapped that. And lots of trainers taking advantage of that. And Philip Hobbs being one of them here this evening. And Darling Malte, you can see him there in the foreground. He does look fit. But the horse in the Potts colours with the red cap here is Vision Day Flow. This horse is also a son of Balco. He has won 1 of his 7 chases. It was a race at Chepstow, a novice chase over just short of 3 miles. And, you know, you have to remember that at one time this horse they had such high hopes for him, Vision Day Flow. He was rated 150 at one stage. But can he bounce back here? I think he's really interesting.
Hard. Hard. We're suspending you for 2 days.
Hard.
Hard.
Hard. Well, soft, but you know.
Distance 307 miles.
Hard. Hard.
Racing is hard. Betting on it shouldn't be. The UK's #1 betting app, built for ease. Sky Bet. That's betting better.
Pilbara, should mention that one, who races here for Susie Smith. This horse who didn't get beaten all that far at Killarney. Races here off a mark of 125. He was rated 118 in Ireland. This horse did win at Cork and at Tipperary on yielding to soft ground. He was rated only 88 when he was started winning those races, though. Bought for 25 grand. Will it be money well spent? We'll soon find out.
So racing away, and Pilbara, the first one to show, with Darling Malte on the left-hand side. Pilbara will arrive at the first with a lead of only about half a length or so. Darling Malte under restraint, just about alongside. Second wave made up of Vision de Flo, the other horse in the noseband with the red cap, and then Umdeni towards the inside as we reach fence number 2. Darling Malte has been very swift over the first couple and joins the leader, but again doesn't press on at this point, with Pilbara alongside as they make their way up past the stand, still with 2 complete circuits to go. Vision de Flo is in third place with a length to last of the 4, Umdini, the first one, the only one to be making his first start over fences, and has negotiated the first couple safely. Fences on either side of the track here at Newton Abbot. This one is a plain fence. They'll take another little left-hand turn and race towards it with Pilbara on the inside of the enthusiastic Darling Malte. Vision de Flo in third and Umdini racing in fourth. Darling Malte really attacks his fences with great gusto, accelerates when he sees them, and is fast in the air, and that has carried him to the lead. It's over a length to Pilbara. Third place for Vision de Flo, and Umdini last of the quartet as they work into the back straight where another 3 fences await. Darling Malte over in the lead. 2 lengths to Pilbara, a length to Vision de Flo, and 3/4 of a length to Umdini as they race towards another plain one before the first of the ditches. Darling Malte really saw a stride there and was spectacular over it. Extends the advantage to 4 lengths of Vision de Flo as they head towards an open ditch. Umdini remains the back marker. Darling Malte again saw a stride and came up well. Umdini has unseated. Gave it a belt. Thought for a moment that Tom O'Brien had sat well, but unfortunately gravity took over with his weight all on the left-hand side of the saddle. And the chasing debutant parts company with Tom at fence number 6. And Tom is safely on his feet, and the horse gallops on okay as well. So Darling Malte is getting into a nice rhythm out in front. Vision de Flo in second place. And Pilbara, who jumped off disputing the lead, finds himself at the back of the field and now 7 to 8 lengths behind Darling Malte, who is on towards the 8th of the 16 fences. Darling Malte is over well. A little more economic on that occasion. Vision de Flo in second, and Pilbara last of the 3 that remain as they race towards the next. Darling Malte just held together over this and is clever enough. Vision de Flo in second, Pilbara in third. Umdini's going to take the last flight of hurdles and does so perfectly okay. So a check of the mirrors for Harry Cobden. We'll see that he's got 3 lengths in hand over Vision de Flo and still an enthusiastic partner. There is still a circuit to go. Pilbara last of the trio as they turn away from the stands. Darling Malte still has this advantage of round about 3 lengths. Vision de Flo in second, and Pilbara round about 4 lengths behind, and just for the first time Pilbara just being shaken along. So Darling Malte towards 7 from the finish. Vision de Flo just edging a little bit closer, and Darling Malte is over well. Vision de Flo just lost another length over that. Darling Malte's fencing has been his greatest attribute so far. He has been a bit free, so he's got a last home. Vision de Flo in second place. But now we have 3 fences down the back. Darling Malte searching for a stride, but over well. 3 lengths to Vision de Flo. To Pilbara's credit, having been off the bridle, hasn't lost any more grounds, only a couple of lengths further away. 5 lengths off the leader, closing slightly on the second. Darling Malte again sees a really good stride, but matched by the other 2, Vision de Flo and Pilbara, and this will be the final open ditch. Out in the lead, Darling Malte still has the advantage. Pilbara coming back on terms with Vision de Flo second and third as they were over that. So Darling Malte on the front end appears to have cracked Vision de Flo. Pilbara's moved through to give chase now as they turn towards the water jump. So Darling Malte, Fizz just gone out of his step slightly, but he's still doing it quicker than the other 2 at the moment, with Pilbara in second place. This is 3 from the finish. Darling Malte again is over well, but he's having to be shaken up now. Now Pilbara In second place, trying to launch a challenge. They've seen off Vision de Flo, turning for home. Darling Malte, having been all exuberance early on, is now going to have to dig in, but still has the lead. And if anything, it's grown slightly over in second place Pilbara as they race towards 2 from the finish. So Darling Malte towards the second last. Pilbara still hasn't completely gone away, but there's 3 lengths between them over that as they head down towards the last. And Darling Malte is maintaining the advantage at the moment. It's still 3 lengths over Pilbara, and this is the last. Darling Malte just sees a stride, pops over safely. Pilbara's a weary horse in second. Vision de Flo in third, but up towards the line. Darling Malte having to be ridden out. Will complete a hat-trick for Paul Nicholls, 2 of them partnered by Harry Cobden in the colours of Old Gold Racing. Darling Malte beat Pilbara, who ran really well on the first start for Susie Smith. Vision de Flo completes a remote last of the trio, followed in by the loose horse Mdini, who's thoroughly enjoyed himself on that final circuit.
Richard Hoyles summed it up beautifully. 3 on the night for Paul Nicholls. Darling Malte, just so good over the obstacles. And I think Susie Smith will be delighted with the run of Pilbara. Threw down a very determined challenge here. Just watch this horse in front. He's just floundering a little, but he's just so neat over the obstacles. And, you know, Harry Cobden must have thought, oh, the petrol gauge is in the red here. Come on, come on. And you watch him here, just keep squeezing away. It's only a little short pop stride, but he's still so good over it, this horse in front. He's a big horse, but he's very nimble on his feet. And hard as Pilbara tried, just wasn't able to peg this horse back. I think he's run a really good race, and there will be plenty of races to be won with this horse for Susie Smith, so her owners will be delighted with that. Vision de Flo just takes a lot of Undemney. Just watch this now. Horse right at the back here. Just watch Tom O'Brien. What happens here? Does the horse grab at it a bit, gets way, and then look, oh, 2 legs one side for Tom O'Brien, and unfortunately gravity takes over and pulls him back down. Now, this is a crucial fence here at Newton Abbot. You jump it and watch the horse in front. Harry Cobden committed on him. He's looking for that stride. He's opening this horse up. He's wondering where the others are. Well, they're right behind you. And Vision de Flo, just watch him here. They're all wearing nosebands, but the horse in the red cap, just watch him here. He's just that little bit slow. He's just a bit careful. It allows this horse in front a chance to go. And as they turn round to jump the old water here at Newton Abbot, again, you know, you'll see this horse in front, jumps it well. The horse in second comes out hind end first. That's all the time allowing Harry Cobden a little bit of leeway. And again, watch this horse, how quickly he is with his front feet. He's almost like Fred Astaire in front of the boards. The horse in second has a different way of getting over. Both have negotiated the obstacle, but it's just bought Darling Malte a little bit of breathing space, and he's able to get home in a fashion. Really nice performance from this horse, Darrell. I think the wind operation has really helped.
Beautiful explained, Mick. The closing stage is there indeed. The race at Newton Abbot, Darling Malte. I love his description of the Fred Astaire-esque type jump, very nimble over the last. And, yeah, horse to keep a close eye on, back from a long absence after the wind up. Wins at 7-4, and that is a treble for trainer Paul Nicholls.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
You guess.
Easy, man, you're right.
You don't find the one finds you.
Just got a really good vibe from him, you know.
I feel like when you know, you know.
How do you know when you know? You just got to go with your heart.
There's a certain admiration I've got for them.
I knew he was the one for me when I saw him last year.
Babes, come in here quick. I think this is your horse.
Yes. Wow.
Walk tall, walk straight and look the world right in the eye. That's what my mama told me when I was about knee-high. She said, son, be a proud man and hold your head up.
Start your journey to a better credit score with a Vanquis credit card.
The world right
Walk tall with Vanquis.
Dyson's latest vacuum is the only one to use a laser. It reveals invisible dust. Carbon fibre filaments pick up those microscopic particles. Suction is increased when needed. This special sensor counts each size and gives you scientific proof. While this hyperdymium motor and 5-stage filtration provide the most powerful deep clean. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free delivery from Dyson.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey guys.
That's a sponsor.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do. Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Becco Harvest Fresh helps preserve vitamins A and C for longer by simulating the light of sun cycles. Becco, eat like a pro.
Christine, where did you get this? You have not passed white belt.
TK Maxx. I really love the shine.
I love it.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
It's a really good A3 race coming up at Sheffield here. Minnie's Larissa goes up 2 grades for Sean Davey, odds-on winner in A5 last time. Rob thinks that might be a little bit harsh. The punters do as well, out to 100 to 30, top of the market. Is Forward Thinking, who has been back for John Sharp. I'm just thinking how many John Sharp dogs went to Doncaster last week. One opens, this one and a few others. So he's got his team flying. 7 to 2 down to 2s. Optic Cloaksy is the other joint favourite for Paul Gregson. 11 to 4 into 2 to 1 on only his second start. He's come from Mullingar. Rob ended up going with Fool's Gold, who keeps winning races at this level for Carol Weatherall. So it's a really, really good race. There's 2 to 1 each at 2. They're loading up. Let's head back and rejoin Nick.
Thanks, Darryl. Yeah, we're just about ready for our next. We've got the even numbers to come forwards, and then we're going to be ready for the halfway point. Race in A3 grades. Greyhound's now being loaded. 2 to 1 joint 8-4, 2 to 1 joint 14, 100 to 30. Latest show. And the Greyhounds are locked away. Starter will check them over, and then we're ready for the 7th. Here we go. Flag his way for the 7:58 Sheffields. Hare approaching. And they're up and away. Fool's Gold goes gunning for the lead on the inside. Forward Thinking, then Fact File, Minnie's Larissa. Ahead of Optic Cloaksy and Kuna Padge at the back as they head out the second bend. A lead about Fool's Gold. Then we've got Forward Thinking progressing up into second. Fact File, followed by midfield, Kuna Padge ahead of Optic Cloaksy. At the back is the Stripes, Minnie's Larissa now the most to do. But the White Jacket, Fool's Gold in front, leads Forward Thinking. And then Kuna Padge, still Fool's Gold. 3 will get up to get it. Beats 1-2 in third. Fool's Gold beats Forward Thinking, Kuna Padge in thirds.
Well, it's another A3. Does Fool's Gold is flanked up by Robert under him. Gets the better of Forward Thinking. I thought I had every chance trying to make a move at halfway. Strong running Greyhound, but not good enough. Carol Weatherall's charge home in front for owner and partner Darren Holmes. Wins from 1 and Kunoff Padge trap 2 back in third. Let's watch it again from the boxes. Nice start from Fool's Gold. Pretty good start from Minnie's Larissa as well, but the double penalty did look a little harsh, and she was in trouble going midway down the far side. Forward Thinking in the red, just about to make a move here. Thought was close enough, if good enough, given that this Greyhound does see out the trip really well. And trap 2 runs on kind of Padge for Darren Driver, of course, who's often calling the races for us at Sheffield. Hopefully he's watching from home this evening or elsewhere. 3 beat 1 to 4 to 1, 2 to 1 joint favourite, the SP at Sheffield.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
This is perfect for finding great deals on bills when you move home. Oh. Hey, should we tell our new neighbour?
No. At Motorpoint, we make car buying easy by giving you an incredible choice. With thousands of nearly new cars at unbeatable prices, and all under warranty. With our quality commitment and our award-winning friendly service, we'll help you buy the car you want, your way. We'll deliver to your home, or you can reserve online and collect in store, or visit your local Motorpoint to select and drive away the same day. Motorpoint, car buying made easy.
The Euros are here, and they only come round every 4 or 5 years, so let's all make the most of it. Because everyone deserves to feel super.
Super club, Robbie.
Even when they're not.
We are still a super club.
If you want a better deal, you've got to move about. Because it's never too late to upgrade. So, if the grass looks greener, go and play on it!
If your bookie is not giving you the best rewards, switch to Paddy Power. And if one leg of your 4+ fold bet builder lets you down, get a free bet. This Euros, switch to Paddy Power.
When you break down, your first words probably aren't green flag. But maybe they should be your second. Because if your flipping car fudging goes kaput, we'll rescue you anywhere in the country. And you can track our truck all the chuffing way with our app. We'll even have your AA or RAC renewal quote. So whatever your first words, let's make your last ones. Thank truck, I went with green flag. Green flag, common sense to the rescue.
Simply Cook. 3 pots, 20 minutes, one incredible meal. Claim your £3 trial box now.
Whether your life is about victory or your victories are about life, you can do it with confidence using INEOS Hygienics.
Download the Vinted app today.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
So back of this Newton Abbott contest again, this feature race of the night, and Darling Malte able to take control relatively early on here. Stevie thinks he was given an easy time of it out on the front, but he certainly used that opportunity very effectively, didn't he? Paul Nicholls third winner, Harry Cobden second. It was Phil Barra, who did run a decent race first time for Sue Smith, having left Emmett Mullins for a fair sum of money. Plenty to like about that performance, but more so the winner, Darling Malte. Let's hear from the winning jockey back with Mick.
Harry, the one thing that horse does is operate at the obstacles.
Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant. I think I had 3 bad falls off him over hurdles, Mick. He had a right step in him. But he's gone over fences, and he's been absolutely fantastic, around here. I half in the back of my mind didn't really want to send him on down the back the last time, because Paul said he might need it a little bit, but I thought Paul's half fit's pretty fit, I was fairly confident he was going to get home, and he's winged round here today. He hasn't missed an obstacle, he's enjoyed it, and I think Paul's probably going to aim at the summer plate or something like that.
Fantastic, but it was amazing watching him, even going to 2 out and down to the last, there's nothing there. But when you squeeze, he's so good with his front feet, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
for a big horse.
He's obviously very natural, isn't he? And, he hasn't been the most straightforward. He came over from France and he was very, very free. And, yourself, some of those free horses, if they jump, you don't mind. But
yeah.
But he's settling down, and he's been a pleasure to ride.
Trainer's in good form, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very happy, isn't he? So
long may it last.
Yeah, especially if I'm riding him anyway.
Very well done.
Cheers, thank you.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Hard.
Hard. We're suspending you for 2 days.
Hard.
Hard.
Hard. Well, soft, but you know.
Distance 307 miles.
Hard.
Hard.
Racing is hard. Betting on it shouldn't be. The UK's #1 betting app, built for ease. Sky Bet. That's betting better.
But you know FC Barcelona players eat veggies.
No, they don't.
Hey, guys.
That's a sponsor.
I think it will be a tough one, but we are ready.
What? Come on.
Do you still have those carrots?
Of course I do. Getting them to eat healthy takes a long time. Beko Harvest Fresh helps preserve vitamins A and C for longer by simulating the light of sun cycles. Beko, eat like a pro.
It's a desk lamp. It's got a swivelly head. Total bargain.
Where did you get that?
TKMax.com.
I love lamps.
Let me see it.
Dyson's latest vacuum is the only one to use a laser. It reveals invisible dust. Carbon fibre filaments pick up those microscopic particles. Suction is increased when needed. This special sensor counts each size and gives you scientific proof. While this hyperdymium motor and 5-stage filtration provide the most powerful deep clean. Buy direct from the people who made it. Free delivery from Dyson.
Walk tall. Walk tall. Walk straight and look the world right in the eye. That's what my mama told me when I was about knee-high. She said, son, be a proud man and hold your head up.
Start your journey to a better credit score with a Vanquis credit card.
The world right
Walk tall with Vanquis.
This programme is sponsored by Bet365.
Welcome back. These are the runners ahead of the 8:15. Just to remind you, a couple of absentees here, Design, Icon and Lord Getaway, who would have had chances, of course. So we're down to 5. And fascinating the way the market has moved in terms of this horse. This is Master Tradesman. Double figures with firms earlier in the day, Mick, but now trading as the 9-4 favourite. What do you make of this very interesting market move?
Very surprised. I watched the race again this morning when I saw this market move where this horse finished behind Singapore Saga. Now, Singapore Saga was unplaced here yesterday at Newton Abbot, but it was very different ground that day at Exeter. It was quick ground, and obviously Singapore Saga revelled in that. But Master Tradesman was well beaten. I think we'll appreciate this ground a lot better. So that's could be the key. This horse did finish second at Hereford, but it's quite a while ago. So you're taking an awful lot on trust here. This horse is carrying a basement mark and 9 stone 11 on its back as well. So that is obviously what the market is speaking in favour of. Horse number 3 is Drumley Water, who trained by Warren Greatrex. This horse who won a point-to-point, has had 5 goes and ran very well at Fontwell over a marathon trip. And you've got to remember as well, we've got an extra 153 yards to add to the distance as well. So Horses with stamina in abundance, very much to the fore. Thought his horse ran very well at Stratford when not beaten all that far. He's had a wind operation as well. We saw what that difference it made to Darling Malte in our previous race, and looks really well actually. Here, that is Holly James, you can see going out, horse number 4. Just caught a shot of it for Adam Wedge. This horse who ran okay at Fos Las, not beaten. It's the sort of race that you can't really rule too many of them out. Sizing at Midnight is ours running here for the Tizzards. Thomasina Easton on board, and she'll be hoping she can ride her first winner under rules on this horse. Son of Midnight Legend. I know I keep saying it, but he's one of my favourite stallions, Midnight Legend. He was an amazing horse when he was running himself. Grade 1 winner, of course, at Aintree, Midnight Legend, but his stock are very versatile ground-wise as well. They're on their way down here for our penultimate contest of the evening. Don't forget that added distance here. So bear in mind, 153 yards to add to this because of the fact that they've moved rails out just to try and provide fresh ground.
Much in it is their top end of the betting. Drumley Oata was backed earlier on in the day. This horse first run back after a wind operation as well. Cheek pieces for the first time. And Holly James, who's back up in distance for Evan Williams, also an 11-4, then 13-2 sizing at Midnight, who has won here before, both over fences and indeed over today's hurdles. And 50-2, 3 ways the outsider. Just the 5 of them as they make their way down to the start for the 8:15, 3¼ mile. St Austell Brewery Handicap Hurdle, the penultimate race on the card, which has been won in recent years by horses at the bottom of the handicap, which I guess is another reason for liking perhaps Master Tradesman, who has for the moment lost outright favouritism, 5-2 each of 2 as they head on down to the post. Getting 1 or 2 emails in regarding Cheltenham Festival in the 5 days. The few we've had, the consensus seems to be, 5 days is good, but most people, Mick, who've got a view on the email this evening around the festival, they're all saying the same, which is, 5 days is good, but what we need is a big 2 or 3 day meeting at the end of January, early February, just like they do in Ireland, just like they do for the Dublin Festival, to get our horses, if you like, fit and ready for the big meeting at Cheltenham.
Yeah, well, I think Paul Nicholls was very much hoping for that. And why not? Bring it on, because the problem that you have is where in the calendar, or who in the calendar is going to give up a fixture to allow that to happen, because that's what's going to happen. So, look, I think Newbury would be a fantastic track to have it at, because it's a very fair track. So whether they're able to shift that around, Ascot, they might think, well, actually, we'd quite like it, would fit in really well. So I don't know. I think that's very much still to be ironed out.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
This is amazing. Look at it. We have only got 5 runners. Look at them. They're coming out 4 wide to get going here. And is this going to be the theme? Alexander Thorne rides 3 ways for Jamie Snowden. This horse who did win, I think it was New Year's Day in 2018. Been a little while between drinks. So they'll be hoping this horse, stepping back up in trip from running in an amateur race last time at Wincanton, can bring out the required improvement. But it's nearly always the way, you know, you get long distance races because some of these horses are a little bit older, a little bit more experienced. Some of them are a bit wise. They all think, right, gotta be handy, gotta be handy, gotta be handy. So suddenly you have a tight track like Newton Abbot where you have 4 who look like they all want to make the running. As we all know, 4 into 1 doesn't go. Somebody's got to give way or go a lot wider. Now, the only thing I will say is the ground is a little bit better out wider. It's just how wide do you go? We will soon find out. Intriguing little contest here, Richard, for you to call. But it's amazing. Longer the distance the race is, the more competitive it is for the lead. All yours.
It's like this at the end. 5 in line as they jump away. Off and racing for the St Austell Brewery Handicap Hurdle, 3 miles, 2.5 furlongs. They started in a wave of 5 horses. Drumley Wattar on the outside, and on the inside 3 ways are just about the first 2 to show as they head towards the first. But not far away, Master Tradesman as well, sizing at midnight. So pressure's still between the front 4. The one that's waiting in the wings early on is Holly James, but was just pushed along on landing over the first. So on the extreme left in the noseband and dark cheek pieces, Drumley Wattar is on the outside of Master Tradesman in the white cheek pieces and noseband, sizing at midnight, and on the inside 3 ways. And then behind these is Holly James. So they will begin the turn, and so a few of those out wide will tack across, and when they do so, it'll be Drumley Wattar on the outside of Master Tradesman, who are the 2 that are left disputing the lead. Now Holly James is posted 3 wide on the outside of sizing at midnight, and 3 ways, having jumped off handily, is towards the inside, but well in touch. So an awful long way to go here. Master Tradesman for Brian Carver. On the inside of Drumley Wattar in the red colours and Gavin Sheehan. On the inside running round in sharing third is 3 ways in the maroon and yellow colours for Alex Thorne. Sizing at midnight, Thomasina Eyston in the yellow, green and red cap. And then towards the outside, Holly James and Adam Wedge. And still the 5 runners covered by no more than a couple of lengths. Been nice and friendly in the early stages here. Drumley Wattar and Master Tradesman pick up from Holly James on the outside. Inside belongs to 3 ways. And sizing at midnight is still very much in close attendance. And again, there'll only be about a length or so between the 5 runners as they take the 4th, which they all negotiate well. So a long way to go. Master Tradesman has the lead, sizing at midnight, just poking up between runners and forcing Drumley Wattar to be 3 wide into the turn. And in 4th place is 3 ways on the inside of Holly James. But they're all interchanging places here, as on the outside Drumley Wattar moves forward as the bend looms to come back up and press Master Tradesman. Sizing at midnight is now restrained back into the 2nd wave and joins Holly James. And on the inside 3 ways as they make their way back towards their point of departure, but still with best part of 2 circuits to travel. Master Tradesman and Drumley Wattar will make the right-hand turn, just over a length in advance of Holly James, who is on the outer of sizing at midnight, and then towards the inner is 3 ways, who's just bumped along for a stride or 2, but they're all still very tightly grouped indeed. So racing on towards flight number 5 of the 12. Master Tradesman on the inside of Drumley Wattar. Holly James is the one that's taken the wider course with sizing at midnight and 3 ways as they take the first down the back. Narrow lead on the outside for Drumley Wattar. It's only about a neck for Master Tradesman on the inner. 3rd is sizing at midnight. He's got about 3/4 of a length in hand over Holly James. And 3 ways as they take that. Holly James just going to receive a reminder just on the outside. First horse to just be off the bridle for any significant period of time. Still close enough, but Adam Wedge just felt that he wasn't quite keeping up well enough. And 3 ways on the inside, just intermittently being nudged along as well. But we still have a long, long way to go here. Just about to reach the halfway stage of this St Austell Brewery Handicap Hurdle. Drumley Wattar and Master Tradesman are still side by side. 3 ways on the inside of sizing at midnight. and Holly James as they turn into the home straight and race on towards the next flight of hurdles, which is number 7. Drumley Wattar, Master Tradesman, just nudged along to stay on terms with the leader. Sizing at Midnight, travelling strongly at this stage. Three Ways and Holly James have both been off the bridle at various stages, but they're still in close enough attendance as they pop over that. Drumley Wattar, Master Tradesman. A couple of fluent leaps in the last mile by Sizing at Midnight. Sees him travelling strongly at this stage. They've got this flight and then another circuit in front of them. And they all pop over what will be the last in a circuit's time. So Drumley Wattar leads. Sizing at Midnight's travelling strongly at this stage on the outside of Master Tradesman, who's just having to work, as indeed are Three Ways, and Holly James as well. So out in the lead, Drumley Wattar will make the bend, tries to angle across, but Master Tradesman just trying to hold that inside door open. Sizing at Midnight, 3 wide, and then the last 2, Three Ways, and last of all on the far side is Holly James. But they're still tightly bunched, despite the fact a few have been ridden at various stages of proceedings and continue to do so. Drumley Wattar's travelled pretty strongly to this point. Gavin Sheehan checks out where the opposition is. He'll see Sizing at Midnight still tanking along, and the other 3 off the bridle to varying degrees. Master Tradesman's just kept that tradesman's doors open on the inside, but now it begins to be slammed shut, and he's just beginning to struggle. Another reminder for Holly James, and then Three Ways. So into the back straight. And Drumley Wattar and Sizing at Midnight don't just hold the first 2 positions, but they're travelling better. Master Tradesman's still in there, responding to pressure in 3rd place as they pop over the first down the back. Then in 4th place is Three Ways, and then Holly James. So gradually beginning to spread out. Holly James is struggling, is 6 lengths off the back end, but 3rd and 4th are still well in touch. Drumley Wattar over from Sizing at Midnight in 2nd. Then a 3-length break to Master Tradesman and Three Ways as they prepare now to leave the back straight, with Holly James the only one that's really struggling. So out in the lead, Drumley Wattar. Sizing at Midnight continues to travel really strongly outside the leader, who for the first time comes under pressure. Master Tradesman's been hard at work for quite a while, but is still responding in 3rd place. They now appear to have dropped Three Ways. So Sizing at Midnight has tanked through the race, but now has to see it out. Comes off the bridle for the first time. Drumley Wattar still there on the inside, and the 2 of them make the turn for home. And Drumley Wattar still holding on to the lead, and Sizing at Midnight all of a sudden has come off the bridle and seems just to have, that bubble burst pretty spectacularly. Stopped very fast indeed in 2nd. Drumley Wattar's keeping up the gallop. Sizing at Midnight still in 2nd place, being closed on by Master Tradesman. 2 from the finish. Drumley Wattar is over. Sizing at Midnight's emptied very quickly in 2nd place. Is being pressed by Master Tradesman, who's 3 lengths further back, but down towards the last it's Drumley Wattar heading towards the final flight of hurdles. Master Tradesman closing on Sizing at Midnight. Drumley Wattar is over safe and sound, and he's going to win his first race at the 6th time of asking. Gavin Sheehan for Warren Greatrix, and Fit or Fat Racing, fit tonight. Master Tradesman was 2nd, in 3rd Sizing at Midnight, whose efforts off the bridle was a little tame. 4th for Three Ways, and Holly James last of the 5.
Gavin Sheehan rides a winner on the only horse he was actually jocked up in the morning papers for. And Drumley Wattar has travelled really nicely through the race, jumped nicely. The wind operation and the 2 ones, first time application of cheek pieces. Just look at him though, he's pricking his ears, and as soon as Gavin let him drop underneath him, he went from 30 miles an hour to 25 very quickly. So he's aware of that on the run to the last, and look at when he keeps that press, the horse isn't allowed to drop then, and in the end he's won comfortably here. And it was a bit of a war, this race. They went a decent gallop, and Sizing at Midnight, Thomasina Easton must have thought, here we go. But when push came to shove, there was not a lot left in the locker for Sizing at Midnight, and it was left to Drumley Wattar to come home in the end. Punters in clover here at Newton Abbot this evening. Another favourite goes in, and Drumley Wattar wins for Warren Greatrix and for Gavin Sheehan and some very happy owners. So congratulations to them. Beautiful sunset. Well, it's not sunset yet. We've still got a little bit of time, but it looks nice as we see Drumley Wattar just getting in underneath that second last, and Gavin learned from that as well. He thought, right, I'm not going to let you do that again. And just watch here how he just keeps pumping away down to the last. Even though there's nothing really there, he's just saying, right, come on, I'm not going to let you drop underneath me. And he didn't. Good performance by this horse. Well done to the team.
And a very good night indeed for Gavin Sheehan, who, if you weren't with us earlier, won the first 2 races. He wasn't due to ride in either of those, but he picked up spare rides in both. And that is the hat trick. Hasn't had any other rides. He's going to finish with a perfect 3 from 3 score. 5-2 favourite it is. As Mick says, another favourite. We've had 3 favourites, a couple of joint jollies as well. Beats Master Tradesman very easily at Newton Abbot. Right, we're off to Sheffield for the 8:27 contest. This is a Grade A7 event. They're about to go to the boxes. Favourite is in 6, Far He May. 2-1 chance. They have taken the 9-4 about Nigel Saunders' runner. She's having a 4th run down at this level, having dropped in class previously. Elsewhere, money for 2, Robbie's Bullet, yet to win in 8. 11-4 into 9-4, however. Little bits for Beltovin Razzle as well from 6s into 5s. Everything else is getting a bit bigger. Stone Park Sarah out to 7-2, touched 4. Shady Cindy at 4s, and Broomwell Sandy is very weak at 14-1. So the runners are going forward for the 8:27 contest at Sheffield. Stone Park Sarah did actually win an A6 as recently as the middle of May, but 7-2 in this lower A7 grade today. Shady Cindy also a maiden at starting as well, 0 from 8. Let's go back to the track and rejoin Nick for the 8:27.
Thank you, Darryl. Yeah, we're just about set. The even numbers are coming forward and preparing to be trapped. Race 9, A7 grade. 7-2, 9-4, 14, 4, 11-2, and 2-1 favourite trap 6. And the Greyhounds are locked away. So ready for our next at Sheffield. This is the 8:27. Starter checks them over. Greyhounds locked away for the 9th, and the hare is set in motion. Favourite trap 6. Hare approaching. And 8:27, they race away at early pace from Shady Cindy, the black jacket to lead up from Far He May. Then we've got Robbie's Bullet ahead of Stone Park Sarah, followed by Broomwell. It's a bit of a problem about Beltovin Razzle. Hopefully he is okay. The black jacket will lead him out the second bend. A 3-length lead from Far He May, followed by Robbie's Bullet, Stone Park Sarah. Then Broomwell Sadie ahead of Beltovin Razzle, racing up towards the third bend. Now the pressure is coming about Shady Cindy from the closer. Far He May on the inside, Robbie's Bullet. A 3-way go as they head for the line. Oh, very tight in the end between Robbie's Bullet and Far He May. It won't be today the day for Shady Cindy. We'll have to settle for thirds.
Yeah, real stirring finish at Sheffield. Is it Robbie's Bullet? Trap 2's just got there. Let's have another look again. Far He May down the near side. They both get ahead of Shady Cindy. Here's the line coming up. That's going to be 6, isn't it? We think Far He May for
Though he lost the Commonwealth Cup to Frankie Dettori, but only in the stewards' room, one of the few poetic flares on the race on day one, of course, in the St James's Palace Stakes. But Jim Bolger's comments off the course continuing to excite controversy and debate.
On the out, giant balls of fire per second to catch Seamus. That's a place photograph. A Viking morning was fourth. Why?
Dara, all well with you?
Yeah, all good. Fantastic.
Race times recap. A quarter 23 seconds, 4 furlongs 46 and 3, and the turf 5 furlongs 58 and 4 for Wiley O'Reilly. 5246 posted unofficial. There's Wiley O'Reilly back from race 3 in Fort Erie. Wiley O'Reilly is a chestnut 5-year-old gelding by Singing Saint from Rain Boots by Storm Boot. Bred in Ontario by Susan Rasmussen. Trained by Sharon Chicato for Even Stevens Stables. And the winning ride executed by Kirk Johnson. Wins the 2021 season's debut and debut on the Fort Erie turf. Wiley O'Reilly, first to run the 5 furlongs in 58 and 4 when made official. Off at 5-2, Wiley O'Reilly is 7:20.
as they work their way past the quarter pole to the top of the stretch. Quick Heat is on the move from the outside third. 5 lengths to Chatain's Gift, Ladies Tribute, and the trailer Cyber City. 23.52 for the quarter, coming to the 8th pole. Lots of silver with the lead. Quick Heat runs at her from the outside. Glass half full is third. Quick Heat doing the best work has